Tent or Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Paladin's Strength by T.Kingfisher, narrated by Joel Richards. Chapter 1. Clara stood outside a stranger's tent, holding a naked sword in her hands. She was not particularly afraid. She was aware that fear would be appropriate, but she had shoved it all down into the vague space inside her chest, where it could not interfere. It was the saint's will that she be where she was, and if that meant that she was going to stand here with a group of armed men a few feet behind her, waiting for a stranger to come out of his tent, then so be it. She might have preferred to be somewhere else, but the saint had put her here. Let us hope, therefore, that it not be the saint's will that I be cut down by the owner of this tent before he realizes what is going on. The tent was large but collapsible, and made of oiled cloth rather than leather. It had been pegged down somewhat loosely, and no attempt had been made to secure it against weather. Temporary lodging only. They plan to move on before the weather changes. This struck her as a good sign. There was a tent flap, but her hands were full of steel. Clara cleared her throat. There were 4 tents in all, a wagon and a trio of picketed mules. She knew that the occupants of the others had already seen her and the armed men behind her. "Boss," drawled a voice from near one of the other tents. "They're back, and there's a woman out front with a sword." "God's balls," said a voice from inside the tent, presumably Boss. "Not another one." Clara rather suspected that they didn't expect her to speak their language, which was Harshek, from the south and west. There was no point in letting her future captors know how much she understood just yet, so she kept her face studiedly neutral. "This one doesn't look like she plans to cut you just yet, boss." "Well, that's something." She heard the sounds of a man moving inside the tent, the scrape of metal on metal as he drew a sword from a sheath. "Well, if I am going to die today, at least the weather is nice." The sky was clear blue, with only a few puffy white clouds. The air smelled of the pine trees that grew close around the road. Clara had been very close to death twice in the last month. Once the air had smelled of burning buildings, and once of sickness and unwashed bodies. Pine was certainly preferable. Oddly, the tent itself had a faint odor of whiskey. Clara wondered how much the inhabitant drank, if the outside smelled of it. A bold black sigil had been embroidered on the tent flap. A name, a rank, a ward against whatever misfortune might befall tents. And what might those be? Windstorms or stampedes or avalanches? This seemed like a great deal to place on one ward. Behind her, the leader of the oral war band shouted, "We bring the payment of victory." The man addressed as boss threw back the flap and stepped outside. There was a sword in his hand, much finer than the one she carried. He was tall and heavy-boned, taller than any of the men behind her, and he almost certainly expected to look down to meet a woman's eyes. That Clara had only to lift her chin a fraction to meet his clearly surprised him. His gaze dropped very quickly, however, to the sword. She dropped down onto her heels and held the blade out on the flats of her palms. She tried to make herself look as non-threatening as possible, head bowed, while she studied him through her eyelashes. His face was dark and seamed with scars, his hair black and fiercely curly, shot with gray at the temples. There were fine lines at the corners of his eyes, paler than the surrounding skin. Clara had seen lines like that in men who spent a great deal of time in the sun. It made him look older than he probably was, and he already did not look young. nearly 40 perhaps. He looked past her to the band of men standing 20 yards away. "Now what do they want?" "They're not looking all that friendly, boss." "Thank you, Galen. I could not possibly have figured that out for myself." "It's what I do, boss." Clara said in war tongue, very quietly, "Take the sword." His eyes dropped down to hers. "What?" "Please, keep your voice down. I should not be talking. And take the sword. It belongs to the man you killed." "I don't—" He swallowed, then lowered his voice to a fierce whisper. "I don't want his damn sword. I didn't want to kill him at all." Clara sighed. "If you don't take the sword, you are saying that his house still owes you. If you accept the sword, then you accept the price his house has paid, and this will be done." The men behind her were growing restless. Clara could hear them murmuring to each other. "Why does his house owe me anything?" "Because he claimed offense and challenged you. The gods clearly found against him." "I would have just apologized if he'd explained." Clara prayed to St. Ursa for patience. "Take the sword, please." "Or what?" "Or his uncles will have to get involved. That's them standing behind me." "Saints' balls." The man rubbed his face. He was wearing worn leather gauntlets, only a shade darker than his skin. "All right." He reached down and picked the sword up by the hilt. A sigh went through the watching men. "Now what?" "Now hold it up. Sideways, not point up." He did so. "Ah, they're backing up." "Good." His eyes flicked down to her again. "What the hell is going on?" "A very complex bit of social theater. Put your hand on my shoulder." She was ordering him as if he were one of the novices, poor man. Well, there was no help for it. More lives than hers were at stake. "It's for the best," she said. "Truly." He obeyed. A man used to taking orders as well as giving them. That was interesting. His expression was really quite indescribable. Frustration, she thought, and under that a fine sense of the absurdity of it all. "What are they doing now?" she asked, keeping her eyes on his face. "They seem to be leaving." "Now would be a good time to go back in the tent, then." "There's one left." "Yes, I imagine so. He is watching to make sure that it is concluded." He glanced warily back at the man in the road, then down at her. She raised her eyebrows. "All right, thank you." She nodded. He stepped back into the tent. Clara shuffled forward on her knees. "And you're coming in. All right, well then." "I will explain inside," she promised. "Oh, good." She bowed her head even lower, partly for the benefit of the watcher and partly to hide her smile. Once she was inside, the man let down the tent flap behind them. In Harshic he called, "Galen, I don't know what's going on here, but hopefully this woman can explain." "What if she kills you, boss?" called Galen. "Then either avenge me or put her in charge. Your choice." Clara was glad that she had experience keeping her face schooled to immobility, or she might have given away her mastery of the language right there. The inside of the tent was dim, lit by the open smoke hole at the top. There was no fire burning, though, only a small brazier of coals, just enough to warm an equally small kettle. A hide tarp had been thrown down across the floor. It was warm enough outside that with the flaps closed, the tent might soon become stuffy. Despite the dimness, she could see that the inside walls were a blaze of color, scarlet and carmine and sky blue. It was unexpected compared to the drab exterior. She wondered what that said about the man in front of her. "All right," said the man. I'm sorry I don't have any chairs to offer you. Would you like tea? She raised her head sharply.
I would commit a venial sin for a cup of tea.
It was his turn to raise his eyebrows. That shouldn't be necessary. He stretched out a long arm to the kettle, rummaged 2 metal cups from a nearby pack, and poured hot water into each, then added a pinch of leaves from a tin. He sat down opposite her and set 1 cup in front of her and 1 in front of himself while they steeped. "Do you have a name?" he asked.
I do. Do you?
His lips twitched. Yes?
Excellent. We are both named beings.
Clara picked up her cup and blew on it to cool it. The leaves swirled back and forth. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Istvhan, if it pleases you.
Clara, she said, whether it pleases you or not, I'm afraid.
He lifted his teacup in salute. His expression was that of a man having a very trying day. Now, he said, can you please tell me what in the name of the saints is going on here? We were passing through, and I thought everything had been settled. I paid the Oral Thanes for the use of their territory, and then the next thing I knew, this boy, who was barely old enough to shave, began screaming that I had offended him and came at me with a sword.
That would have been young Bastian,
said Clara. She could imagine how it had happened.
Oh, dear.
I tried not to kill him, said Istvhan. I tried very hard. I nearly threw my back out trying not to hit him. And I still don't know how I offended him in the first place.
It was nothing you did, she said. He needed money.
His brows drew together in a fearsome scowl. Someone paid him to attack me?
Oh, goodness, no. Clara set her cup down. They wouldn't take money for that. That would be to declare themselves hired killers. No, no.
Technically, I am a hired killer, said Istvhan dryly. If he was expecting some kind of shocked response, he was disappointed. Clara took this in stride.
That's fine for you. You're not Aurel.
He pinched the bridge of his nose again.
Clara folded her hands into her sleeves. Let me try to explain this simply. Bastian's father is dead, and he had, a mother and 3 sisters to support. He had no money for dowries, which means that he could not marry his sisters off. He was most likely hoping that if he challenged you to a duel, you would either try to buy him off out of cowardice, or that he could kill you, in which case your men would pay a forfeit to him.
A forfeit? Clara waved vaguely in the direction of the other tents.
Your swords and something of value from your house. One of your mules, perhaps.
They just expected my men to say, "Oh, you won. Here's a sword and a mule."
If you were Aurel, they would have.
I'm not Aurel.
No, which means you would not have a great many relatives to come after him if he killed you, so you were a safe target. At most, there would be your men here to deal with, not an entire angry household.
But I killed him, said the man, mostly on accident. The damn fool practically ran onto my sword.
Yes, from what little I observed in his house, Bastian was not terribly realistic in his expectations.
The tea was finally cool enough to sip. It was strong and of reasonably high quality, but had clearly been sitting in the tin for quite some time. Still, Clara was thrilled despite the metallic undertaste. It tasted like home. The taste was like a key, opening feelings that she had tried to lock away.
Home, my sisters, my life.
She felt a sudden tightness in her chest and shoved it down hard. This was not the time. It would not be the time for weeks. It could wait. Istvhan took a deep breath and let it out. She was pleased to see that he had been sufficiently distracted by his own troubles that he had not noticed any lapse in her calm. "So what happens now?" he asked.
"To you? Nothing," said Clara. "It's already happened. You killed him, and his family paid the forfeit. You accepted it, and no more is needed."
Istvhan leaned back and sighed with relief. "Well, thank the gods for that, and thank you for your assistance. May I offer you more tea before you go?"
Clara hid her expression behind her cup. He had, it was clear, rather the wrong impression. She had expected as much. She took the moment to study him, now that her eyes had adjusted to the dimness. He was much darker than the Arl, but they were a pale, fair-haired people.
Istvhan had an angular jaw, and his beard had been cut close to frame it.
The scars on his face were mostly superficial, except for one across his cheekbone that stood out like a pale brand. A handsome man, she decided. Black eyebrows formed sharp wedges over dark, expressive eyes. At the moment, they expressed mostly weariness. "I am afraid," she said, as gently as she could, "that I am not going anywhere."
"What?"
"You accepted the forfeit."
He wasn't slow. She could see the realization hitting.
"The sword and something of value from his house." Clara made a self-deprecating gesture at herself. "I'm afraid that would be me."
Chapter 2. "What?" said Istvhan.
The woman sitting before him, Clara, looked at him placidly. They might have been discussing the weather. They had no money. It was either me or one of his sisters. His mother was very distraught, but she certainly would not give up one of her daughters when I was available.
"Available?"
"As a house slave." She drank the tea with every evidence of enjoyment.
"No," said Istvhan. "No, definitely not. We do not keep slaves. I do not keep slaves."
He could hear his voice rising, and he clamped it down. It was not good for a leader to lose his temper. It didn't inspire confidence. Admittedly, Galen had known him for years and was not going to abandon him for anything short of genocide, and the other men were being well paid for this trip, but it was a habit he didn't dare to get into. It was also a very bad idea for Istvhan in particular to lose his temper, for reasons that had nothing much to do with the woman in front of him. The kneeling woman seemed completely unbothered. "I'm glad to hear it," she said. "Technically the Arl don't either, but it's a distinction without a difference in this case." She was a big woman, nearly as tall as he was, which put her well over 6 feet, with heavy breasts and belly, hips and thighs. Her shoulders were broad, and she carried herself with the confidence of one who was used to being the most physically powerful person in the room. Istvhan had carried himself like that once, though it had been beaten out of him a long time ago. There was always something bigger than you, no matter how big you were. He wondered idly if he could take her in a fight. It seemed likely, but he wouldn't assume. Such assumptions had also been beaten out of him a long time ago.
"You'll go back at once," he said.
"I don't suggest that," she said. She had a low, husky voice, and though her tone was pleasant, it did not yield an inch. "They no longer have a man of the house. Bastian's oldest sister will swear as a son, I expect, and then he will take up the sword. But if you return me, then that means you have suggested that Bastian's forfeit was too high." Istvhan could feel the situation spiraling out of his control. He had some vague notion of the Arl's customs, but that had only been enough to convince him to stay out of their internal affairs completely. This dense web of forfeits and blood prices was nightmarish for an outsider to navigate, particularly an outsider who just wanted to pass through Arl territory and be on his way. He thought he had navigated it. The Arl Thanes had been more than willing to take money to let him pass through their lands. He had learned the polite forms of address for a stranger to use. He knew who to speak to and who to studiously not look at, and he thought that had been enough.
And now here was this woman kneeling in his tent, looking ridiculously calm, and telling him that she was part of a forfeit he didn't need from a duel he certainly hadn't wanted. "Too high?" he asked weakly.
"Too high," Clara agreed. "And that would mean that you said his life was not worth what they thought it was. It will fall on the men of his house, in this case the newly sworn son, to seek revenge for that insult."
Istvhan put his head in his hands. "You mean I'd have to duel his sister?"
"Well, his brother, who had been his sister the day before, and as the Auril women do not handle weapons, his brother would have had about 12 hours to learn to use a sword."
Istvhan moaned. Clara reached out and patted his arm kindly.
"It's all right."
"But what am I supposed to do with you?"
"Well," she said, "you can take me with you, or I suppose you could try to kill me."
He looked up, catching the emphasis. "Try?"
"Try."
Her face was serene. Istvhan kept his eyes from narrowing, although not without difficulty. "She's either utterly mad or knows something I don't. Let us assume for the moment that I don't kill strangers who aren't trying to kill me," he said.
"You did say you were a hired killer."
"Yes, but no one has hired me to kill you."
"Then it would probably be best if you take me with you when you leave."
He shook his head. "No, absolutely not. Out of the question."
"Don't be obstinate,"
she chided, as if she were not sitting in a stranger's tent, entirely at his mercy.
"I'm quite useful. I was with the Auril long enough to make some sense of the finer points. I can keep you from giving offense."
"You're not Auril, then?" He wasn't surprised. Her robes were definitely not of Auril make, although she wore the shapeless, hide-wrapped boots they all favored. Her hair was dark blonde and caught back in a neat braid, but her eyes were brown. The Auril mostly had blue eyes.
"No more than you."
He poured out more hot water, shaking his head. "I've no intention of staying with them for long, only of passing through their lands. I have been hired to see a man and his goods through, that is all." She smiled into her tea.
"All will be well, friend Istvhan. The gods have brought us together. I was planning to escape myself."
"Then I'm glad to have been of service, and I wish you luck."
She laughed at that. "No, I'm afraid you don't get out of this so easily. You are going east, are you not?"
Istvhan met her eyes evenly, saying nothing.
"The men were talking about your deal with the Thane," she said. "I'm not a mind reader."
He raked his hand through his hair. Fighting a barely bearded boy had thrown him badly off his stride, and this maddening woman was not helping matters any. "Although she did keep you from making the situation with the Auril worse, or so she says." "Very well," he admitted. "We're going east for a little way."
"I, too, am going east," she sat back, looking as if she had resolved the situation to everyone's possible satisfaction. "My plan was to travel by night after I escaped."
"Then go," he said. "Light a candle for me when you reach your home." For the first time her smile slipped.
"Ah," she said.
Her eyes dropped to the tea, but not before he caught something flat and frightening in her eyes.
"That, I fear, will not be so easy. My home was the convent of St. Ursa. It was burned some weeks ago and my sisters kidnapped. It is their trail I follow."
Istvhan inhaled sharply. "You're a nun?" She made a dismissive gesture with one hand.
"A lay sister only."
"A nun. Of course. Not a mad woman after all, although depending on who you asked, the distinction was very fine." Istvhan closed his eyes. He had to go east. He had not quite lied. He was indeed a killer. It was merely that he was, or had been, a paladin of the Saint of Steel, and he had killed with the blessing of his god. His god was dead. His order was dissolved, the paladins dead or mad. Only a few of them, like him and Galen, remained. He worked now for a temple that dealt in practicalities more than divinity, and he was on an assignment for them now, seeking the source of the strange clay men that had terrorized the city of Archon's glory. And if he did not turn aside and help a nun, his maternal relatives for 9 generations would rise from their graves and come to his dreams to box his ears, with his mother at the forefront. And Bishop Beartongue would be waiting to smack me senseless once their shades were done. "Domina Clara," he said, bowing as he knelt so that his forehead nearly touched the ground. "I am your servant." Clara looked at him with mild dismay. "Sister is fine," she said. "You don't need to bow. I'm really only a lay sister." "I have found that with nuns it is best to show respect." He straightened and gave her a smile that was open and charming, and which Clara was certain was not half so open as it appeared to be. He is not lying, she thought, but there is a great deal going on behind his eyes. She weighed the ease of company in her travel across oral territory against whatever might lie behind the mercenary's eyes, and came again to the same conclusion. It was almost always better to travel in a group than alone. If things go south, I can leave them in enough disarray to get away. If I travel by night and avoid hunters, she grimaced. For a few hours, for a day perhaps, but traveling that way for days on end held its own dangers. It would be so easy to get lost. My sense of urgency never lasts. No, it was better to travel with the mercenaries as far as she could. This group was clean and professional looking, armor in good repair, tents neatly assembled. They had attempted to talk their way out of the encounter with Bastian, and their leader seemed to respect women of the cloth. That respect would hopefully take her at least across oral territory, and if St. Ursa looked kindly upon her, perhaps a little farther. "St. Ursa, I do not know if I am doing your will. You are not one to make your wishes obvious to anyone, so I am doing my best, and if you need me to go in any particular direction, please make the arrangements as you see fit." It wasn't much of a prayer, but St. Ursa arguably wasn't much of a saint. A few dozen God-touched sisters, and a passing mention when the locals were thanking every divinity that could conceivably be thanked. The nuns had gotten used to doing what they could and hoping things worked out for the best. "Allow me to introduce the rest of my men," said Istvhan. He rose to his feet and held out a hand to help her up. She took it, amused by the courtesy, and then grudgingly impressed. She was not small, and he took her weight with no sign of strain, barely shifting his feet at all. "Galen, you've met," said Istvhan, opening the tent flap and pointing. "My second in command." He nodded to the red-haired man waiting outside. She inclined her head to him, and Galen bowed dramatically over her hand. "Domina Clara." "Oh, no," she said, laughing. "Just Clara. Sister Clara, if you must. I'm not listening to Domina from all of you. I'm only a lay sister. I've never aspired to take vows. My parents offered me to St. Ursa when I was young." Galen's handsome face narrowed as he scowled. "Do you wish to leave, then?" "It's been burned down," said Clara. "So that's moot, I'm afraid." Galen blanched. She took pity on him. She had wedged everything down into the dark place under her breastbone, and his question had no power to hurt her. "That's why I'm going east. The raiders who kidnapped my sisters took them that direction. I need to find them again." "And our fearless leader has graciously offered our services." Galen raised an eyebrow at Istvhan. "I grant you that I am a flawed man, Galen. But the day that I do not turn aside to help rescue a group of nuns—" "If you say so, boss." "I do say so. Emphatically." "Our business," Galen trailed off eloquently, "will keep." Clara would have had to be very dense not to guess that there was a great deal of information being conveyed, but let it go. "This is Brindle, our mule driver," said Istvhan, clearly changing the subject. "A job knoll." The knoll by the wagon nodded to her. Clara had met the badger-like creatures on her trading jaunts up and down the canal. As a member of the job knoll caste, Brindle would be referred to as he. He had a broad white stripe down his face, and brindled fur elsewhere, though his fur was going salt and pepper gray over his eyebrows and along his muzzle. "It's a pleasure to meet you," said Clara. "Do you know the Knoll clan along Slicewater Canal?" Brindle's ears flicked in a smile. "A Knoll knows some, yeah. A Knoll has 4 cousins there." Clara nodded. "I knew, Shedding and Cobbleclaw, also mule drivers." "Mules," said Brindle, with good-natured disdain. "A Knoll prefers an ox." He glanced at the trio of picketed mules. "But Temple says take mules, not an ox." He shrugged. "Temple?" "Rat god Temple."
"Rat. Oh!" Clara turned to Istvhan. "You're from the Temple of the White Rat."
Istvhan shrugged. "We were hired there," he said. "They arrange things. They arranged Brant's barrels. We're supposed to come back with herbs for their healers or something." Clara was glad to hear it. The Temple of the White Rat was that rarest of religious orders, one that simply found problems and solved them, and tried to make life better for everyone involved. If they had hired Istvhan's men, then it was very unlikely that he was a murderous thug inclined to, for example, attempt to slit a nun's throat in the night. Still. "Barrels?" Istvhan led her around the back of the wagon and tossed back the tarp. "Brant, this is Clara. Clara, Master Distiller Brant."
"You're escorting empty barrels," said Clara, staring at the contents of the wagon.
"These barrels," said the small, balding man sitting on the back of the wagon, "are Emperor Oak." He looked at her as he said it, clearly expecting her to recognize the name. Clara had been well trained by nuns to admit ignorance when she had it.
"I'm afraid I don't know what that is," she said.
"Emperor Oak, the greatest of trees, the greatest of all wood." Brant waved his arms. "To age a whiskey in Emperor Oak is to confer grace upon it. These barrels are worth more than a palace."
"I see."
"Brant's family keeps an Emperor Oak grove," said Galen, taking pity on her. "The Emperor Oak Grove." Brant's chest puffed up. "The only stand of the great trees in all the world."
"As rare as that?"
asked Clara. The little man deflated, his face almost a parody of sorrow, and yet Clara could see that it was genuine and deeply felt. "As rare as that," he said. "They were cut recklessly, and they grow only where they will, not where we wish them to. My family is the steward of the last grove. They are healthy now, but it is not enough. A single fire could wipe them all out. In summer, during lightning season, we do not sleep." He turned abruptly and darted away, pulling something from his belt. As Clara watched, bemused, he jabbed his walking stick into the dirt, loosening it, then dropped a small object into the hole.
"Acorns," said Clara. "He's planting acorns?"
"Aye," said Galen. Brant moved 10 feet away and dug another hole. "Everywhere we stop. He says that if even 1 in 100 survive, it is another oak in the world." Clara found that she was touched.
"Now there is faith," she murmured.
She did not expect a mercenary to understand, but Galen nodded to her. "A faith that relies on neither gods nor priests," he said inside. Would that all faiths were so kind. Many of them are, she felt compelled to say, in defense of St. Ursa, who started no wars and asked for no sacrifice, and whose blessing upon her chosen was the purest kindness. And many of them are not, said Galen. His voice clipped. Many would take all that a man is and leave him a husk. Clara was still trying to think of a response when he turned and walked away. Don't mind him, said Istvhan. We're about to break camp anyway, now that this, unpleasantness is behind us. You may ride on the wagon if you wish, or walk with us. I can walk? He nodded and turned away, clapping his hands together and shouting the orders to the men to break camp. Chapter 3. They made rather more distance than Clara would have expected, given that they were traveling on foot with a wagon. The mules were clearly chosen for stamina rather than speed. She was impressed with the efficiency with which the mercenaries packed. 8 troops, not including Galen and Istvhan, each loading up their personal gear and a tent, and sliding it into one of the empty barrels lined with oilcloth. That explained the faint odor of whiskey she detected on Istvhan's tent. 2 of the troops were women. Clara confessed a certain relief about that. There was nothing about Istvhan that made her think that a woman would be in peril from men under his command, but one could never be too careful. St. Ursa, it seems that you have guided me to a man who can help me, at least for travel through the mountains. Thank you. All that said, it was still a long walk. As a matter of pride, she kept up, but her hip joints and her feet were less than pleased. Most of her travel selling goods for the convent was on foot or by barge, and she was no stranger to it, but she was also used to setting her own pace. Arguably, she was also at the tail end of recovery from a fever so brutal that her captors had left her for dead, but Clara had gotten extremely tired of being sick and had decided a week ago that she was done with it. Her body did not necessarily agree, but Clara would be damned if she let it win. I suppose the marches will get longer, trying to catch up to the raiders. Ah, well. She put one foot in front of the other and concentrated on her breathing, telling herself that she did not feel light-headed, and anyway, she was a great deal better off than her sisters. She waited for Istvhan to call a halt, but he kept going until Galen said, Boss, getting too dark to see out here. I know. He ran his hand through his hair. I know. I was hoping to be past this particular thanedom, given everything, but I suppose it's not going to happen tonight. A mule is going to trip, said Brindle accusingly. We should be safe enough, said Clara. Bastion's attempt was considered, in poor taste. They're not going to take revenge. Istvhan shook his head. You say that, he said, and I believe you. But if manners are the only thing stopping them, well, I've seen plenty of men be very rude when it suited them. Rude and stabby. He stood for a moment, clearly thinking, then turned to Clara. Do you know how far the next thanedom is? Clara studied the horizon, trying to orient herself. Dark blue was creeping down the sky, and black tree trunks rose to meet it. 5 miles, she said, give or take. Too much for a mule in the dark, said Brindle, who apparently did not feel that respect for the chain of command applied to him. Right, said Istvhan. No tents tonight, no fire either. As far as we're concerned, this is enemy territory. Clara heard a sigh sweep through the mercenary ranks, but no one argued. The field on one side was flat enough that they could simply pull the wagon to the side of the road. Brindle slid off the wagon seat and began unhitching the mules. Don't get too comfortable, people, Istvhan called. We'll be up at dawn and over the border. Then we can set up camp for a day or two while we talk to the next set of thanes. Boss, said Galen, and then, "Come on, you lot, you heard the man. Roll out your blankets. Whey bread and jerky tonight, and we'll have something more substantial tomorrow." Clara leaned against the wagon. She had neither food nor bedroll, and wondered if Istvhan had considered that, or if he simply expected her to fend for herself. She need not have worried. The mercenary captain vanished around back of the wagon and then returned, carrying 2 waxed packages. He handed her one and opened the other himself. The whey bread was much the same as every travel bread ever baked, tough, faintly sour, and impervious to mold. The jerky was actually a pressed bar of meat with some kind of dried berries, and a great deal better than Clara was expecting. "I know, right?" said Istvhan. "It's not half bad. I've had dried meat that was just on the edge of rancid, and you had to wipe the mold off. But this stuff holds up remarkably well." He bit off half the bar and chewed, then swallowed. "Mind you, I won't cry if we can convince the next set of thanes to trade us some eggs." Brindle walked past them, leading the 2 mules and talking softly to them in Knoll speech. Clara heard the wagon creak as the Knoll climbed inside, and then rustling as he rummaged for something. "Horses too much trouble?" she asked. Istvhan nodded. "We're limited by the speed of the wagon anyway. Unless we wanted to use a dozen mules and change them out in teams, they won't go much faster than we'll walk. And this way we're only carrying a little extra grain for the mules, not a great load of food for a half-dozen horses." He shrugged. "It's slower than I'd like, but no one's in a great hurry." Clara was in a hurry, but not so much of one that she would seek a mount. Horses generally did not like her, and she returned the favor. "Lots of guards for some barrels," she said, testing the waters. "And now is the point where a lesser man would tense up and then hurry to cover it up?" "Tell me about it," said Istvhan easily. "I told them we didn't need more than Galen and me, and maybe a third. This many people makes us look like a much richer target than we are." He shook his head. "But Brant's family has money, and they wanted half a regiment to guard their precious barrels. So here we are." He trailed off. Clara looked over at him. The light had faded and the first stars were coming out. She could not make out his expression. It all rang true, and Clara had no reason to doubt anything he was saying. And yet... She didn't press the issue. "Where are you going after you're out of the mountains?" "The barrels are going to Moorstone." Moorstone. It was the largest city for a long way in any direction, an ancient trading hub along the seacoast. You could buy anything in Moorstone, if you paid the right price. Clara had never been there, but she had heard all the stories: slave pits, charnel houses, pirate fleets. "I've heard that's a very dangerous place." "It is." His voice held nothing beyond the bare fact. "Well, I do not know where my sisters have been taken, but perhaps you'll be rid of me before then." Istvhan pushed away from the wagon. "There's a spare set of blankets," he said. "We'll be sleeping cold tonight, but if you want to sleep in the wagon, we can probably convince Brant to share." "No need," said Clara. "I've slept on the ground many times. I thank you for your hospitality." "It is the least we can do." It was Galen who found her blankets and a spare mess kit: tin cup, fork, metal plate. "I'm grateful," said Clara, accepting them. "But I don't want to put any of your people out." Galen shook his head. "You aren't," he said. "A long trip. Somebody always loses part of their kit, or one of the blankets gets soaked and mildews, or someone falls in a river. It's just easier to keep a few spare sets so that no one spends half the trip having to share gear." She had a long drink of water. The wagon held a water barrel as well, although not made of imperial oak, and wandered off to relieve herself. When she returned, Istvhan gestured to the space under the wagon.
"A place of honor," she said, amused. The spot under the wagon would keep frost off and hold heat better than the open air.
"As befits your station, Domina," he said,
and though she couldn't see his face, she could definitely hear the smile. Clara rolled herself into the blankets. The ground was cold, but no harder than the floor of Bastian's house had been. She closed her eyes, extracted a rock from under her head, and was asleep before the rest of the camp had settled. It was a cold morning. Frost coated the grass. Istvhan allowed a fire just long enough to heat water. They shared out tea so strong that it was bitter on the tongue, but it shocked everyone awake.
"A mule behaves," muttered Brindle to his charges. "A mule does what a mule is told, and a mule gets warm mash later."
He rolled one dark eye at Captain Istvhan, as if daring the man to make a liar of him.
"As soon as we're across the border," agreed Istvhan. "Then we'll make a decent camp and see what the Thanes have to say."
The Thanes, as it turned out, were pleased to see them. They charged outrageously for passage through their territory.
"I want to buy passage, not the entire town."
And haggling it down was enjoyable for everyone. "You could have gotten it for less," murmured Clara.
"Yes, but this way they think they've gotten one over on me, and it puts them in a good mood."
Istvhan counted out coin and handed it to the Thane's representative. The tall blond man eyed the rest of the pouch and invited them all to the market the next day. Somewhat to Clara's surprise, Istvhan accepted.
"Is it safe, boss?"
asked Galen, as the representative rode away. "Markets are under truce," said Clara. "No one will challenge you to a duel. Otherwise, people would get too fidgety, and it would cut into profits for everyone."
"Good to know," said Istvhan. "And I'd like to ask around about a few things."
He gave Clara a weighing look.
"Would you be able to ask questions among the women for me? It's not a culture that looks kindly on strange men talking too closely with women."
"Certainly. What do you want to know?"
He and Galen exchanged a look.
Galen murmured, "Is this wise, boss?" in the language that Clara was still pretending not to know.
"Unexplained deaths," said Istvhan, ignoring him. "We were hearing some very unsettling rumors as we came north. I'd like to follow up on them."
"Now that is interesting." "It's a hard country," said Clara. "People die all the time."
"The rumors were about decapitations, specifically, which isn't normal no matter how hard the country is."
Clara whistled. "Hadn't heard anything like that with Bastian's people."
"And if we are lucky, we won't hear anything here. I'd rather not have severed heads turning up in the soup." Istvhan folded his arms. "Nevertheless, the people we talked to were very concerned."
"I would be too, if people were turning up without heads."
Istvhan and Galen shared another brief glance. Clara wondered what they weren't telling her. Had she fallen in with a band of roving killers who were chopping off people's heads at random? It seemed unlikely, but you never knew. And it would be depressing. She rather liked Istvhan and Galen, and would hate to have to kill them in self-defense.
"Saint Ursa, if you have sent me to be an instrument of your vengeance, I wish that you would have waited until after I'd found my sisters."
Fortunately, no one offered to cut her head off in the next few hours. They reached the agreed-upon camping spot, and Istvhan signaled a halt. "We'll be here for 2 days," he said. "If you've got any gear that needs mending, now's a good time to work on it."
Brant climbed out of the wagon and began planting acorns.
Brindle unhitched the mules and tethered them in a line.
Clara turned back to Istvhan. He had a slight frown on his face, dark eyebrows pulled together.
"I am sorry for the delay, Domina. I know that you are eager to reunite with your sisters."
Clara snorted. "It's been nearly a month, half of which I spent at death's door. You need not apologize. I have already accepted that there is no hope of catching up to them before they reach their destination. I only wish to learn what that destination is.
And then?
And then I will find a way to get them back, said Clara. She cracked her knuckles. Istvhan's eyes widened just slightly. Then he laughed.
I pity the men who stand against you. He shook his head. More immediately, I should ask if you mind sharing the command tent. I give you my word I will treat your honor as my own, but I will not be offended if your people do not let unwed men and women share sleeping quarters.
Bah, said Clara. I'm not so rude as to kick you out in the cold when you're being so gracious as to escort me across the mountains.
It wouldn't be the cold, said Istvhan. I'd make someone else share. They'd whine, but they'd live.
Still seems unkind, and I suppose then I'd have to put the blasted thing up myself as well.
Istvhan laughed. Actually, 2 of the men are positive demons at tent building. They put all of them up, and in return they don't stand watches. They'll have the command tent up in 10 minutes, while I'd still be laying out poles and trying to figure out which set goes where.
While Clara suspected that he was playing droll for her benefit, she had to admit that his men really had an uncanny knack for it. She went off to relieve herself just out of sight, and when she returned half the tents were erected, and the pair was hard at work on the remainder. Istvhan held back the command tent flap and gestured.
Your palace, Domina.
So kind. He had already laid out his bedroll, which was a subtle bit of kindness. It let her place hers as far away as she liked, without making it awkward. She chose a spot halfway around the tent, where nothing lay between her and the door. And I wonder if he did that deliberately or if it was just a happy accident.
Hard to say.
It wasn't the sort of thing that most men ever had to think about. But there was more going on behind Istvhan's eyes than he let on. She'd bet money on it. At the moment, what was going on behind his eyes appeared to be sleep. He was stretched out, using his bedroll as a bolster, eyes closed as if he was about to take an afternoon nap. Clara was reminded of the lynxes that prowled the forests near the convent. Big, heavy-bodied cats, with enormous paws and the same sense of lazy alertness. She'd seen pumas in the woods, which were undoubtedly larger, but they always seemed lanky to her, as if they had a hard time getting weight on. The biggest lynxes were almost spherical, with bunchy hindquarters and thick coats of fur. This is probably not the time to be speculating on how bunchy the gentleman's hindquarters are. She swallowed a laugh. Nevertheless, the image stayed with her. There was a great deal of raw animal vitality to Istvhan, even when he was resting. The tent was warming quickly from the brazier. The bright colors of the walls made it feel like summer. Perhaps that's what he reminds me of, a cat in a sunbeam. "May I trouble you for some tea?" asked Clara. "I'll make it if you tell me where it is."
Istvhan opened his eyes a slit. "Metal tin on your left."
She was already reaching for it when she registered that he'd spoken in Harshek. She gave him a cross look, and he smiled lazily. "Well, blast," she said, "and here I was hoping to keep that to myself, in case you gave orders to murder me."
He chuckled, eyes closing again. "Clever, Domina. Do you speak any others?"
"Several, depending on how you count the various trade tongues along the Slice Water. They've all got the same basic structure, but they take words from all over, so one end sounds different than the other. My monastery spoke Dryman, but we illuminate in Harshek."
"Ah, that's how you learned it."
"You?"
"A few. Harshek's my native tongue."
Clara let the tea leaves finish steeping and poured the tea out. She passed him a cup. He took it, rubbing his eyes with his free hand.
"Dirt was a harder bed than I like at my age," he said, "particularly after a very awkward duel in the morning."
"I'm sorry. That couldn't have been pleasant."
"I don't mind killing," he said. I don't enjoy it, but it's a thing I'm good at, so I do it as needed. But desperate young men—"
"It wasn't your fault."
"No, it wasn't." Istvhan gave her a wry look. "I'm not wallowing in guilt, Domina, if that's what you fear. I was doing my best to disarm him, and he practically threw himself on my sword. Truly, there was nothing I could have done. Some people are going to be killed by the world, and it appears this time I was chosen to hold the blade. It's just such a damn waste, that's all."
Clara lifted her cup in silent acknowledgment.
She didn't quite know where to look, so she found herself looking down at her hands, and then at his hands on the teacup. His were thick and powerful, the backs covered in dozens of short scars, the defensive wounds of any warrior. There was a particularly nasty puckered scar on the left one, right at the web between thumb and forefinger, as if he had been stabbed in the hand. "It was a possessed peacock," he said. She looked up, startled.
"Beg pardon?"
"The scar you're staring at."
"I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stare."
And then, because she couldn't possibly let it go,
"A possessed peacock."
Istvhan grinned. His teeth were very white. "Not truly possessed. A wonder worker whose peculiar talent was controlling poultry. We were hired to deal with him. He'd been using flocks of geese to terrorize a nearby town and demand protection money. He could only do domestic fowl, thank the gods, where he'd probably have sent swans and eagles after us."
Clara thought there was an almost infinitesimal pause before "hired," but it had been so slight that she might have imagined it. "So he attacked you with a peacock?"
"Drove its beak right into my hand. I was lucky. One of my compatriots took 3 geese to the head, and we had to carry him out on a stretcher." She lifted her teacup and frowned at him over it.
"I'm not sure how much of that story to believe."
"It is the God's own truth, Domina. I have been slightly nervous around certain shades of blue ever since."
Istvhan drained his cup.
"I'm for a nap," he said. "If you wish to wander, any of my men will accompany you if you ask."
"Is that an order?" she asked, raising an eyebrow.
"Not at all. You know as well as I do what the risks are here. You've lived through them."
He rearranged the bolster and slouched back against it, closing his eyes.
"It is as much for the benefit of my nerves as your safety, Domina."
"We must save your nerves at all cost," said Clara. "Never fear, Captain Istvhan. I could use a nap myself."
She stretched out on her bedroll, and if he said something clever in response, she fell asleep too quickly to hear it. Chapter 4. Istvhan dozed, but only lightly. It was the kind of nap that wasn't quite sleep, and he could have been on his feet with a sword in his hand in a matter of seconds. As no one came through the door waving weapons and shouting that he had murdered their second cousin twice removed, he got perhaps an hour of rest. Occasionally, he would glance over and see Clara sleeping on her bedroll. She had curled on her side and reminded him of a hibernating bear, a large, powerful beast, currently at rest, and yet he had a suspicion she could be dangerous if roused. He still didn't know how he felt about her. They were, at the moment, going the same direction, and she had not slowed his mission at all, and certainly his mission was not so time-sensitive that he could not turn aside for a convent of kidnapped nuns. And yet, there was something reserved about her. He had no doubt that her story was true, but she was telling him only so much as he needed to know, which was, "Oh, not suspicious, not at all. You didn't fall into the lap of what appeared to be a mercenary captain and immediately blurt out your life story." It was just that when he looked at her, watching and weighing, she looked back, and he was quite certain that she was watching and weighing him the same way. Istvhan was pleasant and generally good-humored, and because he was very large, he knew that people thought he must be stupid. They did not expect him to look any farther than his next meal, or his next job, or his next woman. He wondered if they thought the same of Clara, that because she was very large, she must be slow and not terribly bright. And I wonder if that is as dangerous a mistake to make about you as it is about me. She had spoken so blithely about escaping her captors and traveling by night. His first thought had been that such things were a great deal more difficult than civilians thought. His second thought, however, was that Sister Clara did not strike him as a fool. She sat up. He hadn't known that she was awake, and that, too, was interesting. She had a complicated expression, although it didn't seem to be directed at him. "Are you married?" asked Clara abruptly. Istvhan's first thought was that she was somehow propositioning him. His second was that she was a nun, and that was just not a thing that happened. His third thought, somewhat belatedly, was that he wouldn't actually mind if she did. She was interesting. Interesting, my ass. She's built to the same scale you are, and that's rare enough to be fascinating. And she was cool as ice, sitting on your doorstep with a sword and a lot of angry men behind her. She also had great thighs. Istvhan had always quite admired women's thighs, and her breasts were built to the same scale as the rest of her, which meant that there was enough of them to fill even Istvhan's enormous hands. She's also a nun. Bishops, yes. Priests, sometimes. Nuns, never. There are rules. He took refuge in amusement. No woman's been fool enough for that, I'm afraid. Clara did not meet his eyes. She was... Saint's blood, was she blushing? "Ah, I see. Do you have, perhaps—" "Oh, Ursa's tits." She folded her arms and faced him directly. "I've got no luggage and I own nothing. Have you got any clean rags?" Istvhan burst out laughing. "Oh, is that all? I may not be married, Domina, but I have many, many sisters. I'll ask Marley and Thorn. One of them's bound to have something." "That would be a great kindness," said Clara. Istvhan's smile faded as he let the tent flap drop behind him. He tried to trace the source of the heaviness in his chest, and realized that it was indeed disappointment. Saint help him, he'd actually wanted to think that she was propositioning him, which meant that he was attracted to a nun. Bloody hell! It made no sense. He was not desperate in any sense. His last relationship had ended less than a month ago. Given that Bishop Beartongue, highest ranked of the priests of the Temple of the White Rat in Arkenhold, had nearly run him into the ground, he'd been looking forward to a few months of celibacy to recuperate. The bishop was a marvelous woman, but she had a great many aggressions to work out and limited free time to do it in. He had no regrets about the relationship, nor its end. Istvhan had been a port in a storm, and knew it. The bishop understood human hearts too well to play with his. "Much more of this, and either you will fall in love out of self-defense, or you will begin to think of this as a service to the temple, like bodyguard duty," she said. "And I have no desire to be an object of unrequited love or patient service. Better to call it a pleasant interlude for both of us." Istvhan had made a token protest, but she was right. Not that he was in any danger of falling in love these days, but all paladins ran on guilt and duty in equal measure. He had taken the assignment to the north with a sense of relief, and not just because he was having a hard time keeping up with her. Which was why it was so odd that he immediately had such thoughts about a woman he had only just met, particularly a nun. The lure of the unobtainable, which is all your foolishness and none of hers. Istvhan had never yet blamed a woman because he was attracted to her, and he certainly wasn't about to start now. Truth was, he'd been glad to go for more reasons than love or lack thereof. His people were nomads, and while they often stayed in one place for months at a time, sooner or later they did move on. He had stayed in Arkenhold longer than he had ever stayed in one place, and Wanderlust had been nagging at him. "So, of course, you go herring off to the frozen north, and a group of thanes who think outsiders make good sword practice. Excellent plan." He gazed up at the clear sky with its promise of cold and the serrated ranks of pine trees, and filled his lungs with the scent. Marley looked up from where she was scrubbing her mess kit down with a handful of sand. "Captain?" "Our new arrival has no supplies, and I fear that the phase of the moon has caught her out. Do you or Thorn, perhaps—" He made a vague hand gesture, hoping that she would read whatever she needed into it. Marley snorted. "Not a concern of mine," she said, "but Thorn will. Half a moment." She ambled off to a tent, and a minute later the other female member of the troop appeared from it, and went off in the direction of the command tent. Istvhan decided to leave them to it. He had enough sisters to know what was going on, and he'd also known enough women to know that they didn't all enjoy discussing bodily functions in the presence of strange men. Or her culture may have something against it. I don't know a damn thing about where she's from. Hopefully she's traveled enough not to hold it against me if I do something egregious on accident. Then again, she was enlisting his help to chase down her fellow nuns, so she was likely to put up with a great deal from him in return for that help. Which means that I must be doubly careful that she is not tolerating things because she feels she must. He rubbed his forehead. The larger part of power was understanding the power you had over others, even if you would rather not have had that much power in the first place. He had power over the people under his command as well, so he spent the next few hours on a slow circuit of the camp, checking in with each of his people, trying to identify anything that needed fixing before it became a problem. Most of the problems were very small and could be fixed easily. Reactions to the altitude, bits of kit gone missing and needing replaced. The majority could be fixed with a trip to the market, a trip to the medicine kit, or simply with more frequent stops. Brindle delivered a lengthy diatribe about mules, the problem of mules, the attitude of mules, the equipment sent out with the mules, and why oxen were superior to mules in every possible way. Istvhan had listened to this particular diatribe 4 times already since leaving Arkenhold, and was resigned to it by now. At the end, Brindle grudgingly confirmed that a gnoll had no outstanding issues that a human could fix, and Istvhan went away again, feeling as if he had survived a battle. Galen was last. "Doing well?" "Well enough." "Nightmares?" Galen shrugged. "Nothing bad. Nothing dangerous." He raked a hand through his dark red hair. "I hate to say it, brother, but I think that it's easier out here, not at the temple." Istvhan nodded. There were 7 surviving paladins of the Saint of Steel. They lived at the Temple of the White Rat in Archon's glory, serving as best they could. The temple had set aside a place for them, a place of calm and quiet, of order and structure. It had been a great kindness, and it had helped many of them heal. The only problem was that when you were in a place of healing, it was hard to forget that you were damaged. He said as much to Galen, who nodded. "We are all broken," the redhead said. "I don't think any of us are going to forget it. But here," he stretched his arms out, "I don't know if it's just that the temple is a reminder of what we've lost, or if it's just that I can't be as broken out here, so I'm not. Maybe I'll collapse the first time we get in a real fight. Maybe the battle tide will come on me and I won't get loose, and you'll have to take me out." Istvhan shrugged. "These things happen. But the upshot is that I'm having fewer nightmares here, whether because I don't feel safe having them, or I don't need to have them. The saint only knows," Galen grinned abruptly. "Either way, I'll take it. How's your new friend?" "The nun? Well enough. Not telling us everything." "We're not telling her everything either." "Yes, which is why I'm not holding it against her," Istvhan shrugged. "It's been, what, a day? We'll get there, or not. Later that night, when they finally turned in, he thought that it had been a very long day for everyone. Clara had clearly bathed and was combing her hair out. Her teeth were chattering. "Saint's blood," Istvhan said. "Did you wash in a stream? That's pure snowmelt, cold as a nun's a—" He heard the words coming out of his mouth too late to stop them, and so snapped his teeth shut and nearly choked. Clara bit her lower lip and made a tiny squeak, utterly incongruous from such a large woman, and began to laugh helplessly. "Well," she managed to say, "mine's certainly that cold now, yes?" Istvhan buried his face in his hands. "Domina," he said weakly, "I am so very sorry. I am a thoughtless boor not fit for polite company." She snickered. "You very kindly agreed to take me through the mountains. We'll call it even." "You're bound to be better company than the barrels, anyway," she chuckled. "And this is much more comfortable than sleeping in ditches." The last chuckle came out partly as a sigh. "You must think it odd that I am laughing so much when—" "Well," her gesture toward the tent flap encompassed the world outside, presumably including the raiders. "Not in the slightest." Istvhan leaned forward, wanting to touch her arm and offer comfort, but not sure that she'd appreciate it. "I am a warrior, Domina. Those of us who make jokes usually fare better after the battle than those of us who don't." He thought of Galen, who was never at a loss for a joke, and who sometimes screamed in the night until he was hoarse. "But he is alive to do it. Most of the Saint of Steel's chosen did not fare so well." "When we were in the wagon," said Clara, sounding entirely too calm, "when the raiders were driving us toward Aurel country, we sang, and we prayed, and Sister Sigrid told us terrible jokes, and I laughed harder than I have in years." "Sometimes it's the only way." He didn't like the calm in her voice. Calm like that was usually brittle, but there was nothing brittle about Clara, and he did not know her well enough to say anything more. He stretched himself out on his bedroll, turned on his side, carefully facing away from her side of the tent in case she had to disrobe. "The comb is standard in the kit, but presumably she has no extra clothing either. Damnation, I'm the only one who's got anything that will fit her, and I don't exactly carry a nun's robes as part of my travel gear." "I've got a spare cloak that will fit you," he said aloud. "It's cold in the mountains this time of year." "That would be a kindness. Thank you, Captain." "Did the Aurel not clothe you?" He heard the rustle of fabric and the sounds of movement. "Bastian's mother nursed me back to health when I was half dead of fever. That took weeks of time and food, and she had little else to spare." More sounds of movement. He gazed at the small travel lamp, watching the flame. "It was complicated, and though I wish Bastian had not died, I am glad that you came along before the issue of my captivity became too pressing. It would have become awkward." He snorted. "That's one way to put it. Settled, Domina?" "I am, thank you." Istvhan snuffed the light and let the darkness take them. Chapter 5. The mercenaries approached the market the next day with their hands on their weapons and their mouths watering. The smell of cooked meat and spices filled the air. Galen made a sound like a man in the throes of exquisite pain. Lacking money, clad in Istvhan's cloak, Clara ambled around the market until she discovered a knot of women sitting together behind one of the buildings. Several were smoking pipes, and most of them had drop spindles whirling in one hand while they talked. They looked up at her with interest, but no hostility. "May I join you?" she asked. "Sit, sit," said the oldest, a tiny woman with a wrinkle-lined face. "You are the one who Kila took in, yes?" Kila, Bastian's mother. "I am," said Clara, "though I was given as blood price to the mercenaries. She jerked her chin in the general direction of the men.
"Ah," said one of the others. "Their leader's a fine big one, isn't he?"
Two of the women cackled. Another gave Clara a worried look.
"They have not mistreated you, have they, youngest sister?"
"No, no," said Clara.
"Their leader has been very courteous, though he is worried."
Having dropped that bait, she sat back. The oldest woman raised an eyebrow and gave her an incisive look, but went along.
"And what worries him is?"
"Rumors," she said.
"The lands he traveled through before were plagued with a killer who cut off people's heads. He does not know if he has left the killer behind or not."
Looks were exchanged between the Aral women.
Several spoke to each other,
but their accents were thick and they spoke too quickly for Clara's limited skill to follow. The oldest woman sucked on her pipe stem and then blew a cloud of smoke into the air over her head. Finally, one of the women turned back to Clara.
"We know of what you speak, perhaps."
She was middle-aged, with gray hair and a silver-gray shawl with glints of metallic embroidery. She glanced to the oldest as if for approval. Clara kept her eyes and her voice low.
"I would be glad to have something to tell him. It would perhaps gain his favor."
The oldest studied her for a moment, then nodded to the woman in the silver shawl.
"My Thane holds the south," said the woman with the shawl. "A month ago my sister's cousin went missing. 2 days later hunters found his head, cut off, and a body, but—"
She leaned forward and tapped Clara's knee, her face intent.
"It was not his body."
Clara inhaled sharply.
"Whose was it?"
The woman shook her head.
"A woman, not a woman of the Errol, but her head was gone as well."
This was much stranger and much more alarming than Clara had expected. No wonder Istvhan had been asking questions. How terrible!
"Devil work,"
said the oldest, blowing another cloud of smoke.
"Any others?"
asked Clara. Murmured denials. The woman in the shawl spread her hands.
"The river is running high now," she said. "If there were more, they would float away. No one I know has been lost, but there are thanes we do not speak to."
More nods.
"I thank you, older sister," Clara said. "This is not good news, but he will be glad of it."
The Aral women nodded. They understood the importance of proving one's value to the men. Clara spent a few more minutes with them. She accepted a puff on a pipe from one woman and duly admired another's toothless grandchild. The conversation drifted to other things. Nothing else attracted her attention, mostly complaints about the weather and the harvest, a well that was inexplicably not filling with the recent rains, a child down with spots. It reminded Clara of being back in the convent, surrounded by the small sounds of practical things, the motions of drop spindles, the sound of women's voices. She was not prone to homesickness by nature. She had chosen the life of a trader for the convent because she could leave for weeks and not feel the weight of time passing. But suddenly the weight of what she had lost, what might be lost forever, rose up and took her by the throat.
"Not now. This is not the time."
She pinched the bridge of her nose to keep back tears. She had not cried behind the iron bars of the raiders' wagons. She had not cried in Bastion's house. She would not cry now. It was not safe, no matter how much the Aral women reminded her of home.
"Blessed Saint Ursa, give me your peace a little longer."
She pushed the tears down. The sisters of Saint Ursa learned to let strong emotions pass through them, to remain calm even when their hearts were roiling. The beast inside her must not wake. She waited for the burning behind her eyelids to fade. When she opened her eyes again, the oldest woman had taken her pipe from her mouth and was looking at her intently.
Though the blue of her eyes had faded, her stare was no less fierce. Clara was reminded of a wolf's eyes. "You say he does not mistreat you," said the Auril elder. "He does not," said Clara. It was much easier to think of Istvhan than the convent. From what she had seen so far, it was hard to imagine him mistreating anyone. Courtesy could, and often did, hide cruelty, but he was too comfortable with his power. Only the weak needed to lord it over others in that fashion. "And yet—" Clara wiped at her eyes, not bothering to hide it. "I think of what I have lost," she said. "You remind me, all of you." Which was true so far as it went. "Ah," heads nodded around the circle. Yes, this was also understood. Auril women left their families and went to their husbands, sometimes in separate thanedoms, and did not return. "We all lose much," said the oldest, tapping the ashes from her pipe. "But you are our forever youngest sister. Do not forget." "I won't," said Clara. They had nursed her back to health, even if she had ultimately been somewhere between a prisoner and a slave. By their reckoning, to be even the lowest rank of Auril was a gift compared to being thaneless. She rose to her feet. "I must return," she said. "Thank you all." The oldest woman went with her, somewhat to Clara's surprise. She ambled up to Istvhan and planted herself in his path, hands folded on her cane. Istvhan's eyebrows went up, but he bowed very deeply to her. "Honored elder," he said. She snorted, looking him up and down with her ancient blue eyes, and then spoke slowly and carefully. "Do you understand my words?" "Yes, ma'am." She looked him up and down again. "You are big, outsider." Istvhan's lips twitched, but he said very gravely, "Yes, ma'am." She lifted her cane and poked him in the midsection. "You have our forever youngest sister with you." Istvhan glanced at Clara. Clara pointed to herself and nodded vigorously. "Oh, yes, ma'am," he said. "You will treat her well." "Yes, ma'am." "You will not beat her." "No, certainly not." "You will not make her carry things that are too heavy." No, ma'am." Another poke with the cane. "You will let her sleep afterward." "Ma'am, Istvhan looked helplessly over at Clara. They were attracting quite a crowd. Apparently the prohibition against outsider men approaching women did not apply to tiny elderly ladies, scolding men 3 times their size. That is—" "You will," a determined poke with the cane. "Yes, ma'am," whispered Istvhan, looking for all his size like a very small boy, caught with his hand in the sweet jar. The muffled gasps of laughter behind her were definitely Galen. Clara wasn't sure whether to laugh with him or turn scarlet and sink into the ground with mortification. "Humph!" The old Auril woman's scowl lightened. She poked him one last time with her cane, then nodded to Clara. "You will tell us if you have anything to complain of, youngest sister." Clara bowed very deeply, not trusting herself to speak. Galen was losing his battle with hilarity behind her. Istvhan watched the old woman totter away on her cane. His expression resembled nothing so much as a pole-axed steer. "What just happened?" he asked. Clara coughed a few times until she had herself under control. I'll explain later." "Will you?" "Maybe."
Galen let out one loud, explosive laugh, and immediately tried to look as if it had been someone else. Istvhan's eyes narrowed. "Something funny, Galen?" "Yes, boss." The two of them glared at each other for a few seconds, and then Istvhan's face cracked in an enormous grin. "Surprised you lasted that long," he admitted. "Saint's blood, what a woman! I wonder if she's single," Galen snickered.
"Anything more we need here?" asked Clara. "I did learn something you might be interested in."
"Galen, is the food situation handled?"
Galen nodded. "They're overcharging us terribly for food that won't keep through winter. About what I expected."
"No surprise there. All right, round everyone up. I don't want to leave people to get in trouble, market truce or no market truce."
It took a bit longer to get back to their camp, even with the assistance of the extra mule. Galen, who was acting as quartermaster, had loaded up on potatoes. Brindle grumbled when he saw them.
"You don't like potatoes?"
"A knoll likes potatoes just fine. A mule doesn't like hauling so many of them."
"They're cheap and they last forever. Be grateful I didn't get us 50 squash to go along with them."
"A mule would tell a human where to put his squash."
Istvhan waved Galen over, leaving Brant and Brindle to rearrange the wagon. "Now then, Domina, can you explain what just happened, other than the bit where I'm being scolded like a depraved monster in the middle of the market?"
"Auril don't keep slaves," said Clara. "They adopt them. I am forever youngest sister to Bastian, meaning that I have the lowest rank of any women in his house. Of course, in a society where women can't hold property and can be sold, it's functionally identical to slavery, but the Auril would get extremely offended if you called it that." She rolled her eyes.
Istvhan gazed up at the sky as if seeking strength. Either he found it or he gave up, because he looked back down and put his hand over his heart. "Please tell me if I am making you carry any loads too heavy for you, Domina."
"Of course," said Clara sweetly, "as long as you let me sleep afterward."
Galen bit the side of his hand and made a noise like an injured goose. Istvhan thumped him, grinning. All right. Did you learn anything else?"
"Oh, yes. Your killer has been here a month ago. Left a severed head but no body, and a different body with no head."
The two men's amusement stopped instantly. They traded looks.
"That doesn't surprise you," said Clara, "which is interesting because most people would be very surprised by a headless body turning up alongside the wrong head."
She folded her arms and leaned back. Istvhan had a remarkably good poker face. Galen didn't. Green eyes flicked to Istvhan, then to Clara, then to the floor.
"Is there something you'd like to share with me?"
The trick was to use the same voice the abbess used, the nun voice, the one that assumed that you had done something wrong and you knew it, and everyone knew you knew it, and you just had to spit it out and get it over with. Istvhan was made of stern stuff. She'd give him that. His eyelid twitched, but nothing else. Galen, however, snapped like a twig.
Boss,
maybe we should tell her." He spoke Harshek, so apparently Istvhan hadn't mentioned the language issue. Istvhan sighed heavily. "If we're ever being tortured, I'm making you go last."
"Only if they use nuns, boss."
"Also, she understands every word you're saying."
Galen swore. Clara inclined her head and said, "I can read and write it, too."
Istvhan gave up. "We've heard about it," he said. "It's not just the chopping off heads. Something very weird is going on, obviously. Someone is leaving bodies behind, and sometimes heads. Sometimes they carry one from one place to another."
"Do you know who it is?"
Galen stared at the ground. Istvhan shook his head. "Not specifically, no. We think it may be more than one person, perhaps some kind of cult. Whoever they are, we seem to be behind them, and I suspect they could make a great deal of trouble for us. If we get blamed for their crimes, well, I would like to know everything I can about what I may be walking into."
He said it smoothly, evenly, plausibly. He met her eyes. His hands were relaxed and his gaze was direct. And Clara was quite certain that he was lying through his teeth.
"You seem well-traveled for a nun," said Istvhan the next day, as they walked ahead of the mules. The air was crisp and cool, and though they had set a brisk pace, the day was mostly downhill and easier going.
"I'm a lay sister, not an anchorite." Clara rolled her eyes at him. "Don't you have nuns where you're from?"
"We have lots of nuns," said Istvhan. "That's why I'm scared of you."
Clara laughed. She laughed often, and Istvhan was glad of it. "All right, fair enough. Well, my convent sells truffles, rare herbs, and embroidery, except that my embroidery is not terribly good, so my primary job was to travel up and down the Slice-Water Canal selling our goods."
Istvhan nodded. "Well, that explains it then."
"Explains what?"
"How you learned about the Aurals so quickly. How you knew a Knoll clan," he grinned. "How you took Brant and his acorns in stride."
"I think the acorns are quite touching. I hope his trees grow very strong."
Istvhan thought privately that it also might explain why Sister Clara had not aspired to take any more restrictive vows. Depending on her background, the life of a trader might not have been available to her, except through the convent. "Have you ever traveled this way before?" he asked. She shook her head, looking at the wind-swept landscape, cut with narrow, tree-filled pockets.
"A lonely place," she said. "The Aural clans are spread out and not particularly interested in truffles, and they do their own embroidery." She rubbed the back of her neck. "I was always telling Sister Narzil that we needed to expand further and sell our wares farther afield than just the canal, but I would have gone south, not east."
"Truffles are not so easy to find," said Galen, coming up alongside them. "And what do you know about it?" asked Istvhan, amused. Galen was a good man, but not above pretending to far more expertise than he actually possessed. "Ye of little faith, my grandmother was a healer, but there's no money in healing, so she sold herbs. A truffle was a rare thing when she could find one, and it kept her in firewood and lamp oil for a season." Istvhan held up his hands. I yield. Very well. You are a master of truffles."
"Nothing like it," Galen grinned at Sister Clara. And although Istvhan knew that smile meant absolutely nothing but friendship, Galen had definite tastes, and they did not run to women. He felt a twinge of concern. Definitely concern, not jealousy, because that would be foolish. I simply don't want the good sister to be led astray. She's a nun. People like Galen do not lead nuns astray. And what about people like you? He missed the next sentence or two, but was pulled out of his thoughts when Clara laughed again. "No, we keep no truffle pigs," she said. "Pigs are entirely too intelligent, and I do not trust them. The young ones are well enough, but they all seem to go a bit mad when they grow into their balls."
"A common enough affliction," said Istvhan blandly.
"Yes, it seems to be." She gave him a wry look. He gave it right back to her. "Other people can keep them, and I will eat ham and bacon with a glad heart, and trade truffles for them."
"So how do you find them, then?" asked Galen. "No hounds, no pigs? Even my grandmother had a truffle hound, though he was half-blind and snored like the end of the world."
"We have our ways," said Clara. "You cannot expect me to give up the secrets of my order so easily."
Galen clapped a hand to his chest. "A nun has found me untrustworthy."
"Lay sister."
"Either way, my life is blighted." He cast a tragic look at Istvhan. "Have you ever heard such a thing?" "A very wise nun, clearly."
"Lay sister."
"You keep saying that."
"It's true." Her lips twitched. I am not a nun, not in the sense that you mean.
You live in a convent and serve your goddess, do you not?
Saint, but yes.
Then I fear, sister, that by his standards you will forever be a nun.
Galen leaned over and patted her arm sympathetically.
It's all right. You learn to bear up under our fearless leader's assumptions.
I haven't taken any of the major vows, beyond serving the convent and— She waved her hand, presumably indicating whatever other vows came alongside that. I'm not sworn to poverty or penitence or celibacy. Granted, poverty has mostly found me, but that's more a matter of life than oaths. The word celibacy hit Istvhan square in the chest and settled somewhat lower.
And celibacy? Asked Galen, giving her an exaggerated eyebrow wiggle. Has it found you too?
She aimed a mock swat at him. I suspect, Sir Galen, that my celibacy or lack thereof is a matter of purely academic interest for you.
He ducked, laughing. Well, you're not wrong. Though if you know any handsome lay brothers of your order, I wouldn't say no to an introduction.
I fear we're an exclusively female order, but I'll keep an eye out.
Galen gave Istvhan a brief, smug look behind Clara's back. A "you can thank me later" look. Istvhan grunted.
Ignore him, said Galen. He's from around the southern border of Charlock. They can't grow a truffle to save their lives there. Desert country, isn't it?
Hills and desert, Istvhan said. Similar to the Auril in some ways, although we are much more flexible about our women and our honor.
I thought you came from the south, not the west.
I did. I left my homeland years ago when I was 20. My sisters mostly stayed. They run things now. I go back every few years so that my nieces don't forget my face.
His people are all bandits, said Galen. Don't let him convince you otherwise.
And yours are all madmen who paint themselves blue and fight naked.
Galen looked affronted. My grandmother would never. He paused, sliding Clara a sly look. Now, my great-grandmother? I am certain she struck terror in the hearts of all who beheld her, said Clara.
Most definitely. My grandfather didn't stop running until he'd reached the southern coast, and he took my grandmother with him.
Clara laughed. She was not classically beautiful by any stretch, but she had a marvelous laugh, and an air of vitality that painted pictures in his head about what that laugh would sound like in his ear.
Stop. A nun is a nun is a nun is still a nun. A nun not sworn to celibacy is probably someone's fetish.
Istvhan wasn't sure if it was one of his, but part of him seemed very interested in finding out, which made no sense at all. He'd taken this trip north because he needed time to recuperate from the bishop. He'd been worn to a shadow. Human flesh could only take so much. Galen said something he didn't quite catch that made Clara laugh so hard she had to stop and put her hands on her knees. Istvhan thought dark thoughts and looked away, over the hills, wondering what was wrong with him. Chapter 6. Days passed, and absolutely nothing bad happened. Clara did not want to be frustrated by this. It was a good thing. You didn't hope for fights, because fights too often led to someone's death. It was just, well, even an awkward standoff, even a difficult bit of negotiation, something to prove that I'm useful and don't need to be dropped off at the first safe convent along the way. But they drove through the territory held by the Auril Thanes, and everyone was polite and no one attacked. Even the weather was fine. The sky was cloudy every day, but that only served to hold the last of the autumn warmth. The mornings were crisp and bright, and there was no scent of snow on the wind. Clara tried not to take it personally. Why is it so important to me to prove myself to Istvhan and his men? It's not as if I'd stay at a convent anyway. If they decide to leave me, I'll just go back to my first plan.
And yet, it was important to her for reasons Clara couldn't quite clarify to herself. She was used to traveling alone. Most of the time she preferred it. She had taken over the job of selling the convent's wares along the canal precisely because she favored it over life in the convent. She could spend days alone with her thoughts, and then be around people without having to be deeply involved in their lives. Her encounters were necessarily shallow ones, good-natured, friendly without making close friends. She never stayed anywhere long enough to overstay her welcome, never long enough to become anyone's confidant or anyone's lover for more than a night or two. At most, she might spend a week on a barge, navigating through the long, lonely stretch 2/3 down the canal. There were 1 or 2 barge families that she was always glad to see, and they were glad to see her, and they would travel together for that week, and then part ways for another 2 or 3 seasons without a pang. Days with Istvhan and Galen and Brindle and the others were different. She tried all of her usual methods for being a pleasant travel companion. She laughed at jokes and shared gossip. She did her share of digging latrines and assisting with mules. The mules didn't care for her, but the mules didn't care for anyone, so no one remarked on it. She cooked when it was her turn, and she kept up the pace even when exhausted. She helped Galen haggle and got the prices down to something that was merely egregious rather than obscene. And yet some part of her brain kept whispering that these seasoned warriors must hold her in, at best, good-natured contempt. That all their kindness was because she was a nun in distress, not because she was worthy in her own right. Stranger yet, she cared. It is easier to travel together in hard country, that's all. That must be all, and I was lonely because I felt so alone and helpless without my sisters, even in Bastian's house. It is only hope and camaraderie that makes me feel less lonely with these people. That's the only reason I am reluctant to part ways, and why I keep hoping something will happen to prove that I am useful. But nothing did. The most interesting thing to happen for nearly a week was a mouse getting into the sacks of grain kept for the mules. Brant was extremely upset by this, fearing that his barrels would be violated in some fashion, whether by gnawing or little puddles of mouse pee. Clara wasn't quite clear. Istvhan listened diplomatically for nearly a quarter of an hour, delaying their start before he finally said, "Master Brant, I do not know what I can do about this. I do not have a cat or a terrier stashed in my tent. I could put their little heads on pikes as a warning to others, but this is beyond me. Tell me what you need." Brant wanted every piece of food and gear checked immediately for mice. This would have taken hours, and Istvhan had a set look on his face when Brindle leaned in and said, "Don't smell mouse anywhere else." "You can smell them?" asked Brant, startled. "A human can't?" Istvhan and Brant both shook their heads. "God stripes, humans can't smell. Smells strong. Smells mousy." Confronted with their apparent ignorance, he grabbed handfuls of whiskers in apparent despair. "A knoll sniffs the food. Lets a human know if mouse smells, eh?" "Will that work for you?" asked Istvhan. Brant nodded. "I should like to at least inspect the barrels," he said. "As you wish, Master Distiller." Clara, seeing an opportunity to be useful, stepped in. "Tell me what you need lifted," she said. Istvhan cast her a grateful look and fled the scene. There was no damage. Her tea went cold while she was helping Brant restack the barrels, and he saw her grimace when she picked up the mug. "Here," the little man said. "My fault. Let me fix it." He laid a finger on the side of the mug, and a moment later warmth began to seep through the metal and into Clara's fingers. "What did you do?" she asked, astonished, as steam rose from the tea. "Nothing much." Brant glanced around as if embarrassed. "It's a fairly useless talent. I can heat up liquids. Small amounts, anyway. It would take me an hour to boil a tea kettle." He seemed anxious about how she'd react. The world was full of minor wonder workers, most of them with very minor talents, but Clara knew that they still made people nervous sometimes. She smiled at him. "As the one with cold tea, it seems pretty useful to me." Brant sighed. "Better I should be able to sprout acorns." "Few of us have such blessed talents. Thank you." "My pleasure, sister." She walked away, sipping her newly warmed tea. Did Istvhan know about the man's talent? Did the others? Perhaps he kept it quiet. She could understand that very well. People often became very panicky about things they didn't understand. She went out of her way to talk to Brant a few more times that day, just so that he didn't think she was troubled by his gift. In truth, she was far more unsettled by something far more mundane. The locals kept watching the wagon. It wasn't anything as overt as being followed. It was just that they would come around a hill, and someone would be at the top of the hill looking over. They would pass between rocks, and someone would be on the far side watching them pass. Never anything you could put your finger on. Never anything warlike or dangerous. Just watching. "I'd watch us too," said Galen. "We're armed and warlike and in their territory." "Yes," said Clara. She eyed the top of a ridge, where someone had stopped to observe them, a hunter, by the bow and quiver of arrows on his back. "I know. It's all quite plausible. I just don't like it." She half expected Istvhan to be dismissive of her concerns, but he said from the other side, "I don't like it either, and I don't have any more to go on." But day followed day, and nothing continued to happen. They would camp for a day or two in the territory of each thane, and buy overpriced food and ask questions. Istvhan's question received the same answer for 1 or 2 markets. Rumors of a headless body in the south, and then fell away and no one had heard anything. Clara's answers were always the same. The barred wagons full of nuns had passed through nearly a month before. They had paid their tolls. The Jarl had an arrangement enough like slavery that they admitted to seeing the wagons, and enough different that women's eyes slid away from hers when she asked. Clara suspected that they knew that the other nuns would be no one's forever younger sister. Pushing her anger down was a matter of habit. She did not weep again. She recited catechisms inside her head, and smiled and made jokes in her clumsy Jarl, and the beast inside her snarled and she told it, "No, not yet." Fire was in the walls and the convent was burning. Clara moved too slowly through the building, every step dragging. Priceless tapestries caught fire, and she watched the threads burning, one by one, lines of black and orange crawling over the images. She could not reach them in time. "The altar cloth," she thought. "I must save the altar cloth." She was in the chapel. The air still felt like glue. The roof burned. The walls burned. Was the roaring in her ears fire, or the voice of the beast? She could not tell. "I must save the altar cloth." "Domina, you are dreaming." She reached for the fabric with her hands, despite the flames. She had to save it. She had to save something. "Hush, Domina, I'm here. You are dreaming." Her hands were on fire. She held the burning cloth, and the flames swept down her arms. Soon it would be in her hair, and then everything would burn. "Domina Clara, Wake up." Clara woke. She did not have a moment of disorientation as one might expect. She jerked immediately into awareness. Istvhan sat cross-legged beside her, not touching, his hands resting on his knees.
"I am here," she said. "Yes?"
"You are here." He was a dim figure in the tent, lit only by the orange glow of the banked fire, but she recognized his voice and the scent of clove and ginger. "You were having a dream."
"Yes." She sat up. "Yes, of course."
She took a deep breath.
"I am fine. Nothing happened. I am awake. It was not real."
It still felt real. She reached for calm.
"I will not scream. I will not weep. I will not huddle in the corner of this man's tent and shake. The peace of St. Ursa is on me. I am calm."
"Can you be touched when you dream?" She frowned at him, puzzled by the question.
"I don't turn to mist, if that's what you mean."
He shook his head. "Some people can't. They lash out, or it makes the dream worse. Should you find Galen having a nightmare, speak to him, but do not touch him. He will attack you, and the fact that he will be ashamed when he wakes up will not heal your wounds."
"Ah," said Clara, grateful for the distraction. "That's why he sleeps alone, not because of rank."
"Rank makes a convenient excuse." He drew his knees up and draped his arms over them, wrists dangling. Clara shook her head to clear it. The dream still clung to her like the scent of smoke, as if it would cover her again if she laid back down. Unlike Galen, she would not lash out dangerously in her sleep, or, at least, no more than the next woman might. That was one of the gifts St. Ursa taught her chosen.
"The old novice keeper taught us all well."
It would all have been far too much to explain, and she still could not trust Istvhan enough to put all her sisters' lives in his hands.
"Are there still coals in the brazier? Maybe I'll make some tea."
He moved out of the way, pausing only to hand her the tin of leaves. She hunched over the brazier, staring at the tiny, tame fire that was so small and controlled, and so unlike the one that had devoured the altar cloth and the convent. The pressure against her throat was not easing. She did not know how long her calm would hold.
"Talk. Let some of it out. Talk to this man who you barely know, who keeps secrets from you while you keep your own secrets. Let a little out, where the secret you are keeping will break free of its own accord."
"Is there anything I can do?" he asked, and his voice was so gentle that she nearly broke. He did not sound like a stranger. He sounded like a brother, like a priest, like a friend.
"I dreamed about the convent burning," she said out loud.
He made a small noise that invited her to continue.
"So much fire," she said.
She tested the temperature of the water with a fingertip. It was still cool.
"You wouldn't think a place with so much stone could burn, but there was plaster and wooden uprights and carpets and tapestries and—"
She made a whooshing gesture with both hands.
"All of it. It went up so much more quickly than I thought it could. The thatched roof part, yes, all right, I understood that. But I think the thatch took longer to catch than the rest. We'd all prepared for that, you see."
She tested the water again. Barely warm. "I'm sorry," said Istvhan, still in that gentle, careful voice. She had started now and couldn't stop herself. All she could do was try to keep control of what she was saying.
"The stable didn't burn at all. All that hay and straw. A stray spark should have sent the whole place up. But it didn't even get touched. The wind was in the wrong direction."
She sat back on her heels.
"I don't think the raiders expected the whole convent to burn like that. I expect they were trying to set a fire on one side and drive us out. then grab us as we came out. It sort of worked, but... Well, she snorted. They got fewer of us than they'd like, and we were half dead of smoke when they did. And 3 of the sisters went to the beast, and if they hadn't, St. Ursa only knows what would have happened. Sister Mallory had broken open one of the barred doors, which was the only reason that some of them, Clara included, had survived. A bubble formed at the bottom of the cup. The funny thing, she said, watching the bubble, the funny thing was that I was so dazed from the smoke and trying to keep calm that I didn't know what was happening. I thought people were trying to help. They kept rolling us over, to put out the flames, you know, and then leading us away. And then a man kept telling us to get in the wagon, that it would be okay. We were getting away from the fire, she snorted. The sister cellarer kept saying that there was something wrong, that we were in danger, and I didn't listen. I thought she was just shaken up because of the fire. And then the sun came up, and we were in a cage on wheels, and she'd been right after all. 2 more bubbles had joined the first. She took the cups off the heat and tossed in leaves to steep. I'm sorry. I did not mean to ramble. You've handled this all remarkably, Istvhan said. I believe you're allowed to ramble a bit. No one will blame you if you are not always a pillar of calm. Well, said Clara, they teach us to be calm, to always be controlled, to keep the beast quiet. Talk too long and dwell on your ill treatment, and you will work yourself into a state, and then the beast will come. No, she could not say that. But there were other truths. I suppose that I could run around sobbing and waving my arms, but it doesn't seem like it would do a great deal of good. It might do you some good, said Istvhan, instead of bottling it all up. No, my good captain, you do not know what you are asking. Clara handed him his cup of tea. I travel. I have always been away from the convent for weeks or months at a time, so I keep trying to think as if I am traveling, as if it is all still there, and I will simply go back when this is done. The grave look in his eyes deepened. I know, she waved her hands. It's not the best thing, but it keeps me functioning. I don't do any good if I can't function. Istvhan stirred. You are not a failure, you know, he said, simply because you can't endure something unendurable. His words had the air of something well worn, a thought he had turned over in his head and repeated until he believed it was true. She wondered what Istvhan had endured to make such words necessary. Or Galen? Should you find Galen having a nightmare, speak to him but do not touch him. St. Ursa have mercy. What happened to them? It's not just that, she said. He raised an eyebrow. I don't know who is dead, she said simply. Some of us weren't there. Some of us must have gotten away. Sister Sarah had been called out to deliver a baby. I won't mourn for anyone who might yet be alive, and I do not know about my sisters who were still in the cage when the raiders dumped me. Did they think you were dead? Close to it. I had taken a fever. Too much smoke in my lungs. They saw no point in wasting food and water on bad weight, so they rolled me off the wagon and into a ditch. After I begged them, after I said that I was afraid I would kill everyone in my delirium, well, Istvhan did not need to know all the gory details. She took a sip of tea. It was still good, even if it still tasted of tin. Istvhan reached out very carefully and gripped her shoulder. Will you mourn when you know, then? She almost laughed into her tea at the kindness and the concern behind it. It was laughter because otherwise it might be tears, and she did not dare open up that door any farther. The pressure in her chest had eased a little,
enough for calm to find her.
Yes, once I know for certain who is living and who is dead, once I have exhausted my ability to find my sisters and bring them back, I promise that I will wail and sob and tear my hair."
"Saints' balls," muttered Istvhan. "Just give me some time to get to a safe distance. I do not know that my heart can take it."
She did laugh that time, and felt as if they had stepped back from the brink of something together. "I'll do my best."
Chapter 7. Another day passed. Nothing terrible continued to happen. Clara watched a pair of shepherds on a hillside, who had every reason to be there.
And of course they would watch us pass. We are the most interesting thing for miles. There is nothing strange going on.
There was nothing strange going on with the hunter on the next ridge, nor with the farmer an hour later. It was all very plausible, and it set Clara's teeth on edge. Something was not quite right. The beast felt it and grumbled in the back of her head. She knew too well that the beast was often wrong, was prickly and reactive, and no more trustworthy than human senses, and yet... She spent the day in a gruff mood. Istvhan seemed to feel it too. Even Galen, who always had a quip or a joke or an outrageous bit of flirtation, seemed subdued. When they made camp, Brindle's muttered knoll speech sounded just as irritated as she felt.
"You don't like mules?" asked Clara, watching him unharness the team.
Brindle grumbled, hunching his shoulders.
"A knoll prefers an ox trusts a knoll to do a knoll's job, gets on with doing an ox's job. A mule doesn't."
He held out a hand and clucked his tongue to the mule. The mule considered this, then allowed the knoll to lift her hoof and examine it.
"She looks like she trusts you,"
said Clara. Brindle shook his head.
"A mule trusts a mule. Always watching a knoll, always deciding if a knoll is right or wrong. And if a mule decides a knoll is wrong—"
He slapped the mule's flank, half affectionate, half annoyed.
"Hard to explain things to a mule. Not good with diagrams."
Clara snickered. For all his grumbling, Brindle was efficient and careful with the mules, and the mules seemed happy enough in his care.
"Are horses better or worse?" she asked.
"Oh, horses," said the knoll. "A horse is just smart enough to make trouble for a horse. A knoll doesn't have time to work with every horse until a horse decides a knoll is trustworthy. A knoll has places to be."
Clara snickered again. She couldn't help it. "And that is why we're walking," said Istvhan. Clara turned and found him standing just behind her. It was a perfectly polite distance, and yet they were both big enough that the space between them seemed small.
"Too much trouble?"
asked Clara. Istvhan nodded. "We don't need great speed, or didn't. I'm sorry that we can't move more quickly now to follow your sisters." Clara sighed, her good humor dropping away.
"It's been a month," she said. "Whatever speed might have gotten me, it's long gone. Now I am simply hoping to find where they have gone and begin the task of getting them back."
The lines around Istvhan's mouth deepened. "Domina."
"It's all right," said Clara. "I know some of them must be dead by now, perhaps all of them. You don't have to spare my feelings."
He shook his head. "No," he said. "No, I don't think they would mostly be dead. To raid so far afield for captives, the raiders must have thought they were valuable. That is the part that puzzles me the most. Do you have skilled illuminators among you? Healers? Something?" Clara knew perfectly well why the nuns of St. Ursa would be considered valuable to certain parties. But that was a discussion she was not about to have.
"Some of each, of course, and archivists, though in very specific fields. It has been my suspicion for a long time that we were attacked on the orders of a very specific client, perhaps who had already arranged to buy my sisters and me."
Istvhan nodded. "I'm sorry," he said after a moment. "But that does bode well for their continued life."
"Not quite as well as you think," thought Clara. "But I must continue to have faith."
She gave him as good a smile as she could muster, and went to go help Brindle with the mules. Istvhan would have staked his life that she still wasn't telling him everything, but he could hardly judge. He, too, had thoughts he would not speak aloud, about why someone might raid a convent and take the nuns away alive. "I don't want to say it to the sister," he said to Galen, leaning against a tree and gazing up at the stars. Strictly speaking, they were not both required for watch, but he needed to talk out what he was thinking. "I don't even particularly like thinking it." He watched the pale oval of Galen's face turn toward him.
"Something to do with religion," said the other man thoughtfully. "Someone who feels the nuns of that order are apostates or heretics, or whatever they are. You'd expect them to be killed then, but perhaps they wanted to make an example of them."
Istvhan exhaled slowly through his nose. "Possibly that's still a better scenario than what I was thinking."
"Oh?"
"Somebody somewhere is paying for live nuns. Not just women. Nuns. If they wanted to kidnap women, there's a great many options and easier reach, but someone crossed Aral territory with slave wagons specifically to get their hands on these nuns, which means that someone has plans or desires that can only be satisfied by women of the cloth."
Galen gave a low whistle.
"That's dark, brother. You see why I am not speaking of this to Domina Clara."
A late cricket chirped in the fields. The silence between them filled up with all the nightmares that might befall the sisters of St. Ursa, two decent men trying to think like monsters and finding it far, far too easy to imagine.
"You think it's one man?" asked Galen finally. "No way of knowing. It could be a procurer of some sort, catering to a cartel with extremely specialized tastes. Or I could be inventing monstrous scenarios, and someone just wants a group of scribes and healers." He sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Perhaps we have seen too many terrible things. It was easier before. Everything was easier before. Yes, but we never had to worry about making a mistake. We could just come in at the end. Everything was clear-cut."
Istvhan grunted. He suspected that even before, in the service of the Saint of Steel, things had not been quite so clear-cut as that. It was simply that a god made those decisions, not his followers. But that had been another life, another time, and neither he nor Galen lived in that world any longer. Now they muddled through like other mortals and did their best and tried to keep their feet in a rising tide.
"She is very calm about this," said Galen. "Almost too calm."
Istvhan grunted. Galen wasn't wrong exactly. And yet Istvhan remembered waking up from the terrible collapse after the saint had died. Those first few weeks, they had all been shaky and vague and lost. Well, our souls had been torn in half. That'll happen. And then one of the rat priests, their whiskered God bless them for it, had left a deck of cards, and Istvhan and Stephen and Shane had sat and played cards. And Istvhan had made jokes, terrible, stupid jokes, most of them. And then the other paladins had crept in, and even though they didn't play, they sat back and they listened to the conversation, and it had helped. There had still been a giant raw wound across all their hearts. Nothing would heal that but time.
There was no counting the number of times when someone sat at the card table with tears streaming down their cheeks, or got up and walked away for an hour because everything was too much. But they always came back, because if you were making stupid jokes and paying attention to the cards, for a few seconds at a time there would be a little clear space where you weren't thinking about how broken you were. One day, Wren sat down and said, "Deal me in," and they made room at the table and nobody said anything. Galen sat in the corner for a week, and then one evening Istvhan had made another stupid joke, and Galen had made a much better one, and everyone had chuckled, even Shane, who was always blazingly serious about everything. And then Marcus sat down. Marcus, like Galen, had been at Hallowbind, where the Paladins had run mad and torn men to pieces with their bare hands. And Stephen had gotten up and fetched another pack of cards, and they doubled the deck, and for a couple seconds at a time, nobody had to be broken. When Istvhan watched Clara making jokes with Galen, or talking to Brindle, or having a calm conversation about faith with Brant, he was reminded of those card games, of snatching moments of normalcy in the face of horror. But Galen was right, too. There was a stillness to Clara sometimes that was worrisome. "She had a nightmare last night. I was almost glad. You're right, she's too calm. I'm afraid she's bottling everything up, and it's going to run her into the ground. I even used the voice on her." "Ah," Galen knew the Paladin's voice well. It was calm and kind and soothing, the voice you used when you and your brothers had just slaughtered a dozen bandits, and you were trying to coax their captives to come with you, even though there was still blood running down your sword. It was the voice that spoke directly to people's nerves and made them trust you. And did it help? Not much. She said that running in circles and waving her arms and crying would not solve anything, so she was refraining, and that she would not mourn the dead until she knew who was still alive. Galen nodded. "Very sensible," he said. "Very, very nun-like." Istvhan raised an eyebrow. "You say that like you're skeptical." "Skeptical, no," Galen shook his head. "Not exactly. I just feel like perhaps there's something she isn't telling us." "There's a great deal we aren't telling her," Istvhan pointed out, even though he'd been thinking the exact same thing. "I was surprised when you told her to ask about the severed heads." "It was too good an opportunity to pass up, and it worked." "Yes, but I don't think she quite believed you, that you were just worried about rumors you'd heard." "Yes, I got that impression too. Well, it was worth it anyway. I suppose we might have to explain about the smooth men to her at some point." Galen scowled. "I'd like to know what she's hiding first." "I'd like a lot of things," said Istvhan. He didn't like suspecting Clara. He liked her. He liked the way she carried herself. He'd only met a few women of her size before, and mostly they tried to downplay it, ducking their heads, making themselves small. Clara didn't. Clara walked like she was taller than everyone else, and knew it, and if anyone cared, be damned to them. As someone else built to a different scale than the rest of the world, he admired that. He hadn't learned to walk like that until he was a warrior. He pushed away from the tree. "At the moment, I'd like to be out of oral territory. I'm starting to get jumpy." "You and me both, brother. Sleep well." "And you." Chapter 8. "This is the edge of oral territory," said Clara, pointing. "That marker there is the boundary of the last Thane's territory, and there isn't another one." It was not a particularly dramatic marker. The hills were brown and frosted, the grasses dry. When the wind hissed through them, they rippled, flashing seed heads. The wooden marker was the tallest thing on the hillside. As they watched, a rabbit emerged from the grass and stood on its hind legs, watching them with wide, staring eyes. "Squares with my maps," said Istvhan. "Do you have a clear direction from here?" Clara gnawed her lower lip. "Not as clear as I'd like. I suspect north and east, but that's a lot of territory." "And a couple of different roads," said Galen. "Pick a road good for a mule, Tomato Man," said Brindle. "Tomato Man?" asked Clara, welcoming the diversion from thoughts of her sisters. Galen sighed. Brindle pointed at the man's dark red hair. "A man's fur is the color of tomato." "Can't I be Blood Man? Blood Man sounds much more impressive." "Fur isn't the color of blood. Fur is the color of tomato." "You see what I put up with, Domina?"
"Indeed."
Istvhan folded his arms, gazing over the hillside. "If we knew what road the raiders took, it would help a great deal. We could get some idea what city they're heading for, at least. But after a month, I doubt there's any tracks that we'd be able to find."
"No," said Clara, watching the hillside. "But we might be able to ask directions."
"The last set of Arl didn't know," Galen said.
"Not the Arl," Clara pointed to the rabbit, which had been joined by two more. "From them."
"Rabbits,"
said Galen. He had a half-smile waiting for the punchline. Another rabbit had come out of the grass.
"You can speak to rabbits?"
"Not usually. But I think this is a warren mind," said Clara, watching the rabbits assemble. They were larger than hares, their ears proportionally smaller, but obviously rabbits nonetheless.
Istvhan nodded slowly. "I have heard of them," he said. "I've never seen one."
"Well, that's what they look like. Let's see if they have a speaker."
She held up both hands.
"I greet you," she said in the oral trading tongue.
The rabbits watched her. More appeared on the edges, all watching her with an eerie, flat gaze. Their heads all moved in unison. Clara had encountered a warren mind 2 or 3 times, and they still made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. 2 of the rabbits stood up and made stilted gestures, lifting their front paws high in the air, then dropping back down. "Are they waving?" asked Galen.
"More or less. Definitely a warren mind. I knew there was one near the Arl border, and I suppose it makes sense it's on the road."
The waving rabbits hopped down the road a few dozen yards, then stood and waved again.
"They want us to follow them, don't they?" said Galen glumly.
"Looks like it, Tomato Man."
Brindle rubbed his nose.
"Smell like rabbits," he added. "Just rabbits."
"Are they dangerous?" asked Istvhan.
"They're rabbits," said Clara. "They can defend themselves a lot better than you'd think, but they don't eat meat, and we aren't a threat. They'd probably just go down into their holes and wait for us to leave. They want to talk, so they probably want to trade."
Brindle urged the mules forward at a walking pace. Clara, Istvhan, and Galen walked ahead, keeping an eye on the rabbits.
"There are a lot of them on the hillside, boss," murmured Galen.
"I see them."
"This is creepy as fuck, boss."
"No argument there."
On the far side of the hill, they found a dozen more rabbits standing guard over the entrance to a warren. The holes were large, and little effort had been made at concealment. Dozens of eyes turned simultaneously to watch them. "I greet you," Clara called again.
"How many of them do you think you could take, boss? A dozen, maybe?"
"Galen, I've never tested how many rabbits I could fight off at a time. It just hasn't come up." Something moved in one of the burrows, and 2 more rabbits emerged. They were dragging a third between them. It had an oversized head and an overgrown, lumpy neck, like a goiter.
Its back half was obviously not well balanced with the front. The ones dragging it were careless of the stones on the ground, and their teeth sunk into its nape and one leg. Warren minds were aware of pain, but not particularly impressed by it. The goitered rabbit rolled sideways and looked at Clara. Its mouth opened, throat working, and in a high, squealing voice it shrieked, "Warren greets a humans!" "Nope," said Galen quietly. "That is not okay. I am not okay with this." "A knoll agrees with you, Tomato Man." "It's a Warren speaker," murmured Clara. "They have to grow one with a special throat so it can talk." "Trade," squealed the speaker. It sounded as if it were in terrible pain. "Trade with the humans?" "What do they like to trade?" asked Istvhan.
"Information, usually. Sometimes food, although, I don't recommend it unless you're starving. They usually want steel razors and fire starters and hand mirrors, if you've got them."
"I've got an extra razor or two," said Istvhan. He went to the wagon. The Warren watched him rummaging through his kit.
"Have you seen people passing this way?" asked Clara.
"A humans, yes. Always a humans is going back and forth. Territory of humans there."
Several of the rabbits pointed back the way they had come.
"The Arl, of course," muttered Clara. "These would be different humans in an iron cage on wheels."
Noses twitched as the Warren mind appeared to consult itself. The speaker, in its high, droning squeal, said,
"Before the frost, a humans wearing cage, yes."
"How many?" asked Istvhan.
The entire Warren, except for the one lying on the ground, cocked its head sideways simultaneously.
Galen made a soft sound of dismay.
"One,"
said the speaker.
"A humans, no."
"They don't understand individuality quite the way we do," murmured Clara. "They think we're all part of the same multiple creature. They probably understand that we're not the same creature as the ones that went by, but they couldn't tell you how many of us there are." She licked her lips. Let me try this." Raising her voice, she said, "The humans wearing the cage, how big was it?"
The Warren mind twitched noses.
"Big,"
squealed the speaker.
"Bigger than you, a humans?"
"How much bigger?"
The Warren had to think about this for quite a long time. Istvhan unwrapped the thin steel razor and waited.
"A humans and a humans,"
said the speaker finally.
"Maybe."
Clara nodded. "That's as good as we're going to get. It's bigger than we are, so there were more of them, and there's probably about twice as many, but it's not sure. It doesn't count people, you understand. It thinks counting is for things."
"Which road did the humans take?" called Galen. He still looked very unhappy with the situation.
"Through the carrion trees,"
the Warren speaker coughed a few times.
"Carrion trees. Carrion, yes?"
Its voice sounded weaker, perhaps from the strain of so much speech.
Istvhan glanced to Clara, and she nodded. "As much help as they can give, I think," she murmured. "A razor would be appropriate."
He walked forward. The rabbits were not even as high as the top of his boots, but they still made his skin crawl a little. There was something about the eerie synchronicity of their motions that screamed to his spine that something was terribly, terribly wrong. He crouched down and set the razor on the ground, then moved back. 2 rabbits came up and studied it for a moment. Then one picked up the blunt handle in its mouth, and the other made a dancing movement to Istvhan. He wasn't sure quite what to make of that, but fortunately Clara came to his rescue.
"Humans, thank you," she said, making a sweeping gesture with her arms that vaguely resembled the rabbits.
"Warren, Warren, thanks you."
The Warren speaker coughed again, kicking feebly. 3 burly rabbits grabbed it and began to drag it inside the burrow. "Is it okay?" asked Galen softly. "The Warren doesn't care one way or the other," said Clara. "It'll breed a new one if it has to. They're not like us. An individual to them is like a toenail or a fingernail. They won't mourn the loss because there hasn't been one."
"Let's keep moving," said Istvhan. Most of the Warren mind had turned their back on the humans, but there were still several sentries keeping their eyes open. He didn't want to say anything rude in front of the Warren, since he didn't know how good its hearing was, but his skin was threatening to crawl right off his body and run away down the road. They went on. The line of burrows vanished around a hill. Istvhan slowly got his nerves back, shaking his head.
"Do they bother you?" asked Clara.
"Unnatural beasts," he muttered.
Clara looked at him for a moment too long, then turned her head away sharply. Istvhan frowned. Had he insulted her somehow? Was a Warren mind somewhere her friend? He would have asked and tried to smooth the moment over, but Galen called out, "Boss, there's a split up ahead. Which way are we going?"
They'll both get us out of the mountains. The north road takes us more quickly to Moorstone. But I'm more concerned with the Domina's sisters right now."
Clara's brief coolness faded under a smile of acknowledgment. "I thank you, Captain Istvhan."
Now, is that formality because she is grateful, or because she is still offended? Don't thank me yet. I still don't know which way we're going.
"Following the Warren mind's directions?" asked Brant, coming from behind the wagon.
"Some directions," grumbled Istvhan. "Carrion trees. Not as helpful as it could be."
"More helpful than you know," said Clara. She nodded ahead to the branching road. "See those trees on the right, with the twisty gray bark? Hawthorn."
Brant nodded furiously.
"Carrion tree, of course," he grinned at Clara.
"We are but simple mercenaries," said Istvhan. "Your fancy tree talk confuses us."
Galen elbowed him in the ribs.
"In spring the hawthorns bloom," Brant explained. "Great clouds of white flowers, and they stink like rotten meat to attract the flies." "Even a human can smell," added Brindle from the wagon.
The hawthorn trees were on the south branch. Istvhan pointed.
"That way, then."
"It's a longer way to Moorstone," said Clara.
"A week or 2 extra is well within our plans," he said,
which was not untrue so far as it went, though his plans were far more flexible than anyone but Brant and Galen knew.
"And if I left nuns in distress, I would fear far more than merely being late."
Clara gave him another of those watching, weighing glances. He gave it right back. She opened her mouth to say something, but whatever it might have been was lost as the first of the bandits attacked.
Chapter 9.
The bandits yelled when they charged. That was the only reason they didn't take more casualties. The whoops and screams coming down the hillside gave them ample time to draw weapons and form up.
"Saints' balls," muttered Galen. "There's got to be at least 20 of them."
More than that, thought Clara, although a few were hanging back, and they had, damn and blast, they had slings. A bullet stone ripped through the canvas of the wagon 6 inches from Clara's head. Another one found Marley's head and dropped her to the ground. Thorn let out a curse and dragged her back toward the wagon. Brindle stood on the wagon seat, sighting down a crossbow that looked nearly as big as he was. Clara had always known that gnolls were stronger than they looked, but the recoil on it should have been fantastic, and Brindle only grunted. A bolt sprouted from one of the slingers and they fell.
"A gnoll does not want a human throwing rocks," said Brindle acidly, lowering his crossbow. "Even at mules."
"Protect the nun!" roared Istvhan, yanking his sword free.
"Protect your own damn self!" Clara roared back. She dashed around the wagon and pulled out the iron sledge that they used to drive tent stakes. Weapons were not entirely necessary for a daughter of St. Ursa, but she would rather use them as long as possible. There were cans of worms, and then there were tureens of worms, buckets of worms, entire hogshead-sized barrels of worms. Clara did not wish to open any of them. The sledge was not a well-balanced weapon, but it had heft and power, and it made a very satisfactory dent in the head of the bandit who dodged between two of the warriors and leapt for the mules.
"Unnecessary,"
growled Clara, as the man fell at her feet, twitching. She knew that attacking the mules was a practical consideration for their attackers. Dead mules did not escape or trample their enemies, and anyway, there was good eating on a mule, but she detested the idea. It violated the ancient bargain between humanity and beasts of burden. If they were war horses, it might have been one thing. These were, very clearly, not war horses. Brindle had them under control, probably because mules were extremely skeptical of everything. The loud noises and the yelling and the thumping and the men with sharp things in their hands probably had nothing to do with mules, but they were going to bite anyone who got too close, just in case. Clara had to keep one eye behind her and one on the enemy, which left her no time to watch for how the mercenaries were managing. She heard men shouting, and at least one scream. The scream hadn't been Istvhan. She didn't question how she could already identify that, or why she cared about him more than the others. Solid, practical reasons, surely. She'd think of one in a minute. She bashed another man with the sledge. She missed his head but hit his shoulder, which turned his collarbone to splinters and put him out of action. An eerie scream rose toward the back of the wagon. It was a man's voice, not a scream of pain, but a strange wailing cry that made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. The beast did not like it. The beast did not like being attacked either, and for a moment Clara felt her control slipping, the world going dim, her sense of self turning inside her skull. "Saint Ursa, no!" Her vision cleared. There were more bandits. Of course there were. She'd been in one or two battles, and they were always the same. Moments of clarity, interspersed with moments of dimness and screaming and loud noises. The world seemed to jump and skitter around her. She reacted to things before her conscious mind had even realized that something was going on. Something smashed into her left arm, and it went numb to the elbow, so she hit it with her sledge, and she didn't die, so that presumably meant she had won. She stepped back and turned something underfoot, and it was the arm of one of the mercenaries, one whose name she had forgotten, but who had cooked potatoes over the fire, and it looked like he was dead, and she wanted to feel that, to recognize that a man she had known was dead. But then someone was in front of her, and they were trying to kill her, so she killed him instead. And then it was later, and she had gotten shoved back toward the wagon, and the mules were plunging and trying to retreat, and Istvhan chopped into a bandit in front of her like a man splitting firewood, and his back was exposed. And another bandit went for the opening, and Clara smashed his head open, and blood sprayed across them both, and then she heard that crisp crossbow noise, and looked up, and the attacker she hadn't seen fell against her with a bolt in his neck, and she staggered backward, lowering him to the ground as if he were merely wounded, even though he was the enemy. Were they winning? It seemed like they must be winning. She could hear Galen's war cry somewhere off to her left. Brindle dropped his crossbow and grabbed for the reins on the mules, trying to keep them from bolting. The battle was right up against the mules, and she tried to force her next opponent farther away,
swinging her sledge in heavy arcs. He jumped back once, twice, and then blood came out of his mouth and he fell, and Thorn's sword was red as she pulled it free. For an instant no one was attacking Clara. She listened. The wagon had stopped rocking. Brindle was making soothing sounds to the mules. Galen was no longer making his strange war cry. Was he dead? Something slammed into her then, driving the air from her lungs. She tried to swing the hammer, but her assailant had her arm pinned. "Shit!" the beast roared in her head. Her free hand met armor, and then she was being pushed back against the side of the wagon, and she smelled ginger and sweat, and Istvhan's mouth locked over hers. Oh, I see. It was the last thing she expected, and even less did she expect her body's immediate response. A pulse beat in her head and between her legs. Her blood roared as if the beast was waking inside her, and she fought it back. "Not now! Not for this!" His mouth was very hot. The wagon board hid at just the right height that he was bending Clara back over it, one mailed arm across her back to hold her body against his. She dropped the hammer and clutched the edges of his tabard. "If I knew fighting bandits would get me this, I'd do it more often." The kiss deepened. She felt the edge of his teeth against her lips. There was no gentleness to it, only fierceness and need. But that was fine. That was entirely correct. This was a battlefield, and they were warriors. Istvhan kissed her as if they were locked in combat, and Clara returned it with ferocity of her own. She slid her hand up the back of his neck, which was damp with sweat or blood, and wondered how fast he could get out of his armor. And then, as suddenly as it had happened, his eyes went wide and he stepped back, pulling his hands away as if he had been burned. "Domina," he rasped. "Did I hurt you?" She shook her head. He dropped to one knee, his hand covering his heart. His pose was that of a knight offering fealty, but his face looked like a man who had seen his own death. "Domina, forgive me. It will not happen again." "Well, damn," said Clara. Possibly that was the only response that could have broken the tension. Istvhan's stricken look was still there, but overshadowed with wry amusement. He bit his lower lip. "Get up," said Clara. "I should not have done that," he said, rising to his feet. "I am usually slightly less of an ass." Clara did not know quite what to say. Part of her wanted to shuck his armor off and ride him right there on the road and never mind anything else. The rather more sensible part told her that would be a very foolish thing to do, particularly with everything else going on. "Not now. Not one more complication. Besides, men may think they want an animal in their beds, but very few actually want a beast." "It's fine," she said. "Battles. Yes." She was still breathing hard. She wasn't quite sure it was from the fighting. "Everything gets a little wild afterward. Don't worry about it." "No," he said, shaking his head. "It does not matter. Battle or no." She waited for him to say that she was a nun, but he didn't. Instead, he gave her another anguished look, bowed deeply, and retreated as if devils were chasing him. Istvhan had never been so mortified in his life. He'd done a lot of reasonably mortifying things in his youth, but this was really beyond the pale. He'd practically assaulted a nun. That she'd taken it good-naturedly and even seemed to rather enjoy the kiss was absolutely no excuse. Istvhan was a very large man. He towered over even the other former paladins of the order. He could loom over someone while sitting down. Plenty of women found that attractive, but he knew all too well how easily attraction could turn to alarm. And so he went to great pains to be a courteous, polite lover. When he flirted, He made absolutely sure that the other party was just as interested as he was. He did not ever want to see fear in a woman's eyes. And he had just thrown all these rules out the window and manhandled a nun. Saint's blood! I should be doing vigil on my knees on hard ground for this. Why had he done it? Under the mortification was a good bit of bafflement. It was simply not the sort of thing that he did. What was I thinking? Clearly he hadn't been thinking. His faith in his inherent goodness had broken when his god died, but still, Istvhan had thought that not being a terrible human being was at least an ingrained habit by now. He'd heard movement, and he'd come around the side of the wagon, ready to kill, and instead she'd been standing there with blood on her hands, and her hair coming loose from its braids, and a dead man at her feet, and the Saint of Steel help him, he'd suddenly been more aroused than he'd ever been in his life. Saint's balls, it's a good thing I'm wearing armor, or... Well, he'd have stopped. If she'd said anything, he would have stopped himself. He had to believe that. Clara hadn't seemed terribly offended. That was something, anyway. Could I have picked up that she was interested somehow? Subtle signs. His lips twisted. Ah, yes, how convenient that would be. Gets you off the hook for being an utter shit. How nice. Realistically, she's traveling with mercenaries who are loyal to me, and she may think it's safer to play along instead of provoking me. Women made such calculations all the time. It was simply nauseating to think that one was having to make such a calculation about him. Was it the battle rage? The black tide that afflicted all the former servants of the Saint of Steel? That was a chilling thought. The battle tide made the Saints' paladins into killing machines. It did not drive them to assaulting women. That was a different sort of darkness. Although the Saint would have stopped us, obviously, the same way he stopped us from killing the innocent. Now we are without a guide, so perhaps... He searched his memory of the fight, and could find nothing that would lead him to believe that the battle tide had risen at all. He had been calm. He'd kept his head the entire time. There were no gaps in his memory, or, at least, no more than normally occurred when fighting for his life. And at the end of the day, you simply did not go berserk without noticing. It wasn't a subtle thing. You felt it happening. You fought against it tooth and nail, or you embraced it. But it definitely didn't sneak up on you. But he'd still kissed a nun. Hell, if Istvhan was honest, there had been a moment there when he would have been happy to do more than kissing. He had forgotten the others, forgotten their surroundings, forgotten that she was a nun and not for the likes of him. Instead, he'd had her in his arms, and when he started to push her backward, she'd resisted just for a moment, until she'd chosen to yield. Weight and power, not small, not fragile, soft flesh and hard muscle, strength meeting strength. He was half hard just from the memory. He fought it back. Saint's bones, what is wrong with me? It doesn't matter if she decided she liked it. You don't just slam into a woman without asking. Vigil, he decided grimly. Vigil on my knees. I'll take back-to-back watches tonight, and maybe the cold and the pain in my kneecaps will beat some manners back into me. It was an easy enough thing to decide to do. They were very short on troops now. 2 of his men were dead, and of those remaining, only Thorn and Andrel were unhurt. Which makes any thoughts you're having about Domina Clara doubly perverse. People are dead. She'd tasted of sage and salt and blood. The first 2, he knew, came from the mixture she used on her teeth. The blood had been from a cracked lip, or maybe it had been the enemy's blood, or maybe his teeth had done it when he slammed into her. But it hadn't stopped him, and she'd pulled him closer, and Saint's black and bloody tongue, he was still thinking about it, and he wanted more. He wanted to find her and pull her down beside him on the road if that was what it took, and... Galen screamed. Clara heard that strange, uneasy wail start up again and felt her chest tighten. There was a knot of lust and confusion there, atop the adrenaline and the fear. The beast growled inside her head, but she grabbed for the sledge and lurched toward the back of the wagons. It was Galen. There were 4 dead men around him, and he was pulling his sword out of the 4th. A straggler, perhaps, or one who had been knocked briefly senseless and then gotten up and attacked again. He was certainly dead now. Galen had made sure of that. A cut over the redhead's eye sheeted blood down his face, a shade darker than his hair. The mule tied in the back had retreated to the full length of its rope and was hauling frantically on the bridle. Galen turned in place, the war cry slowly fading, and then saw Clara. He drew himself up and screamed, lifting his sword. His eyes were still green but veiled, as if he could not quite see her. Something in his scream called the beast closer to the surface. Sudden, shocking. Clara heard herself roar a response, the beast's voice in her throat, and then Galen swung his sword up and moved toward her, swift and deadly, and she dropped her head between her shoulders, ready to crush this small man who dared to challenge. Istvhan stepped between the two of them and shouted, "Enough!" in a voice like a drill sergeant. Galen jerked backward as if he'd been struck. He dropped his sword and put his hands over his face. "Domina Clara," said Istvhan, not taking his eyes off Galen. "Are you injured?" His voice was calm and cool and penetrating. It did not occur to her not to answer. It took her a moment to find her voice. Istvhan's shout had been like a bucket of cold water. "Saint's mercy! Was I threatening Galen? What is wrong with me?" "I'm fine," she said. Her tongue felt thick. "Fine. Tend his wounds." He shot her one brief look over his shoulder, and then she felt him dismiss her mentally and turn his attention to his second-in-command. His voice gentled, but its authority was absolute. "Galen, do you know who I am?" "Brother," rasped Galen. His throat sounded raw. And no wonder if that sound was coming from it. Is he some kind of berserker? She'd heard about them, of course. There were legends out of the West of men who went into a battle fugue, and of course there were the Saints of Steel, although they had all died along with their god. Istvhan sheathed his sword, stepped forward, and put his arm around Galen's shoulders. "All right," he said. "You did well," said Istvhan, still in that soothing, authoritative voice, leading him out of the range of the panicky mule. "It's over." Galen's shoulders shook. After a moment he said, "You stopped me." "You stopped yourself." Istvhan shot Clara a glance she couldn't read and dropped his voice. Clara stepped back, giving them room. She would have liked to hear the rest of the conversation, but her curiosity was nothing compared to the sound of Galen's pain. Chapter 10. There were 3 wounded, which was very good considering how badly they'd been outnumbered. Marley had woken again, but couldn't remember the last day and kept trying to get up. They loaded everyone in the wagon, including Galen, who sat with his head down and his wrists draped over his knees. Clara itched to wipe the blood from his face, but he so clearly did not want to be touched that he might as well have been carrying a sign. "Will he be all right?" she asked Istvhan softly. He gave her a strange, hostile look. His voice was flat and emotionless. "He'll live." "We need to clean up everyone's wounds." She made a helpless gesture toward the wagon, knowing they could not stop to light a fire. "I know, but we can't rest here," said Istvhan. "More may come. Did the rabbits betray us?" "The Warren mind? No, of course not. They told us that there were humans here, and as far as they're concerned, that was the end of it. No, this was humans,
Probably someone gossiped in the market, and the thought of one last prize so late in the season?
She trailed off delicately. Istvhan grunted. There was a long, shallow cut along his forearm. He'd wrapped the edge of his cloak around it, but there was a dark stain starting to show through the fabric. We've got to get away from here. We're sitting ducks. Do you think they'll be back?
I don't know.
I should have expected it, said Istvhan. I knew there were too many people watching us, but it went on so long and nothing happened.
Clara sighed. I felt it too, but I kept thinking that I was being paranoid.
He made a sharp, angry gesture. Later, we can yell at ourselves once we're out of range.
Can we get out of range? With the mules?
Mules are good at what mules are good at, said
Brindle, who was settling the mule that had panicked earlier. Possibly that was a no. The Gnoll got onto the wagon seat, glanced around, then slapped the reins and got the team up to a brisk walk. Marley groaned from inside the wagon as the rough road rattled her head. "Domina," said Istvhan, again in that calm, flat voice. "Would you be so kind as to join me in the lead? I wish 2 sets of eyes scouting, and Galen will be indisposed for some time."
Of course.
They took point. Clara had kept the sledge. It was in an ugly state, but she was not quite willing to let it go. Istvhan set a rapid pace that got them well ahead of the wagon. The road ahead was full of twists and places where men could easily hide. It made sense to have an advance scout.
I believe that, but he is not looking at me like another pair of eyes. He is looking at me like a problem.
He did not speak for some minutes as they walked. Clara's unease grew. Finally, he said, "Did you shout at Galen as a joke?"
"A joke? No, I—" "You what? Roared at him because the beast felt challenged and you smelled blood? Care to explain that?"
"You what?" said Istvhan quietly, and Clara finally identified what was lurking under the calm. It was rage. Istvhan was furious. The black tide swirled around his feet, which it never did. Of all the broken paladins, he was the one who never lost his head. His berserker fits were rare and easily controlled. When the god died, while his brothers turned into mindless killing machines, he had quietly fainted and woken days later in the Temple of the Rat. But it roiled around him now, the tide climbing higher. The woman beside him had challenged Galen while he was lost in the battle madness, roared at him, with a voice that he could hardly believe had come from a human throat. And Galen, who would have gotten loose from the tide on his own, had slid back under and charged her. If Istvhan had not been there, if he had arrived even a moment later. "And why were you so far away? Why did you not check on him immediately?" "Because you'd kissed her and were off flagellating yourself for it, and you nearly let them both die because you were too afraid to face her." "Galen is a berserker. You could have died, Domina, and your death would have broken a man who already spends his nights in hell." His voice did not shake. He was calm. He was always calm. He would be calm the day that the black tide finally took him, wrenched him off his feet, and he died with a sword in his hand. She increased the space between them. Was it fear? Could she tell that he was angry? "I did not taunt him," she said. Her voice was also slow and measured, and he had the sudden sense that she was also angry, that the two of them were standing on a terrible brink, and the only thing keeping them from falling was this strange, performative calm. "I did not know he was a berserker. I am sorry if I caused him distress. It had nothing to do with him." He finally turned his head and looked at her. She met his eyes squarely. Hers were a shade lighter than his, amber instead of earth. Her stance was deliberately relaxed, the mirror of his. She was still carrying the sledgehammer in one hand, the head dangling beside her leg. "Draw your sword," whispered the tide. "Draw your sword and strike, and she will block with the sledge, and if she strikes hard enough, it will drive your arm upward, and the blade will break, and if she hits your hand instead, it is your fingers that will break. Go for the face with your other hand, sacrifice the sword hand, get the eyes and then the throat." He did none of these things. He would do none of those things. Instead, he slid his gaze down her arm to her weapon. "You are skilled with a hammer." "Not particularly," she said. "I use strength and reach to compensate for too many things. A swift opponent with a dagger could come up in my guard easily enough, but in the first shock hardly anyone tries." "And because you are large, people think you are slow." He heard his own voice warming, just a little. He understood that all too well. "I thank you for your aid, Domina. I should not have assumed that you could not defend yourself." She accepted that as it was meant, as a peace offering. "It's all right. I did not exactly explain that I have a history of bashing people over the head." "Do you?" "On occasion. I prefer not to. I am not a trained warrior. I have simply learned a few things working alone." She inclined her head. "There is a certain sort of man who feels that a woman larger than he is a challenge." "Are the other women of your order warriors?" "Not in the sense that you mean." Her voice grew cool again. Whatever she was hiding, he was getting too close to it. "You are not telling me all the truth, Domina." "No." The bald admission surprised him, and the saint help him, twinged his sense of the absurd. The tide receded. He had always been at the mercy of his sense of humor. He huffed a laugh. "Well, at least you are not lying to me outright. What are you not telling me?" "I am not a spirit or a djinn, Captain Istvhan. Asking me a direct question will not get you answers if I choose not to give them." He snorted. "And if I decide you are dangerous and choose to leave you right here at the side of the road?" "Then you have made your choice." She seemed unconcerned. "Answer me this honestly, I beg of you, Domina. Are you a danger to me or my men?" "No." Her response was swift and immediate. "Never." Strangely, he believed her. He would never step aside from someone asking for aid, particularly not a nun. But now he was starting to think that he could not turn away because of the mystery. What was going on? What secret was she keeping, and why? The sound she had made toward Galen had been very strange. Not a scream, not a shout. Something else. His senses had prickled when he heard it, and he had come at a dead run just in time to stop Galen from continuing his attack. Looking down at the sledgehammer, it occurred to him for the first time that perhaps she might have held her own. Some secret technique? Could the nuns be skilled in some peculiar magic? You heard about such things sometimes, training grounds that purported to teach secrets both martial and mystical. Istvhan had never encountered one that was anything more than plain military discipline. But merely because he had never encountered it did not mean that it did not exist. Was what felt like anger coming from her actually something like his own black tide? He realized that he was staring, and that Sister Clara was meeting his gaze gravely. There was a bloody smear across her cheekbone. He had a sudden urge to lift his hand to her face and wipe it away. "Let me know when you decide to confide in me," he said quietly. "Likewise," said Clara. Their eyes met again, and his dropped first. "Boss," said Galen. Istvhan started. His second-in-command had climbed out of the wagon. Clara was standing behind him, looking exhausted. Her hair fell into her eyes, and she flipped it away impatiently. Saint's teeth. How could he have thought she'd want him? She can't want anything right now but to collapse. Come to think of it, I'm not much better, no matter what my cock is trying to tell me. Boss, we can't go any farther. Holler is in a bad way. The mules are completely wrecked. Brindle's walking them, but they're not going to go anywhere in a hurry. Let's make camp here. Istvhan sighed and looked both ways down the road. I don't see we've got any choice, do we? Let's get up the big tent and we'll treat the wounded. If there's more of them, we've got no chance.
Clara cleared her throat. There's a stream just over the rise. Brindle can smell it. If you can spare someone, we'll go get water.
He nodded. Galen, go with her. Galen's eyes flicked over him briefly, but he nodded. Both he and the nun loaded themselves up with canteens and went forward, holding weapons free. Istvhan itched to go with them, but his duty was to protect the wounded. If there's any bandits left, they'll come for the wagon, where our supposed riches are. Anyway, Clara would no doubt be glad of the chance to be away from him. Galen might be an unpredictable berserker, but he wasn't inclined to kiss unwilling women, or willing women for that matter. He shoved it all out of his mind and looked in on the wounded. Marley was still patchy and confused from the blow to the head. Colt had a broken arm, which wasn't great, but was at least a simple break and could be set and put in a sling. Nils had taken a couple of savage blows to the ribs, but would heal. Holler was dying, and there was no point in sugar-coating it. He knew it. Everyone knew it. The blow had taken him in the gut, and it was going to be a long, miserable, horrible death. The stench of a gut wound was already starting to fill the wagon. I'm giving you something for the pain, Istvhan said. He rifled through the medical chest and took the tiny vials of poppy milk from their hidden box. Holler made a sound, barely a grunt, more of a modulated breath. He poured 2 vials of poppy milk down Holler's throat. It was a recklessly high dose, but if Holler died a kinder death because of it, then Istvhan would take the stain on his soul. The gods knew there were enough stains there that one more would hardly be visible. Outside the wagon, he could hear Thorn and Brant talking. If any of the bandits had been left alive, Thorn had dealt with it. The irony of that was not lost on him. He rolled a blanket up and slid it under the dying man's head, then went to go assist with the bodies. Chapter 11. I'm sorry, said Galen. Clara paused, midway through filling the canteens.
Eh? For what?
Earlier, said the redhead, his voice clipped. I threatened you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. I shouldn't have reacted as I did.
No, but your reaction didn't end up with a lot of people dead.
Shows what you know, my lad. Well, neither did yours.
Only because the boss stopped me.
Clara gazed across the thin band of water. The stream was so small that it went barely 20 yards and then vanished into a mud puddle.
Spring was entirely too generous a term for its source.
I've seen seeps twice this size. Still, it's water. It's all right, she said. You did stop. That's the important bit. And you would have stopped yourself if I hadn't shouted at you.
Shouted was also entirely too generous a term, but there was no point in getting into details. She sank another canteen into the water and watched it slowly fill.
Look, Galen, we've been attacked by bandits, and 2 of your men are dead, and 1 is going to die pretty soon, and my sisters are being taken somewhere in cages. I just can't care about this very much.
She stoppered the canteen and started the next one.
Would it be okay with you if we just agree that we're both sorry and then skip to the bit where we've forgiven each other and stop feeling awkward about it?
He stared at her, while his own canteen overfilled and spilled over, and then started to smile.
Yeah, Yeah, I think I would be okay with that. Thanks, Saint Ursa. She slung the last canteen over her shoulder where it banged against the others. Let's get back to camp. Camp was also a generous term. They found a place with a rock face on one side of the road, and there they stopped. Everyone stood watches, even Clara. Istvhan did not protest. The situation had too much potential for disaster to stand on ceremony. "Do you think they'll attack again, Captain?" Brant wrung his hands and looked around for a place to plant a soothing acorn. "I wouldn't," said Istvhan. "On the other hand, I wouldn't have attacked the first time either." He glanced into the rapidly growing dusk, to where gray-headed vultures were beginning to form a gyre overhead. He was glad they'd gotten away from the bodies. He'd seen scavengers work on men plenty of times, but it was still grim business. "So they still might attack." "They might do anything. They might grow wings and drop on us from above. You can't expect people to act logically." He heard a familiar snort. Clara ambled over, arms folded over her generous chest. Istvhan studied the sky. "There's a great truth, Captain. For all we know, they've all gone mad from reindeer mushrooms." "Reindeer mushrooms?" asked Brant. "Red ones with white spots. The Auril don't keep reindeer, but they got the name from somewhere." "I wonder if reindeer eat them." "Possibly they make you think you're a reindeer," said Istvhan. He looked over at Clara. He'd kissed her and then yelled at her, and it all felt extremely awkward now. "You have to look at her sometime. Don't make it strange. It was your fault, not hers." She had a faint smile, but did not look mortally offended. That was a good sign. "Saint only knows what those men were thinking. We're too heavily armed for a casual attack. They must have thought we were carrying a great treasure. We just don't know." "We are carrying a great treasure," said Brant, "but only to one who knows the worth of Emperor Oak." "There's your answer. The bandits are being paid by an extremely jealous distiller who plans to destroy the competition before you reach Moorstone." Brant glared at him, and Istvhan wondered briefly if the man was taking him seriously. He does not actually seem to have a sense of humor, or perhaps it's very well hidden. He glanced at Clara and saw that she, at least, was still smiling. Haller died that night without waking up again. That was a mercy, although the poppy milk probably had more to do with it. The wagon stank of shit and death. Brant opened the cloth flaps, not caring about possible damage to the barrels. Istvhan took the small camp shovel for latrines and set to digging as soon as it was light enough to see. The ground was hard and cold and stony. It was slow going, but damned if he was leaving one of his men to rot on the ground for the vultures to pick at. Clara materialized out of the gloom, holding a buckler shield. It was a piece of pot metal taken off the bandits, but whatever its failings as a shield, it worked as a crude shovel. She began dragging dirt out of the hole with it. "I should probably say something about not expecting nuns to dig graves," said Istvhan. "But I'm grateful for the help." His knees were killing him. He'd done vigil on them, just as he'd vowed, and now it felt like there was a live coal under each kneecap. "Births and deaths are what the clergy are for," said Clara. "I'm a lay sister, as I'm sure I've mentioned a few times, so they don't usually ask me to shrive people, but I've dug my share of graves." "And delivered your share of babies?" "No, that bit scares the crap out of me. I'm the person you send out to boil water so they don't faint." Istvhan chuckled. "And here I thought you weren't scared of anything. My image of you is forever tarnished, Domina." He was facing away from her, but he could hear the smile in her voice. "Next I'll have you admitting I'm not actually a real nun. But tell me, Captain, how many babies have you seen delivered?"
6,
said Istvhan.
6?
6. They traded places, and she began shoveling out the dirt that he had so painstakingly excavated. I have many sisters and many cousins, as I said. I am no midwife, but I am very good at patting a woman's hand and telling her that she is doing marvelously well while she attempts to break my fingers.
Better you than me.
Yes, you do seem to have very dainty fingers.
She made a noise somewhere between outrage and amusement. Dainty? I was hiding behind the door when they passed out daintiness.
Compared to me, Domina, everyone is dainty.
She turned around to face him and held up a hand. He held his up to meet it and grinned wickedly as her eyes widened. Clara was a woman built to heroic scale, but his hands were still nearly half again as large as hers.
"Well," she muttered,
"be damned."
"Oh, almost certainly." He tackled another section of the pit. "You dig well for such a dainty person, though."
She mock-swung the shield at his head. "Don't think I'm not willing to dig 2 graves, Captain."
"Just kill me before you start. It hardly seems fair to make me dig my own."
She snorted explosively, excavating more dirt with the edge of the shield. Istvhan absolutely believed that she had dug graves before. Not so much because of the digging, but because she was joking about it.
"The first one you dig in horrified awareness of your own mortality. The second one you add in gallows humor. By the third, you're positively hilarious."
The only exception he'd ever found to that was children. You couldn't laugh while you dug a child's grave.
"Oh, maybe you can, if you've dug too many of them. But the gods prevent me from ever acquiring that particular skill."
"Did you know him well?" asked Clara. "Haller?"
"No," he said,
grateful for the interruption to his thoughts.
"He wasn't even supposed to be here. The man he replaced, Potts, came down with a case of werk blight, and we had to leave him with the healers."
"Werk blight? Huh." Clara shoved more dirt out of the way. "We don't see many cases up by us. More along the canal."
Istvhan nodded.
Werk blight had been a terrifying scourge a dozen years back, popping up seemingly without warning, sometimes spreading, sometimes not. Somebody would break out in hives that rapidly turned into massive skin lesions when exposed to sunlight. A person standing right next to them might walk away unharmed, while a person 30 feet away might be the next victim. The usual rules of plagues did not seem to apply. People had panicked, blaming magic or gnolls or foreigners or bad air, setting buildings on fire, all the usual trappings of human terror in the face of disease. And then one day some priest of the many-armed god with no healer training had figured out that it wasn't even a plague. It was a severe allergic reaction to something or other. The healers worked up a treatment, and just like that, the fatal plague was relegated to a minor annoyance.
"We carry the meds like everybody else. Got him dosed as soon as the first sore appeared. He was fine, but we left him at the nearest temple just in case, and picked up Haller as a replacement."
Clara sighed. "Isn't that always the way?"
Istvhan straightened up. His lower back grumbled at him. "I think this is as good as we're going to get," he said. "We'll pile some rocks over top, but this ground needs picks, not shovels."
Clara nodded. She finished shoveling the last of the dirt out, and let Istvhan help her out of the pit. She looked tired. Her hair had come frizzling out of its braid, and there were blue shadows under her eyes. Her robes were streaked with the reddish clay of the grave. Istvhan wanted very much to put his hand against her face and tell her that it would be all right, that they would live through this. He stifled it because that was the sort of intimacy you did not take with nuns, even nuns who had helped you dig a grave. Burying Haller was quick and utilitarian. Clara wasn't judging. It had to be, with the possibility of more bandits showing up at any time.
Privately, she thought that it was probably unwise to have stopped even this long, but she wasn't going to say it. People needed to bury their dead, even mercenaries. They wrapped him in his own bedroll and lowered him into the grave. "Does anyone know if Haller worshipped any particular god?" asked Istvhan. No one did. One of the mercenaries spoke up. "He didn't talk about home much," he said. "None of us had worked with him before." Apparently he thought that sounded too much like a criticism, so he added, "Good man, though. Kept his kit clean and did his share of work. Never tried to get out of it." "And that's as good a eulogy as you get in this line of work," said Istvhan. He bowed his head. "All right. Gods, if any of you are kindly inclined to our fallen brother Haller, look out for him on the other side." He nodded once, then grabbed the shovel and began filling in the grave. The other mercenaries murmured their own words and joined in. Brindle took one side of the pile of dirt and sent it flying with his strong hind legs. In short order, the earth was moved and stones piled over the top of the final resting place of a mercenary named Haller. "Are the mules ready?" asked Istvhan, wiping red clay from his face. It had dried and flaked like blood. "A mule is eager to go," said Brindle. The gnoll's stripes were stained orange, and his fur had stiffened in short spikes that gave him a particularly fierce expression. "A gnoll also?" "Right. Let's move. There's a town 2 days from here, and if we make it alive, I intend to sleep for a week." Clara looked back on that declaration with the weight of a promise. They made it to the town alive, but it took 3 days, and all of them seemed to last a century. They did not camp. They walked as long as the mules held out, and then they stopped until it was light enough for the mules to start walking again. They lit no fires at night. No one even really slept. They sat with their backs to the wagon, shoulder to shoulder, waiting for attacks from the dark. "You could sleep in the wagon with the wounded, Domina," said Istvhan. "I could," said Clara, not moving. "No one will think less of you." She gave him the best smile she could muster under the circumstances. But she didn't get up. He sat on one side of her, Thorn on the other, all of them half dozing, half watchful, waiting. Clara awoke once to find herself slumped against his shoulder. She moved awkwardly, trying to resettle herself, and he only murmured something that might have been, "It's all right." But it was clear that he wasn't entirely awake either. When it was light, they got up again. You could steep tea leaves in cold water and make something that wasn't exactly tea, but still had some kind of kick. Galen passed the tea around. It tasted gritty and bitter, but everyone drank it. They put Marley on the third mule, and Thorn led her behind the others. Everyone else watched the woods and the hills for movement. A partridge taking flight set them all jumping, grabbing for sword hilts. And there were too many partridges and too many geese, and everyone made themselves even more tired. "Now," whispered the beast. "Now." "No, it's only birds. Go back to sleep." The beast grumbled. It understood watchfulness. It was good at watching. Unfortunately, as groggy as Clara was, she didn't know if she could contain it if something startled it too badly. "Go to sleep. It's cold. You should be napping." It obeyed. They rested the mules. They sat on the cold ground and didn't quite sleep. They stood up. They went on again. By the morning of the third day, Clara had stopped really believing there was a town ahead of them. There was no town. Towns weren't real. What sort of world had towns in it? You just walked along forever, not really sleeping, hoping the wounded didn't die. Maybe they had already died. Maybe everyone had died in the attack, including Clara. They were all ghosts, walking beside the wagon, pulled by the ghosts of mules. Did mules have ghosts? Probably they did, if it would be inconvenient for someone. Mules were like that. There was no town. There was only the road, which was damp clay splotched with stones, like a toad's back. Perhaps it was a toad. Perhaps the whole world was a toad. It was no stupider than anyone else's cosmology. Clara would leave the Order of St. Ursa and found the Order of St. Toad. They would sleep a lot, yes. Sleeping seemed like a good commandment for the order. Sleep and hot tea. Yes. She was working out the various ranks and the secondary rules for St. Toad's worship when Galen said, "There's smoke rising ahead. We're nearly there." The town probably had a name, but Clara never learned it. It was the place of hot tea and beds, sacred holy land of St. Toad. There were a half-dozen houses, a blacksmith, and a public house with 2 stories. Istvhan and Brant went ahead to the public house. The rest of them stood on the edge of town, clutching the wagon sides for support. Brindle got down and patted the mules, telling them that they were good and handsome, and patient, and almost as good as an ox. Clara grayed out for a bit, then came to as Istvhan returned. "All right," he said. "Troops were in the stable. Brant, Domina, they have rooms for each of you, and we'll put Marley in the 3rd. They've got a doctor who will come out to look at her. Thorn, you stay with her." As he passed Clara, he leaned over and added, "I'm afraid your feet will dangle over the end a bit."
"At this point," said Clara wearily, "so long as my head is on the pillow, I do not think the rest of me has much say in the matter."
He chuckled. The room was the size of a large closet, and thus roomy compared to a novice nun's cell. And it was clean. There was a tiny slit of window to let in air, and a chamber pot under the bed. Clara peeled off her filthy outer robe and dropped it outside the door, then fell down on the bed. Her legs dangled off. Her arms also dangled off. It did not matter. She slept. Chapter 12. Istvhan wanted sleep more than he wanted air, but he could not until his people were settled. The stables were clean and warm by the standards of a mountain in early winter. The woman who ran the public house was definitely used to caravans coming in, but also had not been expecting any this late. She told them plainly that she could provide dinners but not supplies for the road. Istvhan agreed. He would have agreed to just about anything if it included a doctor for the wounded, which it did. It took an hour for the doctor to get there. He was an older man with shockingly white hair. "I'm nothing fancy," he said. "I treat horses and humans. I was out on a farm when word came." "It's fine," said Istvhan wearily. "It's been days. Another hour won't matter now." The word came back about as Istvhan had expected. Colt and Nils would heal on their own. Marley was different. "She needs to not be in a wagon or on a horse," said the doctor bluntly. "Her brain's addled and bouncing around isn't helping. She'll get better, probably, but she needs quiet and rest." Istvhan nodded. "Right then," he said, and went to go make arrangements with the innkeeper.
"I'd like to stay with her," said Thorn. "I know the job's not over, Captain, and I know you're short-handed, but—"
She trailed off. Thorn was not the type to beg. Neither was Istvhan the type to be needlessly cruel. "I expected you would. I wouldn't leave one of our people alone with an injury like this. The room's taken care of for a season. I did volunteer you to help chop firewood for our host." He paused. "You'll get snowed in, I expect. Can't be helped. Make for a temple of the White Rat when Marley's well enough to travel, and they'll make sure everything's square."
"Good of you, Captain. Thank you."
He left Marley's room and went down the hall. Snores emanated from Clara's room. He smiled ruefully. The nun was a trooper, he'd give her that. She'd stayed on her feet for that entire grim forced march, even if she'd been half asleep and holding on to the wagon toward the end. He checked in on Brindle and the mules, and found the knoll stretched out atop a pile of grain sacks. "They doing well?"
"Eh,"
the knoll shrugged.
"A mule is tough. A mule sometimes pretends otherwise if a mule thinks it will get out of work, though. A knoll thinks they will be fine."
He closed his eyes again, which Istvhan took as a clear dismissal. At last, with all his charges settled, he spread his cloak and his bedroll over the straw and sank down himself, and sleep fell on him as quickly as an enemy. Clara woke with her back aching, and her feet aching, and her head aching. She sat up. Everything ached more or less the same amount, so nothing was getting special treatment. She wrapped the blanket around herself. How long had she slept? Was it time for breakfast or dinner? Apparently it was dinner. Her robe, newly washed, was waiting outside the door. She shrugged into it. It had been dried over a fire, as was the fashion here, so the fabric smelled strongly of wood smoke, pungent but not unpleasant, and at least it covered other, more bodily odors. She ran a brush through her hair. She needed a bath badly. Her last splash in the river had been days ago. Still, nobody else was going to be in any better shape. She came down the stairs and saw that several of the mercenaries, including Captain Istvhan, were standing in the common room of the inn. They waved, and Istvhan gestured to a table. Clara let out an internal groan when she saw the seating arrangements. A long, low table, flanked by long, low benches. The people in this part of the world tended to be short and compact, and they built their furniture accordingly. She sat down. Her knees were higher than the table. She was going to have to bend nearly double to eat. "It's fire and food, and you're not being attacked by bandits. Shut up, and thank St. Ursa for your blessings." Istvhan sat down across from her with a grunt. She looked across the table and saw that his kneecaps were also up around his ears. They shared a long, speaking look across the table. Two very large people in a much smaller world, and Clara felt a smile spreading across her face. "I'm so glad to sit down that I don't even care," said Istvhan. "But it's probably going to take a couple of people and a pulley to get me back up again."
"Oh, St. Ursa, you and me both."
"Are you doing okay?"
"I feel like you look."
Istvhan glanced down at his scratched hands and rumpled clothes. "I'm so very sorry. You look much better than I feel."
"Is that chivalry I hear talking?"
"Possibly." The innkeeper provided food. Clara had no idea what it was and didn't care. Some local vegetable that resembled sweet potatoes, with a spicy gravy and unidentifiable meat bits. It was hot and not a tightly packed bar of meat and berries. It was amazing. The entire table put their heads down and ate in steady, business-like fashion, not speaking until they were done. "Madam Innkeeper," said Galen, placing his hand over his heart, "you have saved all our lives. You are a gem among women."
"Ah, get on with you."
She waved a dish rag in his general direction.
"I know your type. You'd say that to anyone who fed you."
"Yes, but I mean it very sincerely every time." "And now," said Istvhan, sitting up and then grabbing for his lower back with a pained expression, "may I ask you for the news of the road, or perhaps share ours?"
"Ah!"
The innkeeper pulled up a chair. Clara could practically see ears pricking up among the patrons who lined the bar. It was all innocent enough. Travelers were expected to share the news from the road, a payment as real as coin, if less tangible. But she still wasn't sure if she liked it.
"What do they know about the ones who raided my convent? The Auril let them pass. even though some of the thanes must have guessed. Are these people complicit as well? She hated having to be this suspicious. It felt like she was committing some kind of sin against these strangers, if only in her head, by suspecting them of such crimes.
"Bandits," said Istvhan. "Cost me a couple good men and laid out one of my best." He jerked his chin in the direction of Marley's room. "Don't the Arl do anything?"
The innkeeper sighed. "Only if they attack the Arl, and I'm not exactly blaming them for that, because you notice we're not doing anything about them either," she scowled. "Of course, we're mostly farmers and hunters. We don't have the kind of force the Arl do. And I won't swear the nearest thane doesn't get a payoff from the bandits for letting them alone."
"Way of the world, I suppose." Istvhan leaned back. "Anyone I can pass the word to that might be able to do anything about it?"
The innkeeper shook her head. "I've thought about it," she said. "We've got no local lords, and we sure as hell don't want anyone's army coming in. Lesser of two evils."
"Paladins?" asked Istvhan.
Clara lifted her head, faintly surprised at that suggestion, or at least that it was a mercenary captain who made it. One of the regulars snorted. "If there was a demon, the dreaming gods' folk would be here already. We've sent word to the forge gods' temples, but they don't much care for fixing problems in the middle of nowhere." "They should," said Galen, all humor gone from his voice. There was half a beat of awkward silence, and then Istvhan said,
"Ah, well,"
in a hearty voice, and held out his mug for a refill.
"Way of the world, as I said. But this ale is fine enough it ought to be defended. Another question for you fine people. About a month ago, a pair of wagons might have passed this way." He nodded to Clara to continue. "2 wagons," said Clara, "with bars, canvas rolled down over them, though, so you might not see the bars, and I doubt that the drivers would let anyone get close enough to see the contents." She marveled, from a little distance, how calm her voice sounded, relating this information. She had been inside those wagons, watching her sisters watching her back. When the canvas came down, things became hot and dim and close. When the canvas came down, you realized how much the fresh air through the bars was keeping you sane. "My sisters, nuns from my convent. They were kidnapped." "You can scream," said the man who sat beside the wagon driver. "We are coming to a town. You can scream and shout, and there is even a chance that they will hear you." He lifted one hand, which held the ends of a narrow chain threaded through the bars. The middle of the chain passed around the neck of Anais, the youngest novice, holding her tight to the bars. "And if you scream, I pull. She'll definitely choke to death. Her head might even come off if I pull hard enough." He smiled at them, a flash of teeth in the gloom of the canvas. "So think very carefully before you scream." Anais looked at them and mouthed, "Do it." The abbess shook her head. "We will not scream," she said. And they did not, while tears streamed down Anais's face, and she breathed in short, panicky gasps, and the chain around her throat twisted red lines into her skin. The innkeeper swore aloud. "A month ago, you say?" Clara nodded, yanked from the memory and glad to go. Istvhan looked from the woman's face to Clara's. "The plague wagons," said one of the men at the bar. "Gods be damned." "They played us for fools," said the innkeeper. Her lips went thin and hard. "They said they had sickness in the wagons and couldn't stop for fear of infection. The leader tossed us coin, and we set down bread and meat and wine for him to pick up. Gave the bastards a good damn deal, too, since you don't haggle over rations for the sick." She looked as if she wanted to spit, but didn't. "And they were prisoners, you say?" "Probably they were sick, too," said Clara. "But I doubt it was anything they could spread.
just ill from being confined and kept in chains."
"I gave them a load of fodder for their horses," said the man at the bar who had spoken. He had turned around to face the table full of travelers. "Only charged them half because, well, hells." He looked Clara in the eye, and she saw only regret there. "I'm sorry, sister. Didn't mean to help them on their way."
"You couldn't have known," said Clara. "It was charity that motivated you. There is nothing to forgive."
Absolving the man of his small, misdirected kindness steadied her a little. This was the sort of thing she understood, even if she was a mere lay sister and not trained in any of the higher mysteries. People wanted to know that they had done their best, and that the gods saw them doing it. They didn't need to know that you were a minor member of an exceedingly minor order. They just needed to know that you presumably had some sort of connection to the god you represented.
"Which I do, but probably not quite in the way they would expect."
Still, St. Ursa had kept her on the trail of her sisters, and that was no small thing.
"Thank you. I am still following as best I can."
"So they did come this way," said Istvhan. "That's useful to know. Thank you."
"I can't believe someone would kidnap nuns," muttered the innkeeper. "Is nothing sacred any more?"
Galen and Istvhan traded glances, not quite subtly enough for Clara to avoid seeing it. She said nothing. The reasons that the raiders might want these particular nuns was not a topic for general conversation. She folded her hands in her sleeves and looked away, trying not to meet anyone's eyes. As her gaze traveled over the bar, she caught a glimpse of a man who was staring at her. He was medium height, which might make him tall for this region, medium build, hair medium brown, skin medium tan. Nothing that would make him stand out, a man designed to fade into backgrounds. If he hadn't been staring at her so intently, she would never have noticed him.
"Why is he looking at me like that?"
Some men did like larger women, it was true. Clara was aware that she was a striking figure, when she wasn't exhausted and travel-worn. But she didn't get any sense of lust from him, nor awkwardness, merely a kind of chilly appraisal.
"You may be imagining things. You were just feeling suspicious a moment ago, and now someone who stares a bit strangely is setting you on edge."
Clara examined this thought dispassionately. Could she be imagining things? St. Ursa knew that she'd been through enough in the last few weeks to set anyone's nerves jangling.
No, I don't think so."
She recognized that little voice, the one that told you to be nice and get along, and doubt your own suspicions. It was good at counterfeiting the voice of the convent, the one that told you to be kind and forgive. But it wasn't quite right. She glanced over at the unobtrusive man again. He turned away, face half hidden behind his mug.
"No, something's going on there. But we're leaving tomorrow, and other people have their own oddities that occasionally intersect with yours. Keep an eye out, but don't panic. Yet."
The conversation went on around her. Galen described the oral markets and gave a droll rendition on the current politics. The innkeeper jumped in occasionally with clarifications and questions. With a full stomach and a warm fire, despite the uncomfortable bench and the suspicious fellow at the bar, Clara might almost have fallen asleep. "Bit of an uproar in the farthest west market," said Galen, waving a hand. "Down south, they said they found the damnedest thing, a dead body who'd had his head cut off, and another head that didn't match." He waited for the appropriate gasps from the audience. The innkeeper started. "What?" "A body with the wrong head," said Galen. "Had you heard this story?"
"No," said the innkeeper. "No, but Farmer Goldeen, out on the South Reach, She found one not quite a fortnight ago. Not the wrong head, but a dead body. Her head had been cut off, and it was an awful thing. Goldine buried her there and described her clothes, but nobody knew who she might be."
Clara sought Istvhan's eyes. He gave her a short, grim nod.
"Whatever he's chasing, and he's definitely chasing it, they came this way. Our ways go together a little longer then."
She found that she was glad of that, though she wished the reasons hadn't been so grim.
Severed heads and kidnapped nuns, and a wagon-load of barrels, and a man obsessed with oak trees. The gods are being more inscrutable than usual.
"Well," said Galen, leaning back, "then you're considerably more up-to-date than I am. Any strangers about? Anything suspicious?"
The innkeeper shook her head. "Though I'm glad to hear that it happened so far away, even if I wish it hadn't happened at all. I hope that means they were moving along. You hate to think of a killer anywhere, but you don't want them holed up nearby."
"No blame on you," said Istvhan easily. "That's not the sort of thing anyone wants. I hope wherever they fetch up there's someone who can deal with them."
"And I am quite sure that was a lie, my fine captain. You want to know where they fetch up, because you think you're the one who can deal with them. What haven't you told me?"
Silly question, of course. Whatever he hadn't told her couldn't possibly equal what she hadn't told him. Brant spoke up then, asking if there was a forester who knew about the local trees, and the conversation went off in a different direction entirely. Clara shifted uncomfortably on the bench and decided that she was done. She got to her feet, apologizing her way past the others, and Istvhan rose as well. "Ashamed to leave such a fine company," he said, "but much more ale and you'll be carrying me to my bed. If you'll excuse me." Istvhan made his apologies with only half his mind, while furiously working through the latest news of the Smooth Men and trying to place the location and time on his mental map of the area. How fast were they moving? He'd despaired of catching up with them, but they did not seem to be moving terribly rapidly either. Less than a fortnight. We were faster on the road than they were. He looked up the steps and discovered that he was eye level with Clara's backside, which put a brief halt to his mental mathematics. Her robes did their very best to disguise anything resembling curves, but they were clearly outmatched. A man could grab onto hips like that and pull her close and—
"Thank you again, Captain Istvhan," said Clara, when they had reached the top of the stairs.
"Ah, yes."
He hauled his mind forcibly out of the gutter.
"For what? Dragging you on a forced march through a nest of bandits?"
"Not just for that. For helping me stay on the trail of my sisters."
She smiled at him, and his heart turned over, which was ridiculous. "She's a nun." "And you're a paladin, however little you mention it these days, and neither of you are sworn to celibacy." "Vigil on my knees again, and they haven't recovered from the last stretch. Saint have mercy." The sound from the common room seemed very far away. Her eyes were warm, and he could smell smoke and sage and sweat, and he needed to walk away. He needed to walk away now. "You do not need to thank me, Domina," he said. He seemed a little light-headed, which was frankly ridiculous. He knew women. He'd grown up with women. Even as a callow boy with more balls than sense, he'd never had a problem talking to them. Except apparently this one.
"You got me through the mountains," she said. "That's not a small thing."
"You helped to defend my people, and I have made an ass of myself, and I can only beg forgiveness from you again." She actually looked momentarily puzzled, and then a flash of amusement crossed her face.
"The kiss, you mean? I didn't think it was that bad."
No, of course not, but it should never— I should never have—
Not without asking. I'm not a man who—"
And I'm babbling. Yep, there I go. Vigil on my knees on gravel. Vigil on— She kissed him. She wasn't gentle. Istvhan felt his spine hit the wall, and while he was used to letting women take the lead because he didn't want to alarm them, he was not used to having a woman take the lead who is the same size he was and could possibly break him in half. It was both slightly worrisome and terrifyingly erotic. She claimed his mouth like a conquering army, and he was entirely willing to surrender. He slid one arm around her waist, pulling her closer. She made a soft, growling sound and leaned into him, her breasts soft against his chest, and dear God, he had been celibate for less than a month, and he was supposed to be getting some rest, and instead he wanted to kick open the nearest door and drag her down onto the bed and bury himself in that softness until dawn. And then she stepped back. Istvhan heard himself panting. Her lips were parted, and there was a definite wildness in her eyes. But she smiled again and rose onto her toes and kissed his forehead. "There. Now we're even," she whispered against his skin. He dragged in a breath and stared at her, and then began to laugh. "Good night, Captain Istvhan."
"Domina."
She turned and strolled down the hallway to her room, leaving him with an aching cock and the definite feeling that the nuns of St. Ursa were not at all what he was used to. Was that unkind? That may have been unkind. Clara found that she did not regret it, not one little bit. Istvhan's eyes had gone so wide that he looked like an owl, and for 1 second she was afraid she really had traumatized the poor man. But then his mouth had opened, and his fingers spread across her back, each one hot as a brand. He was all muscle and strength, his hips tight against hers. It had, perhaps, not been as mind-bending as the kiss on the battlefield, but there was no help for it. You could only do so much when people weren't trying to kill you. And if he went away aroused and frustrated, well, now he knew how she'd felt. The heat of desire filled her more kindly than all her rage and sorrow had. Clara welcomed the respite. She wondered if he'd knock on her door, and what she would do if he did. You know damn well what you'd do. Probably not on the bed, because you can barely fit one person on it. On the floor, then, hard and fast, at least the first time. They could take their time later, if there was a later. Best to do it now, whispered a small, nagging voice. Do it now before you find your sisters and the truth comes out. There's no chance at all afterward. She grimaced as she got ready for bed. No, there was never any chance afterward. It was why Clara had resigned herself to a lifetime of casual relationships. She'd learned that lesson once, learned it hard, and did not need to be taught it a second time. Istvhan was a handsome man. He made her laugh. He cared for his men. There was a depth and warmth and concern behind his good humor. If she was the sort of woman who fell in love, she'd be halfway there already. And suppose you did go to his bed, and then he learned your secret? Do you really want to see that horror in those big brown eyes? She'd seen it once. One lover, a passionate man with a poet's eyes, and a way of biting his lower lip that had undoubtedly brought more than one woman to her knees. It had certainly worked on a much younger Clara. He talked of traveling together on the canal, selling the convent's wares. A lay sister could not marry, but they were certainly allowed partners. She'd allowed herself to dream. Well, there was no sense dwelling on it. It was an old pain, long since scabbed over. She'd spent about 6 months moping, and then another 6 months screwing anything with 2 legs and a cock, and life went on. Clara did wish occasionally that she was the sort of woman who could love another woman as more than a sister. It would have made her life a great deal easier. Sister Rose and the Sister Apothecary, for example, had been devoted to each other for over a decade. But it was not in Clara's nature, and St. Ursa called only women, so there was nothing much to be done. He did not knock on her door. She slid between the covers, her body still half aching with desire, and stared at the ceiling, waiting for sleep to come. Chapter 13.
"A Noel suspects we have a problem," said Brindle, reining in the mules.
Istvhan and Clara both looked up. "Oh, hell," said Istvhan. "Not more bandits. Not again." They had left the town behind 2 days ago, and things had been easy. Easy enough that Clara's back teeth had unclenched, and Galen hadn't screamed in his sleep last night. Easy enough that they'd actually made good time, and Clara had entertained a brief hope that they might be getting a little closer to the raiders who had taken her sisters. And now this. There were 7 men on the road, all of them on horseback. Clara narrowed her eyes, scanning from face to face, and then stopped on one so unobtrusive that she remembered him immediately. "I don't think these are ordinary bandits," she said. "Third one on the left was at the inn the other night when we talked about the nuns." Istvhan grunted. The leader kicked his horse forward. Istvhan rested his hand on his sword hilt. Behind her, Clara could hear Galen quietly giving orders. "Captain," said the leader, "I have a proposition for you." "You're not my type," said Istvhan. The man smiled tolerantly. "We have no quarrel with you, Captain, nor your men. The woman with you, however, is of great interest to us." Clara could feel the sudden weight of eyes on her. Galen, Brant, Brindle, the mercenaries. She could almost hear the thoughts. "Why do they want you? What have you been hiding?" Only Istvhan was not looking at her. Istvhan stood beside her, and she heard his breath go out softly. And then the next sound was the scrape of steel as his sword left its sheath. He took a step forward, getting his shoulder in front of Clara. "I'm afraid that she is not for sale." "I was not offering to pay." Another tolerant smile. "There is no need for weapons. She will be quite safe, Captain. I have no interest in harming anyone, and I am certain that she is eager to be reunited with her sisters." Clara felt her breath hiss through her teeth. "He knows where they are." In her head, the beast roused. "This one? Now?" "Not yet. Down." There was still a chance they might get out of this. A small, infinitesimal chance, but if she could get information. "Where are my sisters?" she asked. "Come with me and you will see them." "Somehow I do not trust your good intentions," said Istvhan. The man shrugged. "I will take her to her sisters. I give you my word." "Where are my sisters?" Clara repeated, hearing a growl rattle the edge of her voice. Calm was finally deserting her. "Not yet, damn it! Talk. Talk your way out, get information, and you will not have to wake the beast, and Istvhan will never know." "They are honored guests." A second man rode forward, his hands filled with gray rope. Clara recognized a net and felt the rage building in her chest, a rage that no catechism could contain. A net. A heavy net for beasts. "You know where my sisters are. You know what I am." It was all slipping away. It would be over soon. Everyone would know. "Ropes?" asked Istvhan. "Is this how you treat honored guests in Moorstone?" Even through her anger, Clara recognized that he was fishing for information. "For our safety and hers. Tell me where they are, and whatever you are being paid, I will double it." "Oh, I doubt that highly." The leader gazed at Istvhan, then gave a short, surprised laugh. "You don't know, do you?" "Know what? Why you kidnap nuns?" "Don't tell him, don't. Oh, hell, it doesn't matter. He's going to find out in the next few minutes anyway." Clara felt an unexpected stab of anguish for what she was about to lose. "Should have knocked on the door that night at the inn, Istvhan." No, perhaps it was better this way. The shock would not be nearly so great as if he'd bedded her. "Give us the nun," said the man in the lead. "Give us the nun, and we walk away. We have no interest in you." The beast growled in her head. "Now, now!" "7 of them. Some of our people are wounded. All of his are mounted. Saint's teeth. Maybe I should let them capture me. They're determined to take me alive, and I've got a better chance of learning where they're holding my sisters this way." "You should probably give me up," she said in an undertone. "They want me alive." "Domina," said Istvhan, just as quietly. "They will have to go through me first." "But—" "Come and take her," Istvhan shouted, and stepped in front of Clara. His sword was held upright, and he looked like a knight, doomed and gallant, not like a mercenary. He was going to die. The leader kicked his horse into a run. "Now! Now!" The world was dim, her vision slipping, but she could still see Istvhan standing in front of her, brave and foolish and utterly mad, and he was going to die because of her, and there was only one way that she could stop it. "Now?" "Shit! Yes! Now!" She threw down her sledge, took a deep breath, and turned into a bear. Istvhan saw something happen in the corner of his vision, a ripple. He jerked back, fearing the enemy had somehow launched an attack from that quarter, and instead of Clara standing next to him, there was a mass of fur and fangs. He had lived for a good many years, and had a number of experiences. He had still never been so close to a live bear. It was gigantic. It towered over him, a behemoth bigger than a horse. Behind him, he distantly heard the mules screaming. The bear roared. Its teeth were longer than his fingers. It took 2 steps forward toward the raiders, and the lead horse, which had been running toward Istvhan, suddenly decided that it would rather be anywhere else at all. It spun on its hind hooves. The rider tried to get his mount under control and sawed on the reins, but the horse was maddened, throwing its head back until the bear roared again, and the animal reared, plunged, and threw its rider clear. He landed in the road. Istvhan noticed, with the last shreds of his attention, that his neck was not at an angle found in living men. The other horses had broken and run, and their riders, less foolish or more fortunate, were letting them. And just like that, the road was clear, except for the dead man and the dust, and a bear bigger than anything he'd ever seen. "Where the hell is Clara? Did she fall? Did it come down the hillside and attack? What the hell is going on?" She was nowhere to be seen. He looked for her under the bear's feet and saw her robes. Shit, shit, shit. The bear dropped to all fours. It was as high at the shoulder as a horse, and twice as massive. It turned its head toward him. "It appears I am going to die." The tide was not rising. He did not look at the bear and think of all the ways to kill it. He had no idea how to kill it. The black tide, which had carried him against men and monsters, was apparently just as flummoxed as he was. The bear had trampled Clara, and it was probably going to kill him in very short order, and he had no idea what to do. Of all the ways I could have died, I did not see this one coming.
Perhaps if he wounded it in a way that slowed it down, it would leave the rest of his men alone. Perhaps he could get in one last strike for a woman that, under other circumstances, might have been more than a friend. He commended his soul to the Saint of Steel, lifted his sword, and stabbed the bear as hard as he could in the leg. The results were not all that he could have hoped for. The shaggy coat threw off his aim, and the stab turned into a slash that hit hide and fat and nearly bounced off.
Saints' balls, what are bears made of? The damn thing's practically wearing armor under there.
The bear swung its head around with a guttural snarl, swatting at the sword. It ripped the blade out of Istvhan's hands, and he watched it clatter into the dust. Then the bear roared.
This is it, the last thing I see.
He looked straight down the bear's gullet, a red tunnel framed by massive teeth. Black lips curled back, and he staggered back a step, not even thinking to run, waiting for those jaws to close over his head. The bear's breath smelled like salt and sage, and one very tiny part of his brain thought that was odd, and the roar went on and sounded like, "Grrrr! Ah! Fuck!" And that was even odder. And then the bear seemed to ripple, and got a great deal smaller, and Sister Clara was naked on her knees in the dirt, clutching her shoulder while blood poured down her arm. Chapter 14. Istvhan went to his knees in front of her. Had he taken a blow to the head? Had the bear knocked him unconscious? He looked around wildly for the bear, and there wasn't one. Or rather, there was Clara, and she was kneeling in the wreckage of her robes, and bleeding, and his sword was still on the ground, and that must mean,
"You're a shape-changer."
"You're quick," she said, in a voice that still had quite a lot of growl to it. "With the sword, too." She was a bear. She had turned into a bear. He'd kissed a very large bear with teeth like daggers. He'd stabbed a woman who had fought beside him. He had 10,000 different things to say, questions to ask, curses to utter, and could think of none of them. Reflex took over. He swung his cloak off his shoulders and over her body, then grabbed for one of the torn sleeves of her robe to bind the wound.
"I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't know. I thought the bear had trampled you."
He spared a glance down the road and saw that the men on horseback were long gone.
"I'm so very sorry. I never meant to hurt you, Domina."
She tilted an ironic eyebrow at him. "No, you were all set to die for me, weren't you? I should be more grateful, but this hurts like a stone bitch."
"Yes, Domina."
He pried her fingers away from her arm and held the cloth against it. She gnawed on her lower lip while he tried to determine the extent of the wound. Perhaps the bear's hide had protected her, because it was, if not particularly shallow, at least not deep enough to risk the arm. The edges were ragged and had bled through the first layer of cloth even as he bound it, but he kept wrapping. Her skin was soft, but the muscle underneath was rock solid, the kind that could swing a sledgehammer without even noticing. "There," he said finally, tucking the ends of the wrapping. She sat back, testing the motion. His eyes went to her chest involuntarily, and saints' balls, she had magnificent breasts, and they were right there. And he was going to have to do vigil standing on his head. He'd stabbed a nun, who was also a bear, and now he was ogling her while she was bleeding, gods above. Was there no end to his personal depravity?
"I'm so sorry,"
he said again. He couldn't stop apologizing. If he apologized to the end of time, it probably wouldn't be enough. How dare he even think such things? What was wrong with him?
"Domina, I am a worm."
"Well, I'm a bear, but you probably guessed that already."
He gaped at her. She snorted.
"Anything left of my robes?"
Istvhan picked them up and shook them out. The looseness had saved them, but the sleeves were destroyed. He yanked the remaining one off and slid the now sleeveless robe over her shoulders. Trying to get her injured arm through the ragged hole meant that for a moment her body was pressed against his side, and Istvhan told himself very firmly that he had stabbed her in the arm, and he was a profound degenerate for thinking of anything else at this moment, or possibly ever again, and she was very soft with a core of iron under it, and then, thank all the living gods and dead saints, Brindle appeared next to him.
"A bear lady is hurt bad?"
"Not bad," she said. "Nothing vital."
"Then a bear lady should get off the road."
The gnoll looked very hard at Istvhan.
"A gnoll thinks a human should go talk to other humans before other humans get strange, yeah?"
Istvhan jumped as if he'd been stung. "Yes, of course." Saint's blood, a shape-changer. Were the others going to become violent? "Brindle."
Go. A gnoll has traveled with a human who lived in a damned sword. Bear lady is nothing."
"Yes, but—" The gnoll peeled back his lip to show a single canine tooth. It occurred to Istvhan, somewhat belatedly, that perhaps Clara would prefer not to have her attacker standing right in front of her. He jumped back, hands raised. Yes, of course. A moment." "So," said Galen, as Istvhan retrieved his sword and walked back to them. He looked as poleaxed as Istvhan felt. "So that's why they wanted the nuns." "What?" Istvhan blinked at his second-in-command. "Why they—" "Oh, shit!" He wiped the sword blade on his sleeve and slammed it back in the sheath. "Oh, blistering shit. It's not just her, it's the whole convent. Those raiders weren't kidnapping nuns. They were kidnapping shape-changers." "Iron cages," said Galen, looking over his shoulder. Brindle had gotten an arm under Clara's good side and was helping her to her feet. They rounded the lot of them up like animals. "She's not an animal," said Istvhan. "I mean, she talks." "So did those rabbits," said one of the mercenaries sourly. He did not look pleased. For reasons he couldn't even begin to articulate, he bristled. "Shut up, Andrel. She saved our asses just now." "Which wouldn't have been in danger if she hadn't been with us," the man said. He folded his arms and glared up at Istvhan. "Those men weren't here after money." It was more words out of the mercenary than Istvhan had heard since the trip started. Possibly the man had been saving them up. "Andrel, enough." "Sure, you'd say that," said the mercenary, staring up at Istvhan. "How long has that beast been sucking your—" Andrel was on the ground, and Istvhan's knuckles hurt. He gazed thoughtfully at his knuckles, then down at the man. "We do not talk that way about nuns," he said calmly. "Do we?" Andrel started to get up. Galen shot Istvhan one quick look. "Is this wise?" and then placed his boot on Andrel's chest. "I'm willing to forget you said that about a nun," he said. "I suggest, however, that you remember exactly why you are on this trip and who is in charge of it." The mercenary put his hand to his face and muttered something. Galen put a little weight on the boot and said, "I didn't quite catch that." "I apologize," grated Andrel. "I spoke rashly." "Good," said Galen, letting him up. Istvhan rubbed his forehead, feeling the sting in his hand. "All right," he said. "Let's get the hell out of here before they get their horses sorted." He looked over at the other two mercenaries. "Davian, flank the wagon. Colt, you're in the back. I'll take point again. Galen, opposite flank. Brant, if you would be so good as to keep an eye on the wounded. And Andrel, you bring up the rear." He kept his eyes on Colt and Davian, wondering if he was about to have a mutiny on his hands.
Colt saluted. Colt never saluted. "Sir?" He walked behind Andrel until he passed the wagon. Istvhan felt a stab of gratitude. He waited by the mules until Brindle returned. The Knoll gave him a hard look and flicked his ears sharply, which Istvhan knew meant something, but he had no idea what. "Andrel," Galen began, coming up beside him. Istvhan sighed and rubbed a thumb over his bruised knuckles. "That was ill done of me," he said. "All it taught him is that I'm bigger than he is, not that he's wrong." What do you think?" "About Andrel?" "About her." Galen jerked his chin toward the distant figure of Clara. "I don't know what I think. This is not a situation that I have ever had to think about. They did not cover shape-changing nuns in basic training. I have no thoughts whatsoever." "Well, you'd better cook up a few quick. You're the boss." He raised his hands, let them drop. "How about I put you in charge and you tell me what you think?" "Not a chance. I'm crazy, remember?" "So am I." "Yes, but you hide it well. Anyway, she likes you better." Istvhan cleared his throat. "You know that she and we haven't done anything. I've treated her as a sister-in-arms." "A sister-in-arms who I kissed, which was a mistake, absolutely a mistake for which I was attempting to atone, until she kissed me." As if he hadn't relived that kiss 100 times a day. As if he hadn't spent the last 2 nights lying awake, knowing that she was right there, only a few feet away, wondering what would happen if he dragged his blankets next to hers, imagining her body under his, until he was rock-hard and aching, and not able to do a damn thing about it because, again, she was only a few feet away. I should definitely atone for something. Stabbing her was probably not the best form of atonement. "I know," said Galen. Istvhan raised an eyebrow. Too late it occurred to him that his statement might have been taken as horror or disgust, but Galen's eyes were level. "You don't look at her like a woman you're betting," said Galen. "I've known you for, gods, a decade at least. You get this kind of warm, lazy look, but you look at her like she's a problem and you haven't figured out the solution yet." Istvhan grunted. "Well, I've certainly figured out that the problem was a lot more complicated than I thought." "You're telling me? How the hell did they capture a convent full of werebears?" Istvhan grunted again, looking over at Clara, who stood by the mules' heads. She had pulled her robe and his cloak around her shoulders, but her chin was lifted and her back was straight. If her shoulder pained her, she gave no sign. Perhaps Istvhan had lived too long, but the very confidence of her pose screamed vulnerability to him. "She is frightened. She was not frightened when she sat in front of a stranger's tent with a sword, but she is frightened now. When she is truly calm, she slouches and makes jokes." He could not shake the feeling that it was all his fault. He wanted to fall to her knees and beg her forgiveness for having attacked her. He wanted to apologize for Andrel. He wanted to apologize for the human men who had hunted her and her sisters. "We should push on," said Galen. "Find a defensible spot." That was a command decision, and Istvhan should have been the one to make it, but he appreciated Galen's tact. "Yes," he nodded to Brindle. "Are the mules calm?" "A mule is a mule," said the Knoll. Brindle jerked his muzzle toward Clara. "A mule was just startled." "Weren't we all?" muttered Galen. Istvhan walked ahead, meeting Clara. She eyed him warily. "Don't worry," he said. "I'm not planning on stabbing you again." "Don't think I'm not grateful." "I'm sorry." "I know." They looked at each other. Then they very carefully did not look at each other. "So their leader looks pretty dead," said Istvhan, who was at the point where a corpse was a welcome break in the tension. "He does, yes."
Shall we search the body?
That seems wise.
They walked to the fallen rider, not quite together. Their bodies didn't seem to know how far apart to stand. Istvan's nerves screamed that Clara was upset and in pain and needed comfort, and his guilt screamed that the only reason she needed comfort was because some idiot with more steel than sense had stabbed her. His cock offered that she still had really impressive breasts, and was summarily shouted down by the other body parts. Istvhan knelt down. The only thing of interest was the leader's belt pouch, which had a few coins. He glanced up at Clara. "I'll be honest, I don't know whether to offer you the money or not. Would that be insulting?"
"Probably, but as I'm currently penniless, I'll take it."
He handed it over.
"Do humans know where a mule is going?" called Brindle. "Because a gnoll would like to know too."
"They'll be back," said Clara. "Probably not with horses, though. Istvhan—"
He swallowed hard. He could hear anguish in her voice where he had never heard it before, and guilt gnawed at his gut. But he was a paladin, or had been, and that meant facing things head-on. He got to his feet and met her eyes. She squared her shoulders.
"I want you to know that I couldn't have saved your men."
He blinked at her. "What?"
"Haller and the others. If I'd turned into a bear."
"I don't understand."
"If I'd gone to the beast during the fight, I'd just have spooked the mules, and your men would have possibly tried to attack me. Close quarters aren't great for that, so I didn't change. But if I thought I could have, I would have saved them, even if it meant—"
The speech was disjointed, but Istvhan followed well enough. "I never thought you could have, and Haller was on the other side of the wagon from you anyway." She stared at the ground. It occurred to Istvhan that possibly she was feeling as awkward about the whole situation as he was. He hauled the dead man out of the road. Another one for the vultures. At this point he was surprised they didn't just camp out on top of the wagon. He gestured to Brindle to walk the mules forward, and rejoined Clara in the middle of the road. "We need a defensible position. Again."
"Indeed."
Chapter 15. It was a little easier once they were moving. If Istvhan was scanning the road for attackers, he wasn't looking at her. If he wasn't looking at her, she didn't have to look in his eyes and see horror and fear and all the other things that normal people carried in their eyes when someone changed into a bear in front of them. Brindle had been the easiest. The gnoll had looked up at her, very serious, and said, "Don't worry. A mule was only startled, bear lady. A mule is fine now." Clara longed for a world where the emotional state of the mules was the most important consideration. It seemed like it would be kinder. She had a sneaking suspicion that Brindle was doing his best to reassure her that a certain gnoll had also only been startled and was fine now, and was touched despite herself. He had also dressed her wound. "A gnoll would lick it, but some humans strange about that," he said. "Not because of bear lady, because of some humans." Which was also touching in its way, although Clara was secretly just as glad to have the cut cleaned with water and not gnoll spit. "If they can't use horses, they'll be slower," said Istvhan, dragging her attention back. "That's something." Clara nodded.
"And they won't use arrows. They won't risk hitting me. Too valuable." Her lips twisted bitterly. "They'll come with nets."
"The nuns of St. Ursa," said Istvhan. It wasn't a question, but she answered it like one anyway.
"All of us, yes. It's why we join. We don't have a lot of choice."
He looked at her, and Clara braced herself for disgust. He had not recoiled from touching her, which gave her a shred of hope.
Probably he is too busy thanking the good star of his birth that he did not bet a monster that night at the inn.
She looked away. She did not want to see it. There was a reason everyone went to the convent in the end. It wasn't just that your parents dragged you, horrified and at their wits' end, although that was some of it. It was simply that it was easier to be among other women who understood, who never looked at you with horror or disgust, or simply the knowledge of otherness in their eyes.
"Ha!"
said Galen, with sudden explosive force. She jerked her head around, startled, and registered Istvhan doing the same. The red-haired man was grinning for the first time since the bandit attack. Grinning and looking at her the same way that he had before, the same mixture of glee and sardonic amusement.
"Ha! I see now."
He leveled a finger at her.
"That's how you find the truffles without pigs."
Clara blinked.
"It is, isn't it?"
"Galen," Istvhan began.
"It's true," said Clara. "One of us wakes the beast and sniffs them out." As a bear, the smell of truffles underground was abundantly obvious, like a cloud of earthy smoke hovering over the forest floor. She found herself beginning to smile despite herself. "It's easier than keeping a pig. Pigs are the worst."
The silence that followed was not quite as fraught as it had been. Istvhan cleared his throat. "So you are born like—" He made a slight gesture with one hand. Meaningless enough, but Clara didn't need an explanation.
"Yes, we aren't bitten by bears or anything. If I bite you, nothing will happen."
"I saw the size of those teeth, Domina," said Istvhan. "I wouldn't call that nothing."
"Well, no," she coughed, "but nothing unusual."
They were all speaking with a sort of desperate lightness.
"If we can just get over this bit, if we can pretend this is all normal, we can figure out where to go from here."
Having been here once or twice before, Clara was no stranger to this sort of conversation. She was simply a little surprised that Galen had been the one to get them there. He surprised her again a moment later. "Relax, sister," he said. "I go screaming berserk at the drop of a hat. You turn into a bear. Honestly, I'm a little relieved that I'm not the strangest one in the room anymore." "You're always the strangest one in the room," said Istvhan. "No matter what anyone else can turn into."
"Pfft,"
Galen grinned up at Clara. "So how did they catch you?"
"Fire," said Clara. "The fire makes the beast crazy. They don't understand it. One of the first lessons that gets drilled into us is to never let the bear out when there is fire."
She swallowed at the memory of flames licking the altar cloth.
"When we're frightened, the instinct is to go to the beast. But if you do that during a fire, you die, and sometimes you take a lot of people with you. So we are trained not to do that, over and over. And once we had escaped—"
She lifted her shoulders in a shrug.
"They had crossbows and reinforced cages. They knew what they were doing and what manner of beasts they were capturing. The food and water they gave us was drugged, but we had no choice. You do not let the beast get hungry."
She shuddered at the memory of the iron cages on wheels, rattling over the road, bouncing and sliding sideways whenever the wheels jumped the ruts. All the sisters sitting inside, groggy and half-stunned, trying desperately to keep the beasts down. None of them wanted to be the one who broke. As soon as one went to the beast, it would go badly for all of them. There was a great deal of human intelligence inside the bear, at least at first, but drugged and trapped, the animal would overpower that intelligence quickly. Then the bear would lash out, and everyone's control would break, and the cage would be too small and full of blood and rage and dying.
"Let me die,"
Clara had whispered to her captors.
"Let me die outside. Kill me if you must. Don't let me kill the others."
They had been reluctant, but her sickness offended their sensibilities. She had soiled herself when she could no longer drag herself to the hole in the wagon floor. They pulled her from the cell and threw her into the ditch. She lay unmoving while one prodded her with a spear. "Dead already?" asked one.
"Close enough," said the second one, and spat.
Clara heard the wagon rattling away, the sound of voices fading into the distance. Then she had lost consciousness.
"And you woke in the house of the Arl," said Istvhan,
as she relayed as much of this as she felt like recounting. Clara nodded. "I was found property, but they treated me as kindly as they would treat any outsider. They had no idea, of course."
"And your sisters are being taken to Moorstone?"
"So he said," Clara grimaced. "But they've taken the southern route, which is longer. It might simply be that there are more towns to buy food or better roads or something like that."
"There's also a chance they'll be keeping them somewhere to recover," said Galen. "You want to give the crowd a good show. You don't just dump half-dead captives out into the amphitheater."
Clara felt the word amphitheater enter her gut like a knife. "It's what you suspected would happen. You always knew." But hearing someone else say it made it real and likely and terrible.
"Thank you, Galen, for that cheerful thought," said Istvhan acidly. "Sorry, boss."
"I don't know much about Moorstone," she said, looking straight ahead. "But I suspected that it was probably going to be something like that. It could not have been for parts, or they would have killed us where we stood. There must have been some reason to take us alive. We would be a dramatic spectacle in a gladiator pit, would we not? Nuns and novices about to be torn apart by beasts, and then...
Amphitheater. The word had barbs. She could almost feel it twisting. Her voice cracked. Istvhan caught her arm, pulled her halfway into a hug, then recoiled. "Sorry," he said. "Sorry."
"It's all right. You kissed me once, Captain. Are you thinking better of that now?"
"No, it isn't. I already stabbed you. I should know better than to grab you." She managed to laugh around the pain of the word in her guts.
It sounded like a normal laugh, which was a relief. Going to the beast had left her feeling hollowed out, as if she had been struggling to contain something too large. But the change and its aftermath had shredded her calm, and the emotions she had been struggling to contain for weeks were threatening to well up in the hollow left behind. "No, tears later, not now. You don't mourn until you know they're dead."
Which was all well and good and practical. But when was she allowed to mourn for the friendships she had cut down in the roadway, as surely as if she had used her claws? It occurred to her that Galen, who was a little mad, might actually still be interested in friendship with the beast. Istvhan?
"Don't be a fool. By the grace of St. Ursa, you haven't gotten any of his men killed. You've actually done him some good. He's done you some good as well. The ledger's balanced. But if you don't get far away from him and his men, the next time those raiders come, they'll leave dead men behind. The best thing you can do, the thing a friend would do, is get as far away from Istvhan and his men as you can."
She took a deep breath, let it out again.
The tears went away, but the word amphitheater stayed stuck in her belly, throbbing for a while longer. It took the better part of an hour to find a place to pull the wagon off the road safely. The hills came together there in a little stone shoulder, providing cover on two sides. Clara was so jumpy that she almost offered to turn back into a bear in hopes of getting scent of the enemy. She didn't, mostly because one of the mercenaries was staring at her with eyes like holes in his face. That one was worrisome. She'd seen Istvhan punch him, and that was more worrisome, because Istvhan was not a leader who ruled by fear. "You know perfectly well what happened. Istvhan standing by you, even after you didn't tell him all the truth, even after he learned what you are."
Still, Clara was used to men like Andrel. The few people outside the convent who knew mostly struggled, but they came around. But every now and again you found one who could not cope, who hated you for being what you were,
as if somehow you were changing shape at them, personally. People like that were dangerous. It was best to get away from them quickly. It would be best if you got away quickly, no matter what. She kept her eye on Andrel while she helped drag the wagon into position. The bulk of the wagon barricaded off the gap, but the mules had to be unharnessed so that it could fit in place.
"A mule will back up," said Brindle, "but a mule doesn't enjoy it."
Clara nodded. She would miss Brindle, if not the mules. Perhaps when all this is over. The odds of anything ever being over seemed so remote that she abandoned that line of thought at once. She wolfed down a bar of the pressed meat rations and dusted off her hands. Her bear self could and would eat things that her human self found disgusting. But St. Ursa only knew when she would stumble across anything like that. And time is of the essence. I have to get away. I can't afford to keep stopping for a snack. And then there was nothing else to do. She could carry nothing, so she did not pack. She'd just have to leave the coin and her robes here. It wasn't the first time. She took a deep breath, stepped away from the rocky wall, and went to find Istvhan to tell him that she was leaving. "I'm going," said Clara. She tugged Istvhan's cloak off her shoulders and offered it to him, one-handed. "I'm sorry to have caused your people trouble." Istvhan blinked at her. "Going where?" His brain was moving slow for some reason, possibly because a person he'd quite liked had turned into a bear next to him, and he still wasn't quite recovered. Was she going to use the privy? "Oh, she probably needs an escort. We're in hostile territory." "Away. I'll draw them off. It's me they want. Once they know I'm gone, they'll leave you alone." "Away? Away by herself?" "Don't be ridiculous," he said, more harshly than he intended. "You're injured. They'll kill you." "That's exactly what they won't do," she said calmly. "I'm worth a great deal alive and nothing dead." She rolled her head from side to side and stretched her good shoulder. "And first they'll have to catch me." "No, absolutely not." Clara drew herself up to her full height. "I am not asking your permission, Captain Istvhan. I am not under your command. I am very grateful for your escort this far, but our ways part now." She took half a step forward, and Istvhan wanted to laugh with recognition. She would have loomed over a smaller man, and if he took a step back, even involuntarily, he would lose the battle before it had begun. He'd done it himself any number of times. "Oh, no. You cannot physically intimidate me, Domina. Not as a human, at any rate. I know this dance too well." He took a half-step forward instead. Something flickered in her eyes. Acknowledgement? Something else? He did not know. He realized too late that he was too close. He could have leaned forward and kissed her. She could have reached out and choked the life out of him. And if we combine the two, things will get extremely strange. "You can't go," he said. "You haven't got any boots." Whatever she was expecting, it wasn't that. She looked down at her bare feet, which were already bruised and muddy from the walk. Breaking their gaze, let him shift back a half-step without seeming to give ground. "I don't need boots," she said. "I don't plan to have human feet for most of it." "You're still not going alone," he said. "You cannot stop me." "From going? No. So I'll go with you." She hadn't expected that. Her eyes flickered again, and there was an edge of uncertainty to her voice. "You're a mercenary, Captain Istvhan, and I am not paying you." He sighed. "I'm not a mercenary," he said. "I'm a paladin." "A paladin? A holy warrior?" Clara put her hands on her hips. "And you've been giving me crap about being a nun when I'm only a lay sister?" "Is this really the time?" asked Istvhan. Yes, it's the time.
It's only that men who would like to put you in a zoo are probably going to come back soon.
Then they can wait. I am not done yelling.
Yes'm, said Istvhan, and stared contritely at his toes.
You're a paladin.
More or less. Less these days.
But a paladin?
I feel very bad about it.
Clara waved her hands in the air and had to catch her robe before it fled for the ground. She didn't know why it was so aggravating, except that it was. Over a week, and he'd never mentioned it, and she'd been acting like he was a particularly noble mercenary instead of a particularly ignoble holy warrior, and damn it, it wasn't fair. Have you been sitting there smugly judging me this whole time, then? Because if you have, I remind you that I'm a lay sister, and I told you up front.
You didn't actually mention the bear thing, though, said Galen from the sidelines. Both Istvhan and Clara turned wide, furious glares on him. Right, I'll just go stand watch. Over there. Istvhan turned back to her. I promise that all my judgments have been positive. That wrung a laugh from her, even if it was an exasperated one. This wasn't important. Not really. She was just very angry, and the beast was still just under the surface, which didn't calm her at all.
Fine, but you're not coming with me. I'll go as a bear and move much faster. You'd only slow me down.
Domina, a question.
Yes?
Can bears read maps?
Her breath hissed through her teeth. You know we can't.
I know nothing of the sort. I've never talked to a werebear before. But if you can't read maps, then may I point out that you won't know where you're going?
I'll go north over the mountain, she said. Pick up the road to Moorstone over there.
The road curves north as well. If you aren't careful, you'll miss it and wind up a long way out of your way. And if you have to backtrack, you'll very likely run into these raiders again. He was right. She hated that he was right, but he was. She didn't know the area, and the bear's sense of direction wasn't good. It would be all too easy to drift to one side or the other, and not notice until she was staring at an impassable cliff.
Damnation!
And the raiders had nets, and nets were very hard to work with if you didn't have hands, and, oh, hang it all. She had to get away so she didn't put everyone else in danger. But he was a goddamn paladin, and there was no getting traction with people like that. She glared at him. He folded his arms and waited.
Fine, she growled, turning away. Be ready in 10 minutes.
Is this a good idea, boss? Almost certainly not. What else can I do?
Galen considered this, while Istvhan hastily shoved supplies into his pack.
Let her go off by herself? And have her end up in some bastard's menagerie? No.
Tie her down?
I really don't want to fight her, said Istvhan. I feel weird fighting women. You stabbed her once today already, with a sword.
Yes, but she was a giant goddamn bear at the time.
Galen looked unconvinced.
Istvhan wasn't entirely convinced himself. He rubbed his temples.
Look, it's different.
Uh-huh. Also, if she's a giant goddamn bear, she can eat you for lunch.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Am I wrong, boss?
No.
Istvhan was reasonably sure that he could take on Clara as human in a fight, and also quite certain that Clara as bear could turn him into minced paladin.
Then I guess you're stuck.
Galen looked over at her, then started to laugh.
What is so funny?
Istvhan swept more food into the pack. How much did a bear eat? Was she going to kill a deer or something? Should he help? I was just thinking, first you're with Bear Tongue, and now you're chasing after someone with an actual bear's...
Galen!
Look, I'm just saying you have a type. A weirdly specific type.
If you ever make that joke again, I will end you." "Sure. I'll see you in Morstown, shall I?" "Yes, get everyone there, and I'll meet you at the Temple of the Rat." He swung his pack on his back. "And say a prayer for me while you're at it." "To which god?" asked Galen. Istvhan searched the other man's face. Their god was dead, and the shared wound of that would bind him to Galen and the other lost paladins until the day they died. "I suppose to the rat," he said. "But perhaps it might be worth offering a prayer to the ghost of steel." Galen nodded, short and sharp, and turned away. Clara pulled her robe more tightly around herself. She could see that Istvhan was packing her kit alongside his own, and she did not know whether to be touched or annoyed. Bears had little use for silverware. But when you are a human again, you will appreciate it, and you will have to ask him to carry your clothes as well. Showing up somewhere stark naked to ask if they have a spare blanket you can borrow is only funny once. She ground her teeth. It was so frustrating to rely on another person. Many of the sisters traveled in pairs for just such reasons, but she had always done well enough alone, taking orders up and down the waterway, coming back on a hired barge to fill the orders later. She stashed a sack of clothing outside of large towns as a matter of safety, but she'd only had to use that a handful of times in a decade. In life, if you were careful, there were simply not that many times when you absolutely, positively, had to turn into a bear. Someone cleared their throat behind her. Clara turned and saw Brant standing there. The distiller's face was transparent with some emotion, but she couldn't quite put her finger on which one. "Please, Saint Ursa, don't let it be religious awe." You got that sometimes. It was better than abject horror, but it was still exhausting. "You're leaving us here," said Brant. "You and the captain?" Clara nodded. He held out his hand. "Please take these, in case we don't meet again." Puzzled, Clara held out her own hand, and he dropped 3 acorns into it. They were smooth and glossy, the shells tapering to a fine point. "Plant these somewhere," he said, "wherever you feel an oak might be happy. I hope to see you in Moorstone regardless." He bobbed his head in a quick approximation of a bow, and then hurried away. Clara was left gazing down at a handful of acorns, and found that her eyes were prickling with tears for no apparent reason. "I'm ready," said Istvhan behind her. She shoved the acorns hastily into her pocket and turned to meet him. If she focused on her irritation, she would not start crying over acorns, or acceptance, or anything else. "Took you long enough," she grumbled, swiping surreptitiously at her eyes. "Let's go." Brindle nodded to her, whiskers forward, and said, "A bear lady travels safe, eh?" Galen lifted his hand. Clara and Istvhan walked down the road and did not look back. Chapter 16. When they could no longer see the camp, Clara nodded to the hills to the north side of the road. "That way. Going rough this time." She would have turned into a bear at this point if she were alone, but it seemed awkward to do in front of Istvhan. What was she supposed to say? "Hold my clothes? Avert your eyes?" She gritted her teeth and stayed human, stepping off the road. The forest here was mostly pine, and the ground was a carpet of dry needles, crunchy and not completely unpleasant to walk on, except when it wasn't. Her feet were already bruised from the long walk down the stony road. Damn it, she'd been looking forward to having leathery paw pads again for a bit, just to give her feet a rest. She made about 100 yards into the forest, with Istvhan walking upslope behind her, and then she stepped on a particularly sharp chunk of forest floor. Stone, bark, pointy twig, it didn't matter. She grunted, balanced on one foot, rubbed the red mark on her sole, and decided that this was stupid. It's not like he's going to forget that you're a bear if you don't turn into one again. "Hold my clothes,"
she said, shrugging out of her robe. She didn't dare look at him, just thrust the bundle of cloth in his direction, stiff-armed. He took it from her hands. He said. Stand back, she said, and then before he even had time to do that, she lost her nerve and told the beast to come forward. Now, yes, wake up. The world spun and crystallized around her. There. Yes, like that. Bears could see as well as humans, so that was no change. But the smells! They painted the landscape in whirls and eddies of sensation. A background layer of pine, sharp and acidic. A trail of musk where a deer had passed. Istvhan's breath, steaming out in clouds, and the scent of ginger muscle rub that followed him everywhere. As a human, she found that scent oddly comforting. As a bear, she had no particular opinion. It was just what he smelled like, an anchor point to his identity. She dropped to all fours. There, yes, that was better. Her back feet were still a little sore from where she had bruised them, but nothing was getting through the thick black leather of her paws. She took a deep breath, and her skin shivered around her, everything settling into place. It had been too long. Her last transformation had only lasted a few seconds, and then she'd had to shove the beast down violently. This was better. This was what it was supposed to be like, senses awakening and muscles moving, and that sudden implacable confidence that came of knowing that you were the most powerful thing in the forest. Ah, said Istvhan. Hello? She grunted at him, then nodded. It wasn't a gesture that came easily to bears. She had to wag her head up and down, which would have been threatening to another bear, but it seemed to make Istvhan relax. Right, he said. He took a deep breath and seemed to steady himself. You doing all right? Shoulder not bothering you? She shrugged. Shrugging was easier for the beast, although it did set a twinge off again. The wound was mostly in the shield fat, which had few nerves to speak of. Humans didn't have shield fat. This was clearly a gross oversight on the part of the gods, and someone should rectify it immediately. Okay. Let me know if there's anything... Right. He stuffed her robes into the top of his pack and shouldered it again. Lead the way. They traveled uphill at a brisk pace. Clara tried to steer the bear toward the routes that a horse could not take easily. They would not come at her on horseback again, but she suspected they would ride a little way, dismount and fan out to search, then mount up again. It's what she would have done under the circumstances. No sense making it easy for them. Mostly, though, she reveled in the sudden peace inside her skin. Bears understood fear and anger and lust, but those were short-lived emotions, and once they were gone, they were gone. They did not angst. The bear did not worry that she would not find her sisters, or fret about what Istvhan thought of her true nature, or fear for the rest of the mercenaries left behind. The bear simply walked forward and existed, and Clara sank into the peace of that existence and thought of nothing. They traveled for an hour, then 2. Clara tried to remember to stop occasionally for Istvhan to rest. Perhaps 3 hours later Istvhan cleared his throat. To the bear it sounded like just a noise, but there was enough of Clara to recognize that he needed to say something. She rose from the half-submerged parts of the bear's mind and turned back toward him. It's starting to snow, he said. Harumph, she said. The air tasted sharp and cold, and even if only a few flakes were drifting down, the scent of snow overlaid the scent of pines like a sheet of translucent paper. Eventually they emerged from the tree line. Wind spat snow in their face. Istvhan cursed, pulling his hood down tight, arms wrapped around his body. The bear, protected by fur and fat,
felt nothing but the prickle of the cold on her nose. She dropped her head and went forward. Above the tree line, the slope was all loose scree. Terrible leg-breaking surface for horses. She approved of that. If they circled the top of the mountain above the tree line, it would be difficult to follow, and they could head down slope again on the north side. The small, submerged part of her mind that was still entirely human brooded, even as the beast part picked her way up the slope. Scree moved under her paws, and the air smelled sharp and clear and clean. What was Istvhan thinking right now? She looked back and thought that probably what he was thinking was that he was cold. The snow was not accumulating, but the wind was brutal. Istvhan moved well enough, for a human, his breath frosting the air. But it was only a matter of time before he began to flag. Heat was easy to lose and hard to replace. She aimed toward the lowest part of the slope, but it didn't do much good. The wind was whipping along the tree line, flinging snowflakes with malicious glee. Istvhan had his head down between his shoulders and was beginning to stumble. She kept having to stop and wait for him to catch up, and it took longer and longer each time. Well, there was no help for it. They could go back into the trees or— "Harumph!" Clara stopped and turned sideways to Istvhan, crouching down as best she could. "What?" Istvhan's teeth chattered, and he clenched his jaw to stop it. "What is it?" "Harumph!" Her joints weren't set up to gesture to her back. She tried to sink down farther. Fortunately, Istvhan was quick on the uptake. You want me to ride you?" "Woof," she nodded. He looked at her. Blessed Saint Ursa, what was he waiting for? "It's just, woof." "This feels like some kind of weird sex thing," muttered Istvhan. Clara growled. "I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that you don't usually ride other people unless they have very specialized interests." Clara rolled her eyes. She could feel him tugging at her fur, trying awkwardly to mount. "Sorry, I'm trying not to pull your hair." "Hoof." Even if they had not been massive killing machines, it was unlikely that bears would ever be domesticated as riding animals. The bones and muscles were all in the wrong places. No more comfortable for him than for me, I suspect. His weight was significant, but her bear self was capable of dragging a full-grown elk for a mile without breaking a sweat. The important thing was that she was a roaring furnace of heat. Istvhan threaded his hands in her fur, and gradually his shivering eased. Despite his weight, she made better time, and she stopped worrying about staying out of the wind. He kept trying to shift his weight as if he were riding a horse, which didn't do any good and was rather annoying. Human Clara was aware that he meant well, and therefore prevented Bear Clara from sitting down and scratching vigorously to dislodge the weird burr that had fastened onto her back. She reached the far side of the mountain they were circling. Mountain was probably an exaggeration, but the hills in this land had ambitions, and plunged back into the trees. Istvhan sat up and back, like you would on a horse going downhill. She wished bears could sigh. The man actually had a backside. Clara had checked surreptitiously several times on the road. It wasn't a bad-looking one either. So why the hell did it feel like his pelvic bones were resting directly on her spine? Well, there go my plans for making extra money by renting myself out as a riding animal for children's parties, she thought, and hurruffed with laughter. This hillside rubbed shoulders with the next one, and they did not need to go down as far to begin going back up. A tree leapt out at her, where another bear, presumably a real one, had set their claws. The smell was a magenta smear of dominance, a smaller male by the height. The bear wanted to stand on hind legs and leave her mark as well, prove she was taller and not to be trifled with. Clara squelched this urge. The bear grumbled but obeyed. It began to grow dark as they reached the tree line again. The air smelled like more snow coming. The bear had excellent vision in the dark, but Istvhan's weight was beginning to tire her. More than that, the effort of keeping human thoughts inside a skull that wanted to think other thoughts was exhausting. She could feel them welling up around her, wordless and primal, so rich they were almost bitter, leaving a gamey taste on her tongue. "No, keep thinking, keep going." "More," whispered the bear without words. "More." "Not now, keep going." And then quietly, "Please." The cave wasn't much, more of a depression in the rock with a large boulder blocking half the entrance. It was at the top of the ridgeline and had a good view of the approach, and more importantly, it was out of the wind. Istvhan rolled off the bear's back and entered the cave on his knees. It immediately seemed a great deal warmer than the surrounding air. The bear, he didn't know whether to think of her as Clara or as just the bear, shoved her way in after him. The small cave got even smaller. She curled herself up, head toward the entrance, and collapsed like a dog on a hearthrug. "Staying a bear?" he said. "Woof." "Right, okay." Istvhan was exhausted. He pulled a piece of journey bread out of his pack and tore it in half. "Food?" The bear took the bread politely from his fingers. Neither the bread nor his hand would have made more than a mouthful. Istvhan took 2 bites of his and found that even chewing made him tired. "But hey, you have a woman eating out of your hand. That's something, right?" He spread out his cloak. There was not a great deal of room. He ended up with his back against the bear, which was certainly warmer than the stone wall. "Just don't roll over in your sleep." "Ruff, ruff." Was that a laugh? It might have been. He hadn't known that bears could laugh, but presumably if bears turned into women they might learn. His thoughts began to drift, to bears and women, and men chasing them across the hills, and then he slept. Chapter 17. Istvhan woke with his head pillowed in someone's cleavage. He was lying on a cold, hard surface, and his shoulder was sore, and he had a crick in his neck, and he couldn't quite remember how he'd gotten there. But none of this seemed particularly important. What was important was that his face was buried in soft, warm female flesh. A great deal of female flesh. Whoever's breasts these were, they were spectacular. "I'm dead and in heaven. I always knew I'd die, but I thought my sins would catch up with me. This is wonderful." Admittedly, he couldn't remember the name of his partner, but she seemed to be naked, so that presumably meant they had been introduced and had gotten through all of the preliminary stages. He slid one hand over her hip and confirmed that yes, she was definitely naked, and also that the rest of her was as generously made as her breasts. "I was clearly far more virtuous while I was alive than I realized." "Ahem," said the owner of the breasts. "Wub," said Istvhan, who was wondering how much he could fit in his mouth before it got weird. The woman inhaled, which did amazing things. Istvhan gave himself up to bliss. "Ahem!" Something clicked in the back of his brain. Clara. Sister Clara. Domina Clara. Werebear. None. "I've never seen a man in armor move that fast," said Clara dryly. "Are you all right?" "You turned human in your sleep," squeaked Istvhan. He had flung himself across the floor of the cave so quickly that he'd scraped his ear on the stone, but this was a minor consideration. He was stiff with horror,
except for the part of his anatomy that had been stiff with something else. "It happens sometimes." Clara folded her arms across her chest in an attempt at modesty. Breasts like hers had not been designed to be contained by mere forearms. Istvhan stared at the ceiling of the cave. "Nice cave, good cave. None of the sticky-up or hangy-down bits. But of course that's limestone. You don't get that in this area. Right. Okay. You face-planted in a nun's breasts and made wub noises. A nun who you stabbed with a sword about 12 hours ago. Is there any coming back from this? No? Okay, that's what I thought." "We are trained not to change into the beast in our sleep," said Clara, who was fortunately not privy to his thoughts. "But changing into human, it rarely matters, and it's hard to train out." "How do you train not to turn into one?" asked Istvhan, still staring fixedly at the ceiling. "Same way you teach a child not to wet the bed, if a bit more dramatic. The novices sleep in a dormitory, and the minute someone starts to show signs of changing, the keeper of novices dumps a glass of water on their head. Not harmful, but you wake up instantly and it breaks you out of the dream." Istvhan raised his eyebrows and looked down in spite of himself. "I think if you were already upset, having water dumped on your head wouldn't help." She shrugged, which did tectonic things to her anatomy. Istvhan returned hastily to perusing the ceiling. "I can't say it's enjoyable, but it works. And bears dislike water a great deal less than humans do." Istvhan pictured water running down Clara's shoulders, over her skin, tracing the path down from her collarbone and dripping off other bits. The ceiling was definitely not cutting it. He gazed out over the ledge at the gritty gray light of early dawn. "Trees. Snowy trees. Yes. Excellent. Evergreens by the look of them. Yes." There was nothing particularly erotic about evergreens. In fact, if Istvhan had to pick the least erotic tree he knew, it would definitely be an evergreen. Something with pointy needles and a bad attitude. One of those trees. You couldn't cut boughs and lay them down and spread your cloak over them and make passionate love to anyone with trees like that. You'd get jabbed in places. Lots of places. You'd be better off with the stone floor, no matter what it did to your knees when you were kneeling over her and— Goddamn sexy evergreens, leading innocent paladins into temptation. "Perhaps you might hand me my clothes?" asked Clara. "Ah, yes, that is a thing I can do." He hastily dug her clothing out of his pack and held it out to her. "Are you going to go as not as a— "Bear," said Clara. "You can say the word, it's all right. I'm not sensitive about it."
"The hell you're not," thought Istvhan, but wasn't about to say it aloud.
"At the moment, neither of us are going anywhere." She gestured out the cave mouth, at the evergreens that he'd been looking at. He followed her gaze, puzzled, then looked down. The shale slope that they had come up the evening before was covered in a fresh blanket of snow. It was utterly pristine, blindingly white, and if they walked on it, they were going to leave a trail of footprints as clear as signposts. Istvhan grunted in dismay.
"Damnation. Can we climb up, do you think?"
"I won't swear that we can't," said Clara. "That boulder there, if we could get onto it, we could maybe go over the top of the ridge. But we'll still leave some kind of track."
Istvhan rubbed his chin. His beard itched. "Well, it's covered our trail, so that's useful, I suppose."
He watched as the wind blew across the snow, sending white flakes skittering along the surface.
"The wind should scour it clear soon enough, but I don't know if we're far enough ahead of pursuit to trust it to clear our footprints that quickly."
"That's my thinking," Clara agreed. "If we stay here for a few hours, we may be able to go on without leaving as much of a trail."
Istvhan contemplated a few hours alone in an isolated cave with a nun, damn it. She's a nun. A nun with really fantastic breasts. Absolutely top quality. You just didn't see breasts like that every day. Will you shut up, you lecherous doorknob? You already had your face mashed against her not 20 minutes ago, and she can't get out of this cave without you. So act like a damn gentleman already. Also, you stabbed her. Stabbed. Pointy metal jammed into flesh. Women do not forgive you for that in a hurry. Men either, generally. He drew his knees up and rested his wrists across them. It was cold inside the cave, but the blanket of snow had warmed the landscape a little. Now he just had to figure out how to spend a few hours in Clara's company without acting like a complete ass. He closed his eyes and leaned his head back against the stone wall. Easier said than done. Bears sigh for ursine reasons of their own, not from frustration or sorrow. Clara had human reasons to sigh, but squelched the urge. When Istvhan realized who, or what, he was cuddling up to, he moved like he was touching something unclean. He tried to hide it, but that just shows he's polite, not that he wasn't disgusted. The snow had laid a blanket of quiet across the world. She strained her ears but could hear nothing but birdsong. She wondered which one of them was going to be first to break the silence. So what's it like being a werebear? Apparently it was going to be Istvhan. Dunno, said Clara. What's it like not being a werebear? I've never not been one. Istvhan grunted. After a minute he said, Well, there's less turning into a bear for one thing. Clara laughed in spite of herself. Yes, I imagine. It's a bit like having another set of thoughts in your head, I suppose. Like when you talk to yourself. There's the you doing the talking and the you getting talked to, although they're all the same you. Does that make any sense? It does, actually. Like when I think, Istvhan, you're a fool. I'm both the fool and the person thinking I'm a fool. Does that happen often? Constantly. Particularly around beautiful women. Clara didn't quite know what to do with that. Does he mean... No, it's probably just reflex. You're a bear. Right, except the bear doesn't think in words the same way, and it doesn't feel the need to keep a running commentary on my life. Half the time I don't know it's there unless something happens to wake it up. Like what? Strong smells. Hunger. Danger. She scratched the back of her neck. Whenever I get in a fight, the beast wakes up and starts wanting to know if it needs to take over. Istvhan made an odd sound, almost like recognition. But I'm not in fights very often. It's mostly smells. Smoke, blood, sickness. Those will wake it up every time. And truffles? Definitely truffles. And once it's woken up. Most of the time I tell it to go back to sleep. There are really not very many circumstances where turning into a large bear is helpful. Mostly it listens. Sometimes it doesn't, and I'm pushing it down while I try to do something else. I understand that more than you know. Clara glanced at him, surprised. He couldn't possibly, and yet the way he said it. They sat in silence for a little while, gazing down the valley. Birds chirped in the trees and from the ground. Clara heard an alarm call and looked around in case it was signaling the presence of men on horses. A very harassed-looking copper jay broke from cover, mobbed by the smaller birds, and a few minutes later everything settled back into peaceful melody. "Do you feel the presence of the goddess when you change?" asked Istvhan abruptly. Clara blinked at him. What an odd question. No, what a Paladin question. You mean Ursa? She's a saint, not a goddess. She was a real person about 300 years ago, or that's what the records say. Still, is she present when you change?
Now that's a complicated theological question. Clara leaned back against the rock wall. Some of the sisters say that it's her direct blessing that lets us change it all, of course, but it doesn't feel much like a blessing sometimes. When you're feverish in a cage and all of you praying not to be the one who goes to the beast? No, I'm pretty sure St. Ursa isn't overseeing us directly, because that would be monstrously cruel, making us change like that. She spread her hands. Sister Mallory always says that if St. Ursa didn't exist, we'd be obligated to invent her, just to have an explanation. Or maybe just so we had someone to watch over us. But you have not felt her presence directly. Clara shrugged. Again, how would I know? Perhaps I feel it all the time and have nothing to compare it to. That's why it's faith. She snorted. I talk to her in my head. I pray. If I didn't have her, I suspect I'd pray to someone else. Perhaps she's just the name I put on that which I pray to, and it's easier to picture the divine as a saint who understands the beast. Interesting theology for a nun. She glanced over at him. Blue stubble shadowed his cheeks, and his eyes were dark. Even after bandit attacks and long days on the run, he was obnoxiously handsome. She remembered the warmth of his lips against her skin that morning, before he realized what he was kissing, and her gut clenched. But she was determined not to show it. This is why you don't get entangled. This is why you don't fall in love. We're not an evangelical order, she said lightly. But you're a paladin. You're genuinely God-touched, aren't you? Istvhan made a small noise of pain. I was, he said. Once. Clara frowned. What? How does that... Wait. A half-remembered memory clicked into place. The Saint of Steel, the god who had died. She'd almost forgotten. It had been years ago, and she had never met one of their paladins. Your god. Dead, said Istvhan bleakly. The blue shadows on his face deepened. Died or was murdered, if a god can be murdered. We still don't know, just that he was a golden light in our hearts, and then he was gone. I'm sorry. She reached out and took his hand before it occurred to her that the touch of a werebear might disgust him. He did not recoil. He gazed down at their hands as if they belonged to two other people, his eyes distant. It was almost 4 years ago now, he said. I don't know how much you know about the Order. Virtually nothing. I didn't know any of you survived. He nodded. We didn't have a temple up here, mostly around Arkenhold. The saint was a warrior god. We are berserkers. One corner of his mouth twisted up slightly. The priests think, or thought, that his paladins were born berserkers, that in another time and place we would have been the sort of madmen who gnaw their shields and are consumed with battle. Much like your order, now that I think of it. He glanced up at her and smiled, less with humor and more with recognition. We were born a certain way, and the god took it and made it holy. Maybe he does understand. Can he understand? No, that's too much to ask for from someone who is human all the time. Even if he gnaws his shield in battle, it's still with human teeth. So it's not just Galen, she said. No, he is my brother in arms. Istvhan slowly opened his fingers, until her hand lay flat in his palm. It struck Clara again, looking down, that his hands were larger than hers, and that was strange. She could not remember the last man that she had known who was built to the same scale. Once the god died, we no longer had control of the battle madness. The black tide we call it now. We're all afraid of it. We're waiting for the day it pulls us under and doesn't let us go. But there was a time, Domina, when we were the holiest of killers. We would go into a place and kill those that the god commanded and spare everyone else. The god would literally stop our blades from falling on the innocent. It was...
He let out a long breath. We were righteous and holy and unstoppable. And it was good, Domina. It was so damn good. The longing in his voice was terrible to hear. Clara moved her hand, only a little, and he caught it, thumb lying like a bar across her knuckles. I will tell you something else, he said softly, looking up. Paladin to none, that I dare not tell my brothers. I'm only a lay sister, Clara wanted to say. I can't give you absolution. You felt more of your God than I ever have of mine. But she said none of these things, only tilted her head and waited. Even the very lowest of lay sisters knew when someone needed to give confession. I think sometimes now about the guilty and the innocent. Our God was judge and jury, and we were his executioners. I never questioned his judgment. I couldn't have. But the longer I spend around the temple of the rat, with all their priests and lawyers, as they try to sort out guilt and punishment and expiation, the more I think that it was all far too simple. He shook his head slowly, almost incredulous. When the god died, we ran mad. The priests lit the temples on fire and burned each other alive. There was a place called Hollowbind, and the paladins there tore men apart with their bare hands. I'm sorry, said Clara. Istvhan shrugged. Are these the actions of good men, Domina? Even the mad don't do this to each other. Perhaps we were always on the edge of this terrible violence, and the saint was no better than we were. I do not know. He lifted her hand, and Clara felt his breath wash across her fingers. So you see, Domina, he whispered, you are not the only one with a beast inside them. The air between them changed instantly, charged and crackling. Clara met his dark eyes and thought, we have been talking of gods and murder. This is not the time. You must be mistaken. What is wrong with you? The look in Istvhan's eyes did not make her think she was mistaken. Her mouth felt suddenly dry. She licked her lips, and his eyes locked on her mouth. No, don't be ridiculous. You're barely human. He knows that. He recoiled from you this morning. He can't possibly mean... He leaned forward. His lips parted slightly. Dark eyes bored into hers, and she could not seem to get enough air. She had been kissed before, of course, even by this same man, but never by a man who knew what she was, never by one who had seen her change and wanted her anyway. You are mistaken. You must be. That cannot be what he means. He cannot want you. You should not want him. What did she want? She wanted to tear each other's clothes off and drag him down right there. Never mind the stone floor or anything else. Right. Istvhan was very close. She could feel his breath across her skin. Outside the cave, birds suddenly started up, shrieking alarm calls. A pebble fell down from the entrance. Istvhan jerked back, and both of them looked up, just as a human voice said, Don't bother, Tom. She's miles away by now. Chapter 18. Istvhan cursed the saints, the gods, the world, humanity in general, and the men on the ridge above them in particular. He did it internally, however, because neither of them dared to make a sound. Keep walking, he thought. Keep walking and don't make me kill you. His gaze dropped to Clara, and he amended that to, Don't make us kill you. Her head was cocked to one side, eyes fixed on the entrance to the cave. Istvhan could not even hear her breathing. He'd heard it just a moment ago. Her lips had been parted, almost panting, and somehow everything had shifted around them. Perhaps it was her explanation that she did not feel her saint.
It finally settled inside his head that she was with the convent because of what she was, not because she was dedicated to holiness. And Istvhan, who could no longer touch holiness, might be able to touch her. Footsteps scraped on the rock. The voice said, "Look, there's no tracks. We'd see footprints if she'd come this way." "Yes, excellent. Keep thinking that. Good man." Someone, Tom presumably, said, "I want to check anyway. This place is all full of holes. She could be hiding in one." The voice was practically over their heads. The men were walking along the ridgeline, and if one found a way down, Istvhan and Clara would be trapped in a cave, trying to fight on their knees. "Yeah, and so could a snow lion. It'll take your damn face off." "Worth the risk. You know what one of those things is worth in Moorstone?" Those things. Istvhan watched Clara's face go hard as her jaw clenched. More footsteps. Istvhan heard the sound of loose rock sliding and stifled a sigh. No hope for it. The man was right there, and in another minute he was going to come around the side of the rock, blocking the entrance, and things were going to start happening very fast. Istvhan settled his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Look, there's a cave right—" Istvhan exploded out of the cave, swinging. The man named Tom was shorter than Istvhan, but that didn't much matter, since he was standing and Istvhan was still half-crouched. He had a net draped over one shoulder, but certainly wasn't expecting to use it. Istvhan's sword whistled through the air. Tom's reflexes were good, but his balance was not. He managed to jump back, only to lose his footing on the rock and slide down the hillside on his back. His companion shouted from the ridge. Istvhan turned to meet the second man, jammed his sword upward, and took the man in the gut. He nearly lost his own footing as the shock traveled through his arm. Someone else shouted. Saints' balls! There had been a third man who hadn't spoken. Istvhan tried to haul his sword out of the dead man without falling down the slope himself. A bear roared practically in his ear. Istvhan skidded downhill a few feet, regained his balance, and looked up just in time to see the bear bite the third man's face off. The bear who was also Clara. The man had been shouting. He stopped. The crunch of massive teeth into bone was horribly loud. The bear shook her head, and the man dropped down the slope, a red ruin where his face had been. "All right," Istvhan thought. "All right, that was a lot. Okay." Small black eyes turned toward him. Blood ringed the bear's muzzle and stained her chest. She growled. "Easy," said Istvhan. "Easy. Nice bear?" The bear had seemed friendly enough the day before, but bloodlust was something else again. Clara spoke of the bear as if it were another person inside her. Instead of lusting after her and interrogating her about comparative theology, maybe you could have asked a useful question like, "Does the bear always remember who your friends are?" The bear made a low grumbling sound and pawed at her muzzle, turning away. Istvhan thought she looked almost embarrassed, although how a bear could look embarrassed the saint only knew. Either saint. He looked down slope and discovered Tom was gone. "Oh, hell," he said aloud. "I think one of them got away. We'd better get moving before he brings reinforcements." "Aroof!" The bear nodded and started over the ridge. "Wait for me." He scrambled into the cliff and grabbed his pack. The bear waited. Her long pink tongue came out of her mouth and licked at the blood, which was... Yes, it was a lot to take in. Everything was a lot right now. They started down the far side, slipping and sliding on the loose scree. The dead man had fallen over the ridge and rolled a few yards downhill.
Istvhan wiped his sword on the dead man's tunic, then took his money. The bear snorted approvingly. The bear who had bitten a man's face off. "It's not like you haven't seen worse." Istvhan came from a berserker order. He had seen every possible variation of what swords could do to human flesh. Frequently, his brothers and sisters in arms had been the ones doing it. It was just, well, the crunch replayed in his head. The bear had fangs as long as his thumbs. Right, okay. Woman with sledgehammer surrounded by dead bodies. Weirdly sexy. Woman turned into giant bear, biting faces off. Deeply not sexy. Please make a note of it. He immediately resented himself for being an idiot. What, did you expect her to stand around and get murdered just so you could keep your cock hard? No, obviously not. That was just a lot. Clara stomped downhill, feeling the scree slide under her paws. She could hear Istvhan on the slope, though he was starting to fall behind. She didn't know whether to slow down so that he could catch up, or to start running and never stop. Clara's eyesight wasn't capable of the fine, close focus of a human, but it didn't need to be. She'd been able to see Istvhan's expression just fine. Shock, horror, something like that. Well, what did you expect? You bit a man's head in half right in front of him. However close they'd come for a moment in the cave, it was definitely over now. It's for the best. This is why you never sleep with anyone who knows what you are. Men say they want an animal in bed, but they don't mean one that weighs 700 pounds and eats elk. Bear! Clara! Wait for me! Bears do not grit their teeth normally. Clara could feel the puzzlement of the beast, wondering why it was keeping its jaw tight. She grimly relaxed and paused at the bottom of the slope, waiting. It would do no good to get separated. He'd just try to find her, because he was a paladin, and no matter how disgusted he was, his sense of duty would keep him going. If only he'd truly been a mercenary, he would probably have decided to cut his losses. Damn, damn, damn! At least this side of the ridge was warmer. The trees started much closer to the ridgeline, and the snow only clung in the deep shadows. The wind was not nearly so fierce. She did not feel obligated to give Istvhan a ride on her back, and thus could not be hurt when he recoiled in horror at the thought. Hours passed, while Clara brooded, and Istvhan crunched through the pine needles. She thought they must be getting close to the road now. If they were being followed, she had heard no sign yet. How long would it take for the man who had escaped to bring back his fellows? I suppose it depends on how badly he was hurt, falling down the slope. Clara hated to hope for a man's injuries, but it would certainly make her life easier. She lifted her head, sniffing for the scent of horses, and smelled something unusual. Burning? A fire? No, it wasn't quite right for that. It smelled burnt the way that a skunk did, a choking, scorched hair smell. But there were undertones like rotten milk, and something else. It smeared the scent landscape in the bear's head. She sneezed twice, then turned in place, trying to place where it was coming from. Problem? Asked Istvhan. Hurroof! She didn't like the smell. More importantly, the beast didn't like the smell. That was unusual. The beast was agnostic about most odors. Food smells were good, fire was bad. All other smells just existed without any particular emotional context. The heavy smell seemed to be concentrated on a spot between their position and the road. Clara debated the possible ramifications, then decided that it was too important to make the decision alone. Go to sleep, she told the bear. Go back down for a little while. The excitement of the fight had worn off. The beast did not resist. She shook herself and stood up. Istvhan hurried to put the cloak around her shoulders. "Just like a paladin."
"Pursuit?" he asked.
"No, not close by. I smell something else. It's very odd. Burnt and sort of rotten. I don't know what it is, but we should probably go around it. That'll be a bit out of our way, though."
Istvhan went very still. "Burnt," he said slowly. "Like burnt hair? A thick smell?"
Clara blinked at him. "Yes, exactly. Do you know what it is?"
"Unfortunately, I might," he sighed. "I'm sorry, but I need to see it. If it's what I think it is—" Clara raised her eyebrows.
"More secrets?"
He laughed, although not with a great deal of humor. "Yes, I suppose. I should have told you, but would you believe that I'd forgotten this one completely, what with the last few days?" He waved a hand vaguely over his shoulder in the direction of their pursuers.
"I suppose I would,"
Clara admitted.
"Very well."
She started to turn into the bear again and found herself on her knees, the woods spinning around her. "Domina!"
"It's all right,"
she muttered, trying not to face-plant in the pine needles.
"It's fine."
"It's clearly not." He went to his knees next to her. "Are you ill? Injured?"
"No. Too many changes too fast, that's all."
She mustered a smile.
"It's like running. It's not hard to do once or twice, if you're used to it. But too many on top of each other and you start to get winded. Give me a minute."
"Stay human," he suggested. "If it's what I think it is, the smell will be strong enough for our noses to pick up once we get close."
"What do you think it is?"
"Severed heads." He handed her clothes and helped her to her feet while she considered this.
"Your wandering killer?"
"Yes. At this point, trying to keep any more secrets feels extremely silly. If you're a spy for an unknown cult, you're hiding it well."
"Well, St. Ursa's real.
I might be a spy for a known cult." "Yes, but are you really a spy at that point?"
They started down the slope together. Istvhan stayed within arm's reach, probably in case she fainted again. Clara did not know whether to be grateful or to wish he'd go farther away. The bear hadn't cared that he smelled like ginger. The human cared very much indeed.
"Galen and I work for the Temple of the White Rat," Istvhan explained. "There's been a series of murders in Archon's glory. One of my brothers found out what was doing it. We call them the Smooth Men. They're well, we aren't sure what the hell they are. The best guess is some kind of golem. They make heads in a kiln, and then stab the heads into decapitated corpses to control them. The bodies eventually decay away, and they have to kill another one. When one was caught in Archon's glory, the rest fled. Reports started to come from the north, so Galen and I came to follow them."
"Ah," said Clara. "And Brant's barrels?"
"Oh, very real, but they're our cover story. I really did want many fewer guards, too," he grimaced, and she suspected that he was thinking of Haller. "We've been trying to keep it secret because we literally do not know who or what is behind these things. Rogue wonder worker? Cult? A golem maker?"
"I thought the secret of making golems had been lost centuries ago."
"So did everyone else."
Clara gnawed on her lower lip. "Interesting. You think they're going to Moorstone?"
"No idea. We had planned to follow the trail. Brant knew that we might be taking detours. Now it looks like we might still be behind them." He rubbed the back of his neck. "Moorstone would be a good place for them to set up shop again anyway. Big city, huge slums, lots of people who can vanish without anyone kicking up a fuss. Even the White Rat hasn't made much of a dent there."
"And my sisters are likely headed for the fighting pits there."
The shudder that went through her was not from the exhaustion of too many changes. She breathed in and caught another whiff of the burnt smell.
Ahead, I think." It was farther away than she expected. The smell was so strong that it carried. She was glad, by the time they reached the source, that she wasn't the bear. Her human nose was running, and her eyes were burning. To a more sensitive nose it would have been nearly intolerable. "Damn it," said Istvhan softly, looking down at the headless corpse. "Sometimes I hate being right." Chapter 19. The body looked the way that all the smooth men's victims looked, headless, half-rotted, with a deep hole running from the stump of the neck into the body. The smooth men had a tapered spike in place of a neck. The amount of both force and precision it took to jam that spike into the body was astonishing. Dr. Piper, the surgeon to the dead in Archon's glory, had had a lot to say about that. "Could a human do it? Sure. Humans can do all kinds of things, particularly when they aren't held back by moral compunctions. Could they do it consistently and, well, on the first try, every time? Definitely not." Clara studied the body dispassionately. "Rotten, but the scavengers haven't done much." "They don't, as far as we can tell. They don't like the smell. Not even vultures will touch them. Useful for us, in so much as we're more likely to find the heads. But I don't like what that says about the smooth men themselves." He coughed. "So there's a severed head around here as well?" "Probably." In fact, there were two, a man and a woman. Istvhan looked down at them and groaned. The necks were ragged, the eyes staring sightlessly at the sky. Neither matched the body, and they were a great deal fresher. Clara crouched down, her sleeve over her mouth, and studied the heads. "That's a ragged stump. If they used an axe, they didn't use it well." "It's not an axe," said Istvhan. "They open their jaws somehow and bite the heads off. It's pretty horrible." "Ah." Her voice was absolutely inflectionless. Istvhan cursed himself. "Not like that," he said. "I mean, not like you do, like you did. Oh, hell." "Making a bit of a mess of things," he observed internally. "Keep talking, though. I'm sure you can make it worse." "I know it shouldn't matter," he said hopelessly. "About you and with the teeth." Clara gazed at him in silence. Istvhan talked to fill it, which was the worst possible thing he could do, and he knew it was the worst thing he could do, and yet he seemed to be doing it anyway. "He'd be just as dead if I ran him through with a sword. It doesn't matter to him. I'm trying not to let it matter to me." "No," said Clara. "Biting people's heads off should matter, I think. You don't want to start doing it for fun." "Well, no, of course not, but—" He rubbed both hands over his face, mostly to shut himself up. After a moment he dropped his hands and said, "I'm going to stop talking now." "That would probably be for the best, yes." She stood up, dusting off her hands. "I suspect that lump over there is our second body." Istvhan turned and followed her gaze to a crumpled shape under a low pine tree. It might have been a log or a rock, except that it appeared to be wearing ragged clothes. "Do we do something with these bodies?" asked Clara. "Burn them or put a stake through their heart or something?" "If we had time and tools, I'd want to bury them. But as it is," he shrugged, "we've got our own problems right now, and I don't believe in any god that would punish two souls for not getting a proper burial when they were murdered." Clara smiled. It was a genuine smile which surprised him, given that he'd just made a spectacular ass of himself. Not a nun, but she takes faith seriously nonetheless. "What else have you learned about them?" "We know there's at least two of them. They can't replace themselves, it takes two. They seem to go inert once they're pulled out."
He stared down at the second head. "I suspect they caught two people traveling together and took both their bodies." He tried not to imagine what it must have been like for the second of the two, seeing their partner slaughtered in front of them and knowing what was coming next.
Convenient for them. Will they be able to pass as human?
Istvhan frowned. "No, but also yes. They're clearly wrong if you look at them up close. No one has skin like clay, no pores, nothing, and they don't have hair, so they wear hats or hoods. But how many people really say anything? You're not going to point at someone in the street and yell, 'That person isn't right.' In small towns, no, they'd stand out. But in a big city, all they have to do is walk away. Civility and not wanting to get involved does the rest."
So why keep it a secret, then? Why not spread the word as far as you can?
Istvhan scowled. It was a point of contention between himself and the bishop. She was right, and he knew she was right. But it galled him to let people carry on in ignorance when knowledge might have saved them. "We spread word about the smell and told people there was a new type of creature out there. A perfumer mixed us up vials that replicate it, and the Temple of the Rat had them out to every town large enough to field a constabulary, so that they'd know if they found signs. That's how we picked up the trail here in the first place. You can get sleuth hounds on it, but we were vague about the description beyond the smell. Bishop Beartongue is of the opinion that if you tell people that someone who looks different is possibly a supernatural murderer, it will lead to a bloodbath."
Clara inhaled sharply, then coughed and covered her face with her sleeve again. "Arg! Let's move away from these poor people before I get sick." They tromped down the hillside together.
Istvhan wasn't sure how close to stand to her. Did she want him to stand farther away? Would she think that he was disgusted by her if he did? Damn it. This wasn't the sort of thing a person should have to worry about when there were decapitating monsters running about. He gave up and just followed her down slope. She was better in the woods than he was. He wondered if the bear part helped, or if she'd simply spent a lot more time in the countryside. He'd started life that way, but his country was drier and full of chaparral, not 100-foot pines. When they were far enough away that the smell had faded to a lingering unpleasantness in the back of the throat, Clara said, "I don't let it eat them." "What?"
"When the bear kills someone, it doesn't usually want to fight. It would much rather run away. If that man hadn't been blocking the way from the den so that it felt cornered—"
She shrugged, looking uncomfortable.
"But if it does bite someone's head off, I don't let it eat them afterward. You don't want the beast to get a taste for flesh."
"Oh," said Istvhan, which seemed woefully inadequate.
"It doesn't happen often. I've only had to do it twice before."
"Ah."
"Your bishop is right," she added,
which seemed like an abrupt change.
"It would be a bloodbath. People are already not kind to difference. If you sent out messengers saying that there were murderers, and all you could say was that they looked a bit strange, it wouldn't end well."
"You're not wrong," Istvhan said, "but it galls me. We know that they'll keep killing, and this way maybe we could get ahead of them somehow. I keep thinking if we could get the description right."
Clara snorted. "There is no description so perfect that a mob will step back and say, 'Oh, sorry, wrong person.' Trust me."
It occurred to Istvhan that maybe she hadn't changed the conversation at all. Clara might have a pretty good idea of how people reacted to frightening differences. Maybe, once again, he should just shut up and listen. However willing he was to listen, she did not add anything else, nor did she turn back into a beast. Instead, they slipped and slid down the slope, the pine needles crunching and sliding underfoot. The snow thinned out as they descended, first into gritty drifts, then into white shadows under the trees, then gone completely.
"I miss shoes," muttered Clara, stopping to rub her feet. "It's the worst of the change. You always end up somewhere without shoes."
"And clothes."
"Oh, well."
Was that an actual grin?
Yes, it was, however quickly she tried to hide it. "It turns out that if you walk up to someone, look them in the eye and say, 'Pardon, I've just been robbed. May I borrow your coat?' they almost always oblige. The trick is to not look even remotely ashamed. Then you ask them to direct you to the local constable's office. Then the constables panic and get you a blanket. You give them an entirely fictitious description of the thieves, and they escort you back to your barge or to an inn or whatever. As long as you're indignant, everyone else falls in line. But no one ever has the shoes."
Istvhan laughed. "Or socks, I should imagine. One of my fellow paladins knits socks at an alarming rate. He says it soothes him. Keeps us all in socks anyway, although sometimes his choice of yarn is idiosyncratic."
"Useful friend to have, though."
"Oh, very."
Istvhan wished Stephen were here now. Stephen took the weight of the world on his shoulders and never complained, which could occasionally be annoying but was also useful when things were spiraling out of control. On the other hand, he was terribly bad at talking to women. Fortunately, he had fallen passionately in love with an odd little perfumer, the same one who had mixed up the scent vials to help track the smooth men. Istvhan quite liked her. She wanted to spend the majority of her days locked in her workshop, and then come out and be with Stephen, and then go back to her workshop. Right before he left the city, Stephen told him that she had moved a second chair into the workshop so that he could knit in the same room with her, which, judging by Stephen's reaction, was a declaration of affection unmatched in modern times. Clara stopped moving suddenly and put up a hand. "Do you hear that?" Istvhan cocked his head and listened. After a moment, a thin thread of human voices came through the muffling trees.
"Someone talking," he murmured.
"No, someone yelling.
Up ahead."
"Downslope," said Clara.
"Did they get ahead of us?"
"I don't know. Maybe. It's also possible we've reached the road."
"I'll scout ahead. They'll be looking for you, not me."
"Pretty sure they got a good look at you when you drew a sword at them," said Clara, a bit dryly. "I'll come with you, but I'll stay in the trees until we're sure."
Istvhan nodded.
They moved toward the voices as quietly as possible. A dry pine forest was the very worst thing for stealth. Everything crunched and snapped underfoot. Nevertheless, the trees began to thin, and Istvhan caught a glimpse of packed mud and gravel. He felt weak-kneed with relief. Roads he understood. People, for the most part, he could deal with. Forests were difficult. It was very hard to negotiate with pine trees. They didn't want to come to the table at all. He gestured to Clara to wait and crept up the last lines of trees. The voices were louder now.
"Da,"
said a woman's voice wearily.
"it's stuck up to the axle. You can't pull it out, and you're going to kill yourself trying."
"It just needs a little wiggling," said a querulous male voice.
"And if you throw your back out, I'll be trying to lift both you and the wagon, and how will that help?"
Istvhan reached the road and looked out onto a wagon. The side was painted with the words, "Dr. Mason's Genuine Herbal Medicines," all lettered in a riot of colors that practically glowed in the afternoon sun. The wagon was tilted at an angle, and one of the front wheels had sunk deeply into the mud. Two surly-looking mules stood at the front, their ears half back, and expressions of deep annoyance on their faces. An old man was trying to dig the wheel out, and a young woman stood over him, her hands on her hips, wearing an expression not unlike the mule's.
"Da, I swear by the Lady of Grass that if you throw your back out, I will leave you here and run away to start a new life as a dancing girl."
"You'll never do it, girl. You've got bad ankles. So did your mother, the gods keep her.
Whole family, really. Faces like angels, but bad ankles."
"Think it's a trap," murmured Clara in Istvhan's ear. Her breath was warm against the side of his face, and Istvhan wished that he was in a position to appreciate that more.
"If it is, it's a very strange one."
"My ankles will hold out longer than your back." "Don't sass me. Do we have a board we can fit under the wheel?"
"Only if I start tearing open crates."
"Don't you touch those crates. That medicine can't be jostled or exposed to light."
"It's getting jostled plenty with all that heaving you're doing."
"That's fine, as long as they're in the crates. I'm going to try again."
"Da!"
The old man set his back to the wheel and began to strain. His face turned an alarming shade of violet. Istvhan decided that this had gone on long enough and emerged from the trees. "Pardon, gentlefolk," he said, "but perhaps I can be of some assistance." Chapter 20.
"Sir!"
The old man straightened. His mouth stretched into a broad smile, and his eyes positively twinkled. Istvhan recognized the effect immediately.
This is the face he shows to strangers. Interesting.
"You are a strapping young fellow, aren't you?" said the old man.
His voice had rounded out and become positively theatrical.
"And I fear that you find me temporarily embarrassed by the condition of my wagon. But I gaze upon your muscles, my good sir, and it comes to me that perhaps you might be the answers to my prayers. Yes, truly the gods have shined upon the hour of our meeting."
"You need me to get your wagon unstuck," said Istvhan, amused.
"In a word, yes. In a word, I could not have put it better myself, and I have, if you will allow me to boast, a vocabulary the breadth of which has never been fully plumbed."
The young woman put her hand over her eyes.
"You see before you the illustrious Dr. Mason," he continued, "purveyor of the finest herbal treatments for all manner of ailments. If you will but aid me in freeing my wagon, I would be delighted to offer you a free bottle, no, 2 free bottles, in gratitude."
Istvhan was reasonably familiar with such medicines, and wondered if the bottles would prove fatal or only make his hair fall out.
"No need," he said. "Let me take a look at your wagon."
Of course, of course. But what is your name, young sir?"
"Istvhan."
"Tolly," said the young woman, nodding toward Istvhan. She had a wary but appreciative look. Istvhan was used to seeing women look at him that way, and took no offense at either the wariness or the appreciation.
"My beloved granddaughter, light of my life, joy of my heart, comfort to my old age. And you may call me Doc Mason, as I feel we shall all be great friends, particularly once the wagon is unstuck."
The comfort to his old age gazed at the sky as if contemplating braining him with a bottle of his own medicine. Istvhan inspected the situation. The wagon was well and truly stuck. The wheel had gotten jammed deeply into mud, and no amount of forward momentum by the mules was going to help if it didn't also get some lift upwards. He grabbed the wheel and hauled. It budged, but only enough to let him know that it was theoretically possible. The mud was nearly at the axle.
"Perhaps if the weight was off on the wagon side. And I had a lever."
A familiar voice said, "Let me get that for you." Clara stepped up beside him, hooked her hands under the back of the wagon, and threw her weight into it as well. It moved a little more, but not enough.
"Levers," said Istvhan. "Also, you were supposed to wait in the woods."
"Was I?" She rubbed her hands across her thighs. "Can't imagine why you'd think that."
"No, neither can I."
"Madam," said Dr. Mason. "My goodness."
His eyes swept over her torn robes, much the worse for wear for having had a bear erupt out of them twice in as many days.
Has some ill befallen you? May we offer our assistance?"
"Set upon by bandits," she said smoothly. "My bodyguard here stood them off."
Demoted from captain to bodyguard. Ah, well. Yes, indeed. How many did I stand off? Do you remember?
5, she said promptly, giving him a severe look. "One of which had a necklace of human ears."
"Great gods," said Doc Mason. "The barbarism, the sartorial degeneracy. What has the world come to?"
"Sister Clara," said Clara, extending her hand.
"She is being far too modest," said Istvhan, cutting in. "You see before you the Mother Superior of the Order of St. Galen."
"Mother Superior!"
Doc Mason dropped to one knee in the mud and kissed the hem of Clara's robe. It took him a moment to find a sufficiently unmuddied portion, during which Clara glared daggers at Istvhan.
"Please, no," said
Clara. She and Tolly had to help the old man to his feet.
"I am, not traveling in the open. It is hardly safe, as you have seen."
"You may call her Domina, Clara," said Istvhan, and pretended not to see Clara's expression.
"Are you going to Moorstone?" asked Tolly. "That was our plan before we were set upon," said Clara.
"Then you must accompany us upon the road, at least as far as the next inn," said Doc Mason. He waved his arms. "My wagon is at your service, Domina. My medicines, my life."
"I don't think that will be necessary," said Clara.
"Nevertheless, a wise man serves the gods and the servants of the gods, and in doing so serves himself better than—"
"Let's see if we can get your wagon unstuck," said Istvhan. "Domina, would you care to help me find a lever?"
"A good tree branch ought to do it," she said.
They headed back toward the woods.
"Mother Superior," she said under her breath. "Really?"
"Bodyguard? Really? Anyway, probably not wise to keep introducing yourself as a nun, given that there are people on the lookout for them right now." She looked chagrined.
"I know. I realized it as soon as it came out of my mouth, but it's reflex. I've been a sister for over 20 years.
"Indeed. We'll have to think of another cover story, though."
"Did you want me to introduce you as a mercenary captain and claim to be your troop?"
Istvhan grinned. "You could serve in any troop that I ever commanded, Domina. Or commanded, most likely."
She gave him an odd look. He got the impression that she was flattered if wary. "Me or the bear?"
"I was under the impression that you came as a package. However, you are to be preferred. You are good company, you work well in a group, you fight competently and clear-headedly, and you do not smell."
"I had no idea the bar was so low."
"You'd be amazed how many competent fighters cannot work with others."
"I meant the smell."
"You'd be amazed by that, too." He scanned the woods for likely-looking branches. "My kingdom for an axe."
"Do you think they're on the up and up?" She jerked her chin back toward the wagon.
"I think he's a snake oil salesman. That said, it's definitely safer to travel in a group, and I'm fairly certain that I can take him in a fight."
"I suspect a damp towel can take him in a fight. Still, I feel like this is a strangely elaborate setup for a trap."
"Same. And they're acting about like I'd expect, inviting us to the next inn with them, but not actually telling us their destination. They have more to fear from us than we do from them at the moment."
Clara pointed to a young tree. "That one work?"
"Yes, if we can get it out of the ground." The roots were sunk deep. "Or chop it down."
"You could use your sword."
"I will pretend you did not say that."
"Why do men get so defensive about their swords?"
"They're remarkably fragile when they're not in use."
Clara gave him a look. He gave it right back to her.
"What?"
She very obviously decided to let that one go. "Perhaps the good doctor has an axe."
They returned to the wagon.
"Do you have an axe?" asked Clara. "Tolly, Fetch the domina the finest axe at our disposal."
Tolly scurried into the wagon and returned a moment later with a small hatchet. "It's the only axe at our disposal," she said.
"It will do very well," said Istvhan.
"All right," said Istvhan once the lever was acquired and in place.
"On my mark." "Mark!"
Clara heaved. The mules pulled. Istvhan threw his weight against the lever. With a loud squelch, a plop, and a spray of mud that coated him to the neck, the wheel came free.
"You did it! You did it! The gods be praised! Though I am not sure that they would approve of a Mother Superior lowering herself to unstick a wagon. But in this case, surely the divine has showered blessings upon us."
"Well, something's been showered on them," said Tolly, stopping the mules and coming back to look at the mud-splattered pair. "Domina, Mr. Istvhan, would you like to stay in the wagon for a few hours while I wash your clothes and dry them on the roof? It's the least we can do after you've helped us." "I would be grateful beyond words," said Clara. Tolly sized her up. The woman came barely to Clara's collarbone. "If you'd like, I'm a dab hand with a needle as well. Nothing of mine will fit you, I fear, but I could at least sew up some of the damage in your robe." "You are a saint among women," said Clara, "and I am something of an authority on the matter." Tolly smiled. A little of the wariness crept out of her eyes.
She isn't sure if she really thinks Clara's a nun, but a woman in ruined clothes is apparently universal.
"Yes, yes," said Dog Mason. "Into the wagon with you, and we'll have you put to rights quicker than the great hero Marduk cleaned the legendary cesspits of Atium."
"What was so legendary about them?" asked Clara.
"Best not to inquire, my dear Domina. Best not to inquire."
Clara was uneasy in the wagon. She hadn't given it any thought climbing in, but as soon as the door closed, her pulse jumped. She went hastily to the door and opened it again, just to make sure it wasn't locked. She sat back down and closed her eyes, breathing deeply through her nose. Istvhan looked at her quizzically. "The wagons, before. We climbed in and then—" She waved her hand. "It's fine. I didn't think, that's all. Your wagon was open-sided, so it never took me the same way."
"Do you need to go back outside?"
Clara glanced down at what she was wearing, which was a blanket. "I suspect I might give the good doctor a heart attack."
"He might have a medicine for that."
Clara snorted. The inside of the wagon was hung with sheets of canvas and packed to the rafters with boxes of bottles that clinked whenever either of them moved. Instead of beds, which might have taken up valuable box space, there were hammocks slung from the ceiling. Presumably 1 or 2 of the boxes was actually food, but the majority had Doc Mason's medicine stamped on the side in block letters. "He's got enough medicines to cure an army, or kill it, depending on what he's selling." Istvhan found a half-full bottle, uncorked it, and sniffed gingerly.
"Phew! I imagine it's popular, whatever it is."
Clara took a tentative sniff and laughed out loud. "Well, there's enough booze in there that I suppose you'll die happy anyway." She sniffed again. "Herbs, definitely. Sweet woodruff, probably. Ginger. Something citrusy. Bergamot, maybe. That'd be expensive, though, so it might just be lemon balm."
"I've heard of worse tonics." Istvhan sniffed too. "That perfumer friend of mine could probably smell this and tell you every ingredient, right down to what wood they burned to distill the alcohol with. All I'm getting is ginger and alcohol, though."
He recorked the bottle and turned to set it back down. The blanket slid off his shoulders and down around his waist. He had dark hair across his chest, thickening in a line downwards. Clara found that her thoughts suddenly had very little to do with herbs. "No, damn it. Stop. He made it clear that he's not getting past the thing where you bit a man's face off. And he was probably only interested in you because you were the only woman traveling with him that might possibly be interested back." Also, he's a goddamn paladin. Paladins are always trouble.
They were. St. Ursa did not call paladins. Not that there was any need, when all of her chosen could turn into gigantic beasts more or less on a whim. But the orders that had paladins also had problems. When you had a whole group of people dedicated to killing people for your god, even if they had the very best of intentions, they got strange.
Istvhan said as much earlier. Righteous violence is one hell of a drug. They may be vital, but they aren't something that you want to get involved with. Even if...
He pulled the blanket across his lap, grumbling, and tried to adjust the ends. It was not a sexy motion, or even a particularly suggestive one, but she caught a glimpse of lean hips and appreciated all over again just how broad his shoulders actually were, and how much they tapered downward.
What was I thinking about again?
Istvhan reached over and gripped her good shoulder. Clara blinked at him, but his eyes were warm and concerned, nothing more. "Feeling any better?" he asked.
Oh, yes." She glanced reflexively at the small door. "It's not so bad. I don't know if I'd want to sleep in here, but this isn't anything like the other wagons."
He nodded and gave her upper arm a comforting squeeze. He had very large hands. The door opened. They both jumped back hurriedly, as if they'd been doing something illicit. Tolly came in holding a small kettle.
"Everything's washed and drying on the roof," she said. "We'll get underway here shortly, but I thought I'd bring you some tea." "Did I say that you were a saint already?" asked Clara. "It is true, possibly truer than it was."
Tolly smiled.
"It's no trouble. I had to heat the washing water anyway."
She squeezed past the two of them, found mugs, and poured tea. Her smile widened a little when she handed Istvhan his mug, and it occurred to Clara that she was quite a lovely young woman.
"That's the sort of person that Istvhan should be chasing after," she thought, staring down into the tea. "Someone kind and entirely human, where you don't have to worry if they're going to suddenly break out in fur and fangs because there's a truffle somewhere in the vicinity." "These were in your pocket. I'm not sure if you wanted to keep them."
Tolly handed Clara the acorns from the emperor oak.
"Oh, yes, thank you."
Clara took them gratefully. It had been a small but meaningful kindness, and she meant to plant them. Tolly left again, and the wagon began to move a few minutes later. Clara leaned back somewhat gingerly, not sure what was load-bearing and what might contain herbal tonic. Bottles rattled around them. When she glanced over, Istvhan was watching her.
"He's just trying to make sure you're not going to panic and bolt. Don't get excited. In the cave earlier, you either misunderstood or he was just talking or... Oh, it doesn't matter now. Get to Moorstone. There's no time for stupid complications."
The stupid complication in question leaned back on his elbows, which did things to his chest that were unfair to witness. Clara closed her eyes and wished for a rosary.
"Blessed Saint Ursa, giver of strength, protector of women, be with us now and in our darkest hours. Keep us from those who would do us harm, and lend us your strength to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Saint Ursa, your hand is upon—"
"The hinges aren't reinforced," said Istvhan. Clara's eyes snapped open, got an eyeful of semi-naked Paladin, and lost her place in the catechism.
The what now?"
"The hinges on the door," said Istvhan. "I took a look when you were opening it up. They're on the outside, of course, but there's no lip and they're basic metal. If it's a trap between the two of us, we can bash our way out."
"Good to know."
Privately, Clara suspected that if it was a trap, the bear could take the entire wagon apart, unless there were steel bars hiding behind the sheets of canvas. "They might still be planning to turn us over to our little friends on the road, but I don't know if there's any way to guard against that." Istvhan scratched his cheek. He hadn't shaved since they had fled into the mountains, and the skin above his beard had gone from blue stubble to short dark hair. Clara guessed that it must itch like the devil. "If we stay with the wagon, they'd need horses to catch up with us," said Clara. "And even assuming the one who got away got back to his people to report in, they can't take horses across the mountains any faster than we could walk. We're probably in the clear for a day or two, and if they're fool enough to bring horses near the bear—" She shrugged. "Unless they've got more parties between here and there," said Istvhan. "We're valuable," said Clara, "but I can't imagine we're that valuable." "At a guess, the men we encountered are general procurers, somewhere between a bandit and a trader and a bounty hunter. They likely have a network of buyers and bring in anything they can turn a profit on. People, furs, rare beasts. I doubt they were looking for you specifically, particularly since the raiders believed you were dead, until we were too interested in the fake plague wagons." Clara nodded. "Makes sense. I saw the one that first night in the inn. He had plenty of time to find the rest of his network and inform them that there was a nun asking questions. They may believe I was another member of the convent who was not present when the raiders came." She groaned. "Of course, if word got out to look for Sisters of St. Ursa asking questions about those wagons, I'll be fighting these types off every time I ask if anyone's seen them." "I'll ask," said Istvhan. "Nobody thinks I'm a nun." Clara snorted. "No, you're a paladin, which is worse." "Hardly. Paladins are afraid of nuns. Show me a nun who's afraid of a paladin. We melt if you look at us harshly and tell us the god will be very disappointed." She had to laugh. "You've foolishly revealed your greatest weakness. I shall have the upper hand from now on." He smiled. His dark brown eyes were nearly black in the dimness of the wagon. "You've always had the upper hand, Domina." Chapter 21. "Your clothes are dry," said Tali, at the next stop. "And if you want to hop out and, She blushed. "Thank you," said Istvhan. He could use his clothes. Being stuck in the wagon half-naked next to a much too attractive nun was not easy. It had been bad enough when he had clothes himself. Somehow, when she'd been naked, it had been easier to remember that she was capable of turning into a bear. Women just didn't wander around the woods in the nude, in Istvhan's experience. There were too many mosquitoes and unpleasantly placed twigs. His brain knew that something wasn't right. But plenty of women sat with a blanket wrapped around them, and when he was also wearing just a blanket, his brain stopped looking for a trap and started noticing things like the smooth lines of muscle over her arms and shoulders, the round curve of her belly and thighs. Her thighs were heavy with muscle as well. If she locked them around Istvhan's hips— No, don't think about that. Think about something else. She tore a man's head apart about 10 hours ago, with her teeth. This took the edge off, a little. He'd be just as dead if you stabbed him. And you've killed enough warriors in front of civilians to know that half the time they scream and wet themselves and try to get away from you. It's not less monstrous just because you have a piece of metal to do it with. Would you rather she'd let him come up behind you and hit you over the head? Obviously not, and the saint knew he'd found her terribly attractive after that first battle, spattered with blood. Attractive enough that he'd lost his head completely and pushed her back against the wagon and taken a kiss she hadn't offered. Which is proof enough that you are far more of a brute beast than she is, and you should shut up and put on your damn clothes and stop trying to sneak looks at her. He turned his back as Clara climbed into her robes, which were wrinkled and much the worse for wear, but at least slightly mended. He was very glad to see, when he turned back around, that Tolly had managed to repair the rents so that they did not keep gaping open and threatening glimpses of female flesh. Paladins were famous for resisting temptation, but life was a lot easier when temptation kept at least 10 feet away and only offered easy things, like wealth and vengeance and earthly dominion. When he was dressed himself and had emerged from the wagon, Doc Mason waved to him. "Ah, my boy! We were stuck longer than I hoped, but the inn is just around the next hill," said Doc Mason, waving grandly as if he owned both inn and hill.
"No, it isn't, Da," said Tolly. She kept her eyes on the mules. "You're confusing this road with the one near Friddle."
"Hush, impertinent child. My mind is still as sharp as it ever was. We shall come around this bend, and it shall be laid out before us, the sign of the wild rooster, I think. Wet rooster? No matter." He waved again.
"You said that about the last 3 hills."
"I am quite certain about this one."
Clara and Istvhan traded brief, bemused looks. Tolly clucked her tongue at the mules and urged them into a walk. The wagon rounded the low hillside, and on the far side, stretching out before them, was more road. Scrubby brushland. There was a broken-down fence to one side and a farmhouse far in the distance, with the roof fallen in.
"Ah, said Doc Mason. "Friddle, you say?"
"Sign of the White Rooster is by Friddle. The next inn on this road is another half-day after we join the main road, and it's the 3-legged horse."
Doc Mason sucked on his teeth. After a moment he turned back to Clara and Istvhan, a trace of sheepishness on his face.
"Well, my friends, I see we will need to make camp for the night. I will offer you the hospitality of the wagon, Domina Clara, and—"
"No," said Clara hastily. Istvhan wasn't sure if it was the fear of being closed in a wagon again, or simple desire not to kick an elderly man out of his own bed. "I am quite used to sleeping on the ground. If we may borrow the underside of your wagon to keep the damp off—" Doc Mason sighed.
"My chivalry is injured, but my sciatica thanks you, my dear. Yes, of course. It is a poor repayment for getting us on our way, but I will do better when we arrive at the 3-legged horse."
The 3-legged horse was at the intersection of the minor road past the mountains, and a far larger one, where the southern trade road curved north toward Moorstone.
"We've lopped about a week off our travel time," said Istvhan, "though I can't say I enjoy the mountain route much."
"I hope that means we're a week closer to the raiders,"
said Clara, watching Doc Mason haggle with the innkeeper.
"It should. The smooth men apparently took the same route we did, so I'm not sure how far behind them we are now."
"Those bodies weren't 2 weeks old."
"Definitely not. I wonder if they had to go to ground for a bit and wait for a new set of hosts to come by."
"Those poor people," Clara frowned.
"What do you think they do if they can't find a new person?"
"We don't actually know. We don't know much of anything. It takes 2 of them to transfer between hosts, and if they get separated, they're vulnerable."
"So there could be—" "What? Random clay heads out there in the woods, whose bodies rotted away under them?"
"Very possibly." Istvhan gave her a wry look. "Delightful thought, isn't it?"
"You have an odd definition of delight."
Tolly came back from tending the mules.
"Granddad got you 2 rooms," she said. Is 2 right?"
She looked from one to the other.
"Yes,"
said Clara, a little too quickly. Tolly smiled. Her eyes crinkled up at the corners. In a few years, she'd probably get laugh lines there.
"All right. We weren't certain."
"One never quite knows with bodyguards," said Doc Mason, having finished his haggling, "whether or not they want to sleep on the floor in front of the door or something equally dramatic. barricading the doors and the like, which I'm happy to accommodate. Just tell me so that I can stop this scoundrel of an innkeeper from trying to fleece me, like the tenderest of lambs."
Clara was of the opinion that if Doc Mason was a sheep, he was the sort of mutton so tough that wolves would break teeth on him. But she wasn't sure if he would take that as a compliment. "I think I can avoid building any barricades," said Istvhan. He grinned at Clara over Mason's head. The trip to the three-legged horse had been easy. They walked alongside the mules when the mules walked, and rode on the wagon when the mules trotted. There was space enough for 4, if someone sat behind the drivers, although both Clara and Istvhan found the legroom a trifle lacking. Mostly they walked. Doc Mason was a charming travel companion, full of questionable information and stories that Clara did not believe for an instant. Tolly was much quieter, probably in self-defense, but she laughed often, and she reined in her grandfather as easily as she did the mules. It was not as cold as it had been in the mountains. Sleeping under the wagon at night was no different than it had been with Istvhan's company, if you didn't count the sexual frustration. Still, Clara had to admit that a real bed would be nice, even if it was almost certainly going to be too short. She opened the door to a room. Yep, exceedingly short, and tucked into an alcove so that her feet hit the wall. She sighed. "Mine's the same way," said Istvhan, leaning out his door. "Still, they've got a bathhouse. I'll take it." "You and me both." She hadn't had more than a splash in a ditch since being the bear, and the change always left her feeling vaguely oily. "I think I brought half the mountain with me, mostly between my toes." The tub, as it turned out, was also rather small. Nevertheless, Clara dumped hot water over all the bits she could fit into it at one time, and scrubbed with the sand that the innkeeper provided, until her skin was pink and smarting with the feeling of clean, clean, clean. Being able to bite through a man's head and walk through a snowstorm was very useful. Clara just wished that it didn't come with the sense of being oily. Or with horrifying one's travel companions. He's being very polite, though. I should be grateful. She was pulling on the loose belted robe that the innkeeper also offered to travelers. Not completely clean, but a lot cleaner than her own clothes, which were currently being smoked over a fire to kill the smell and any bugs, when someone banged on the door to the tiny bathhouse. "A moment!" Clara pushed her feet into the much too small sandals. Still so very civilized, supplying sandals. I approve. She hobbled to the door and opened it. "I let you go first because I'm a paladin and chivalry is not dead," said Istvhan. "But if you don't hurry up, I'm going to remember that I'm a very lapsed paladin and that you can easily beat my ass in a fight." "Is chivalry only for people you can beat up, then?" "Generally." He held the door open for her anyway. "Also, there's a lot about horses, and I don't fight on horseback." "Oh? Why not?" "Horses hate berserkers. Absolutely hate them. They'll throw themselves over to get rid of us and, at that point they become a threat." He looked oddly embarrassed. "And if they're a threat?" "Let's say that it doesn't always end well for the horse. The battle tide spares the innocent, but not if they're trying to kill us. May I have a bath now?" "Good to know," Clara said. "Yes, of course." She stepped out of the way. "Interesting. I wonder what the beast will think of a berserker." She remembered roaring back at Galen. That had been a challenge, one large predator to another. Perhaps I already know. A more pressing thought struck her, and she called back over her shoulder. "The tub's too small." "Of course it is." "I've been thinking," said Doc Mason over dinner.
Well, we've been thinking. He put his arm round Tali. You two are headed Moorstone way, aren't you?
Istvhan and Clara exchanged glances. They had folded themselves into the small chairs and were devouring food as fast as it was put in front of them. The local delicacy was a thick wheat noodle with an equally thick sauce and a great deal of late-season squash smothered in butter. Istvhan could not remember the last time he'd had butter on something, and was fully prepared to eat the entire harvest on his own. Clara, at his elbow, was putting a similar amount of damage on the food.
Well, she was supporting quite a large body for a while, and carrying you. I wonder how food carries over for shape-changers.
He also wondered if Doc Mason had expected the bill for dinner to be quite so high.
Normally, as we start to approach Moorstone, I'd hire a couple of men as guards, said Doc Mason,
who did not seem particularly troubled. Clara paused, fork held aloft. "This is an extremely well-traveled road," she said. "We've seen 2 guard posts. Is there still a problem with bandits?"
"Oh, no, not bandits," he waved his hands. "No, it's for the show. Selling Doc Mason's herbal medicines."
The words rolled off his tongue as if he were singing them. Tali shook her head silently and gazed at the ceiling.
"Is tonic selling dangerous?" asked Istvhan.
"It can be. The shows are an event, a performance, and I fear that not everyone enjoys a performance." His voice dropped and became somewhat less theatrical. "Also, there's usually a few drunks, and they often think it would be delightful to get up on stage with me."
"Ah."
"Oh." Both Clara and Istvhan made nearly identical noises of comprehension.
"You need a bouncer," said Istvhan.
"Ideally, yes. And as the 2 of you are also heading in the direction of Moorstone, if you do not mind a day or 2 out of your way—" He spread his hands. "We don't stay at many inns at night, I fear, but I can offer you hot food whenever we pass one." Given the speed at which he and Clara were tucking in, Istvhan suspected the good doctor might lose money on that bargain. He glanced over at Clara and raised an eyebrow.
"Our companions are a ways behind us and won't catch up for at least a week," he said. "But I must yield the final decision to the Mother Superior."
Clara kicked him under the table. Istvhan smiled serenely, glad that she was still barefoot. "It sounds like an excellent deal for us," said Clara. "But what do you get out of it? We might be dangerous fugitives."
Doc Mason chuckled. "I am counting on the dangerous part," he said. "Though I'd prefer the gentleman leave his sword in the wagon during the show. It is all fun and games until someone loses their head."
Istvhan stiffened involuntarily. So did Clara. Mason looked from one to the other.
"Did I say something wrong?"
"It's a long story," said Istvhan.
"We'll tell you on the road, maybe."
He reached for another slice of squash.
"Then it's agreed."
Doc Mason beamed at them. So did Tali. When they had finally finished making up for days of trail rations, Clara and Istvhan made their excuses and headed upstairs. Istvhan cleared his throat once they were in the upper hallway.
"Do you still think this is on the up and up?"
Clara paused outside her door. "I do." She worried at her lower lip with her teeth, and Istvhan found his eyes riveted on the motion. The last time they had been in an inn hallway together, she'd kissed him until his back hit the wall. Istvhan suspected that wasn't going to happen again.
"You've stabbed her, insulted her, and compared her to the smooth men. You're lucky she doesn't slap you every time you look at her."
He realized it was his turn to talk and managed, Even if we assume that they're going to drug us once we're near Moorstone and drop our neatly bound bodies at the gate of the amphitheater, there's just no way they could find out that I was still alive in time.
and then happened to be waiting at the exact right place. She folded her arms and leaned against her door. Doc Mason's a tough old bird, and he might be able to hide what he's thinking, but I don't think for a second that Tolly knows what I am.
That caught Istvhan's attention. Really? You can tell?
Usually. Her smile held a bitter trace. They give me a little too much space, and they watch me constantly when they think I'm not looking.
Am I doing that? Istvhan wondered.
He felt an immediate urge to take a step closer to her, just to prove he didn't care.
Except I might care? But I shouldn't care, unless I should care very much, since that's part of what she is, but—
He cleared his throat and told himself to stop babbling.
So Tolly isn't watching you all the time?
Not at all. Clara's smile grew and lost the edge. Actually, she's watching you.
Chapter 22.
Tolly was watching him. Istvhan realized it the next day. It wasn't in any way sinister, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't a bit flattered, though. It was the sort of look he was used to getting from women who were interested in men, and particularly interested in big, well-muscled men who cleaned up reasonably well. It was just a trifle inconvenient, because while Tolly was quite attractive, she was also at least 15 years younger than he was, not to mention their host's granddaughter. Also, Clara found the whole thing hilarious. "Well, you're a paladin. This must happen to you all the time," she said, as they collected firewood for the campfire that night. "Lovely young women swooning after men in armor, committed to the cause of justice, off to the next battle with demonic forces."
"That's the paladins of the dreaming god," said Istvhan, trying not to grit his teeth. He shouldn't be annoyed. He'd given his brother Paladin Shane crap about this for years. Shane was so handsome that he almost had been a servant of the dreaming god. Women looked at him and lost the power of speech. "I was Saint of Steel. We're not the pretty ones."
"Oh, I don't know." His heart rose. "Galen's a good-looking man, even if he doesn't want anything I've got." His heart sank again. He grunted. Clara picked up most of a log under one arm. "Have you ever fought demons?"
"A couple times. They mostly get into farm animals."
"We had that happen to a rooster once." She headed back toward the wagon, carrying her log. "Hard to tell at first because plenty of roosters are bastards. But when the novice keeper went to wring its neck, it started speaking in tongues."
"Saints' balls. What did you do?"
Rogue demons were dangerous and could jump to humans if they could get a foothold. The abbess and Sister Sigrid drowned it in holy water. I'm not sure if it couldn't jump out of the rooster, or if it just decided we weren't worth the trouble and went back to hell. Sigrid said it was a young, stupid one, though.
Istvhan suspected that even a young, stupid demon would think twice about bothering a nun again. He was flesh and blood, and had had his soul purified by divine fire on a regular basis, and even he was routinely frightened by nuns. "Am I frightened of Sister Clara, though?" He grimaced and answered his own internal question. "No, I'm bloody goddamn terrified, and not just because she can turn into a bear." "The last one I helped with was in a feral sow," he said. "We had 2 paladins of the dreaming god with us. They took the demon that was in the sow, and the rest of us tackled the sounder of pigs she had with her."
"Now that sounds unpleasant." Tolly turned to stare at them as they entered the circle of firelight. "Did I just hear that right? You fought a demon?" "And he was incredibly brave, too," said Clara. Tolly's eyes shone with hero worship.
Istvhan gazed across the fire at Clara and thought dark thoughts. Traffic picked up even further as they traveled north. There was rarely a stretch of road where Istvhan couldn't see a farm cart in the distance, or another merchant passing by. Troops wearing the wave and sword insignia of Moorstone passed by at least once a day. No one offered them violence, and Istvhan stopped reaching for a sword hilt every time he saw someone in a field or cutting through a distant copse. "How do you think the others are doing?" asked Clara one night, as they lay side by side under the wagon. "I am trying not to worry. Galen's a perfectly skilled commander, even though he hates it. Brindle could keep the mules going if they had 4 good legs between the 3 of them. But the mountains are treacherous nonetheless."
"I worry that the raiders will come for them, thinking I'm still there," Clara admitted.
"Galen will tell them you've left. Probably invite them to search the wagon if they'd like. He's an original thinker." She chuckled.
"He gets it from his boss, I imagine."
"I'm not really his boss." Istvhan rolled on his side to face her. It seemed very intimate, even though they were outdoors. Banked firelight left orange splashes across her skin, and the shadows of the wheels were edged with purple. "We don't have much rank left among the Saint of Steel's chosen. Only 7 of us made it out alive. There didn't seem to be much point."
"So few of you."
Istvhan nodded. He braced himself for the follow-up.
"What happened? How did it feel? What is it like to feel your god die?"
Clara surprised him.
"How long did you serve him?"
"Not as long as some of the others. I was in my mid-20s when the madness came on me, which is perhaps why it holds me more lightly than some of the others." He decided to turn the question back. "But you went to the convent when you were young?"
Yes. When I had the change, I was 8, 9. Everyone in the valley knows that if a child isn't right, you talk to the sister of St. Ursa."
"Isn't right?" He felt a flicker of anger for 9-year-old Clara. "I don't know that I'd call turning into a perfectly good bear not right."
Clara laughed once, loudly, then put her hand over her mouth. "Well," she said, her eyes dancing, "I appreciate that I am a perfectly good bear, but it was rather shocking for my parents, and not the sort of thing you expect a normal family to deal with. They weren't bad people, but they were out of their depth. It's much easier if the convent takes us."
She sobered, rolling back to stare up at the underside of the wagon.
"There are stories of families chaining up their daughters out of fear of the beast. And since the bear comes out, particularly when you are frightened or angry, well, a self-fulfilling prophecy. There was one when our former abbess was a novice. She broke out of the cellar they kept her in, killed her family, and ran to the hills. But she had no idea how to hunt as a bear, so she would descend on farms and kill livestock. The convent had to deal with her."
"Deal with her?" Istvhan was fairly certain he knew what that meant. She nodded.
"If she had been content to live wild in the woods, we would have kept an eye on her, but let her be. But she put us all at risk. The convent is not an open secret, but enough people have sent daughters there."
She trailed off, shaking her head.
"You cannot let them think that we are wild beasts. If that is allowed to fester, we all die. And what becomes of the next generation of St. Ursa's daughters?"
"Is it St. Ursa, then? Was this a god's work?"
Clara shrugged. "I don't know. St. Ursa's blessing is what we call it when we're being formal and ecclesiastical."
"Ah, yes." He understood that. "We call the battle madness the Saint of Steel's gift. But that was a courtesy, really. I think we were likely all berserkers, like the old stories, and the Saint of Steel merely gathered us up and put us to use."
Clara pointed a finger at him. "Exactly. Yes, if I had to guess, I would say that St. Ursa did not cause this, but was rather the patron of those who have the beast. But it's different with a saint than a god. Gods you can actually get to, if you have a priest with a true calling. Saints, you just have to hope they know what they're doing."
Not mine, said Istvhan. Not any more.
She met his eyes squarely, taking the blame. You're right. I apologize. That was ill-spoken of me.
Istvhan shook his head. Don't worry, I still forget myself sometimes. Although mine actually was a god, not a saint. A mistranslation, they think, and of course it stuck. Although I won't swear that the forge god did not prefer that, he smiled. A god of blacksmiths would never be quite easy with a battle god calling themselves the god of steel.
Where did he come from originally? Do you know?
Up north and west somewhere. One of the little countries with a lot of coastline and too many umlauts. They grew a lot of berserkers up there, if you believe the old stories, and it makes sense that when they spread, the blood went with them. When the ice moved in and those countries became uninhabitable, they came south. He shrugged. It's mostly died out over time, I suspect. The center of the saints' power was around Anukit City and Arkenhold, and a few scattered temples up as far as the south reaches of Charlock. If someone had the battle tide come on them, they usually found their way to us.
Clara nodded. St. Ursa was only ever in our valley, as far as we can tell. If there's others like us, and I suspect there must be, they've made their own peace. We'd get sisters from, maybe 2 weeks' ride away, but not much more. Part of my job as a trader was to listen for anything that might be a sister of St. Ursa who needed our help, but it rarely happened. Once there was a daughter along the canal, but her mother had been from the valley. It's something in the blood, I think, though it skips many generations.
Her lips twitched.
It has to, of necessity. We don't have children.
Oath? She wasn't sworn to celibacy, a fact that he contemplated 4 or 5 times a day.
Biology. The beast wakes up before puberty, and while we bleed like ordinary human women, we're not fertile, she scowled, which seems extremely unfair. All the mess when we're never going to do anything with it.
He laughed. My sisters would definitely agree with you there. Is it only women?
One of us lived as a brother, but he was very old when I was a novice, and he had the same parts as the rest of us.
Did you have a choice if you didn't want to live at the convent?
Did you, if you didn't want to go berserk?
He shook his head. No, but I think few of us wanted to. When the god took you, it was pure divinity, slammed directly into your veins. He swallowed, wondering how to explain. It was like nothing else on earth. You were the instrument of justice. You could fight an army by yourself. The world was outlined in golden fire. We went willingly, even knowing that afterward our bodies would be absolutely racked with pain.
You'd go back to that if you could, I take it.
Istvhan stared at nothing. My brothers would, I think. Almost all of them.
And you?
He was tempted to make a joke and deflect it. But this was Clara. He owed her the truth. Of all the people he had met, she was the one outside his order that came closest to understanding what it had been like. I don't know. Sometimes it seems obvious. Other times I think perhaps it was like a drug. We were all addicted to righteousness and glory. Perhaps it's best, after all, to leave it behind. He raised an eyebrow. Is being a bear,
Not like that, said Clara. It's frightening if you aren't used to it. Most of us were glad to have someone who understood what was happening. But of course, convent life isn't for everyone. If you were not used to the discipline or the work, it would seem cruel.
So what became of those who did not wish to stay?
Firelight left her eyes in deep shadow. There are many bears in the woods around our valley, she said. They are taught how to hunt, and they know that to come too near to humans means death. But the ones who go into the beast that way do not come out again.
Chapter 23. Time for our next performance,
said Doc Mason cheerfully. They had pulled off the main road an hour earlier and onto a smaller byway lined with hedgerows. Farm buildings stood off in the distance, but the road itself was often in shadow. A few red and orange leaves still clung to the trees. Birds sang and scuffled through the fallen leaves. Clara had not seen the village until they were nearly on top of it. Tolly handled the reins, driving the mules into a large field beside the town's largest inn, and stopped the wagon. Doc Mason went into the building to announce that he would be selling that evening, and emerged with bread stuffed with cooked peppers to share around. "Do we need to do anything?" asked Istvhan, as they finished the meal. It wasn't quite noon yet, and he wasn't sure how long it took for Doc Mason to prepare for his little show. "Only watch and be amazed," said Doc Mason. He lowered his voice. "Also, once the crowd gets here, play along." "What?" said Istvhan. But the peddler was already past him, undoing bolts on the sides of the wagon, flipping up levers, and then, quite astonishingly, the wagon unfolded. The bulk of the wagon remained in one place, a narrow stage with one back wall and stacked boxes of questionable medicines. The other wall broke in half down the middle, folded outward, and became a frame for the stage. The sheets of canvas that Clara had noted earlier were unfurled. Inside the wagon, she had only seen the backs. The front sides were painted in extraordinary colors, proclaiming the wonders of Doc Mason's medicines. On the left side, a deathly sick patient who appeared to have boils, buboes, and some kind of lightning attacking his head, lay dying in vivid shades of bilious green. On the right, the same patient had leaped to his feet, waving a familiar bottle. Tolly unrolled one more canvas, covering the back of the stage, and, conveniently, their hammocks and small living quarters. This canvas had enormous renderings of medicinal herbs, sparkling with colors that Clara had certainly never seen any of them show in nature. "Does mint even come in that shade of blue?" asked Istvhan under his breath. "I'm not sure anything actually comes in that shade of blue." Doc Mason bustled up to them. "Domina Clara, I could not ask you to put yourself out in the service of mere commerce. Would you be willing to keep an eye on the crowd?" "Do you expect trouble?" asked Clara, amused. "Previous customers, perhaps?" "Domina!" Doc Mason looked indignant. "I've never left an unsatisfied customer behind. No, if anything, the customers may be too satisfied, in areas where perhaps the local flow of libations has run dry. I fear that occasionally customers have been known to, rush the stage in their enthusiasm to sample." "Fair enough." Clara raised an eyebrow at him, wondering if she was about to make an enemy. Still, she had to be sure. "But, doctor, if your intent, as I think, is to sell this medicine to people for coin, I have to ask you what is in it. And don't say herbs. Herbs can kill or cure, and I could not stand by and watch you hand out dangerous concoctions in the guise of a miracle cure." Istvhan shifted beside her, just enough to free his sword hand, and Clara felt a rush of comfort. "He has my back. That's good." She had expected Doc Mason to become theatrical and florid in his defense, but he surprised her. Instead, he said, "I'll drink a bottle in front of you if you like, though after the show by preference, because that much alcohol's more than I can handle right now." He met her eyes gravely. "I don't promise cures," he said. "They want a show, and I give them one. But if someone comes up and says their grandmother is dying, I tell them to take her to a priest or a healer. This is a fine tonic, and I drink it myself, in small quantities. But the most I'll swear to you, Domina, is that the ginger will settle your stomach, and there's enough willow to sort out a headache. The rest are general healing herbs,
no more than you'd get from an apprentice healer. No foxglove, no wormwood, nothing that'll lay you out or cause you any real harm, unless you're fool enough to guzzle a whole case and pass out."
"I can't hold you accountable for that," said Clara warmly. "Thank you." The theatrical mask slid back down over his face as smoothly as oil.
"Then we are agreed, good Mother Superior. You will watch an old mountebank go through his tricks and whistle a warning in case of nefarious doings?"
"Never fear, Doctor. I'll watch from the back and make sure that no one is plotting anything."
"Excellent, excellent. And should you see any rotten vegetables going by, please catch my eye."
"Is that a concern?"
"My dear Domina, there are those in this world with absolutely no appreciation for the finer nuances of showmanship."
Doc Mason was as good as his word. The crowd gathered in much greater numbers than she had expected, all of them hanging on his every word. He went from warming them up with tales of his travels to the sales pitch almost seamlessly, but Clara listened to his patter and found nothing terribly objectionable. He somehow managed to be as self-deprecating as he was grandiose, which was quite a trick.
"And this stout fellow," cried Doc Mason,
waving Istvhan onto the stage.
"My dear sister's boy. You would never know it to look at him, my dear friends, but he was a sickly child, and many were the nights we thought that he would turn his face to the wall and expire. But we raised him on a spoonful of Dr. Mason's astonishing herbal medicine at every meal, and now look at him. Can you credit it? And as sound of wind as he is strong of build."
Istvhan, with a broad grin, spread his arms and flexed a few times for the audience. Cries of female appreciation, and a few male ones as well, rose from the crowd.
"You see, you would scarcely credit that he is the same fellow, and all of it thanks to Dr. Mason's astonishing herbal medicine."
He paused dramatically, then added,
"Well, and fresh outdoor air and good hard labor on the farm, but I like to think that my medicine had something to do with it."
The crowd laughed appreciatively. Doc Mason waved Istvhan off stage. He flexed a few times for good measure, to more laughter.
"The truth of it is, my friends, that every man's fate lies in the hands of the gods. It is they who determine the hour of our death, not any potion that anyone may sell you. Now there are those, as I'm certain you know, who would claim that they could work miracles, claim to sell you recipes from the ancients, which they simply found lying around somewhere, in the middle of a field perhaps. They would take your money and promise that their medicines could stay the hand of death itself. I don't need to tell you fine people that this is a ploy to separate the foolish from their coin, do I? Charlatans!"
The crowd booed appreciatively. Clara raised an eyebrow, wondering where the man was going with this.
"So I promise you no such thing, my wise friends. We are all in the hands of the gods."
He leaned forward, lowering his voice, and the crowd leaned toward him, straining to hear his every word.
"But who among us would not wish to spend those allotted hours in better health, to soothe their aches and their upsets, to put a little fire back into their bellies, I'm an old man, my friends. No, I won't deny it. And I won't pretend that the cold doesn't get into my joints during winter. And that, my friends, is why I take the finest tonic known to man or beast. Doc Mason's herbal medicine."
He swirled his cloak theatrically and drank from the bottle. The crowd cheered. Doc Mason wiped his mouth.
"Made from only the finest herbs, grown under a kind sun, and rare forest plants picked in the full moon,
This recipe came down through my family for generations, but it was I who put the finishing touches upon it, who decided that we could no longer keep it to ourselves, but that it was my duty, nay, my privilege, to bring Doc Mason's herbal medicine to you, my friends."
"Very clever," murmured Istvhan in Clara's ear. She jumped. She'd been just as caught up in Doc Mason's spiel as the crowd. His breath was warm, and she hadn't expected it. Apparently, the herbal medicine wasn't the only thing putting heat in people's bellies tonight.
She said,
trying to cover her reaction.
"Blessed Saint Ursa, I thought I'd been getting over this."
Apparently not. Istvhan kept his face close to hers, so that the crowd couldn't hear him. He was close enough to kiss, which seemed like quite an interesting idea.
"Don't be absurd. Not in the middle of a crowd and a sales pitch."
"Telling them they're too smart to fall for a sales pitch? It's a particularly elegant sales pitch, if you can hold the crowd." He nodded. A stray lock of dark, wavy hair fell across his face. Clara wanted to reach out and push it aside. She curled her fingers into her palm.
"He certainly seems able to."
Good for repeat business, too. He's not promising a cure, just that they'll feel a bit better. People remember when cures fail them. If he comes back by in a year, though, plenty of them will swear up and down that they felt better when they were downing his potions."
"He would have made an impressive priest," said Clara, amused. "Can you imagine that voice, all fire and brimstone?"
Istvhan winced. "All too easily. We cleared out a few nests of cultists run by priests who could whip up a crowd. They're not my favorites."
"Ah, well, there's that." "You fought cultists?" whispered Tolly.
Clara hadn't seen the other woman slip through the crowd. "Long ago, in another life. It's less interesting than it sounds. Mostly blood and mud and yelling and falling down and getting back up again. And more mud. Being the muscle-bound tonic drinker is a lot more fun." He grinned down at her. "When does he start taking money?"
"In about 10 minutes, said Tolly, cocking her head to listen. "He'll talk about the ingredients some more, do a brief bit on the patron gods of each herb, and then offer them the low, low price of a silver thaler a bottle. Once he gets to Balm of Ages, it's my cue to go to the wagon and start selling."
They watched Doc Mason rattle through ingredients, with a brief segue into the tragic love story of the nymph who inhabited the willow tree and fell in love with the son of the moon. "And let that be a lesson, my fine young ladies, to never give your heart to a pretty lad who cannot see past his own reflection." Women in the crowd chuckled knowingly.
"He's very good at this," said Clara to Tolly. "I assume he's been doing it a while?" "My whole life." Tolly gazed at the distant figure on the stage with fondness. "I was born in that wagon. He traveled with my mum and my grandmum for years before that."
"What an adventurous life you must have led," said Istvhan.
Tolly blushed rather more than the praise warranted. "Not nearly as much as fighting cultists and protecting nuns."
"The nuns are occasionally an adventure," said Istvhan, side-eyeing Clara.
"Ahem," she gave him an amused glare. "Are you going to take over the family business some day, then? Change it to Doc Tolly's herbal tonic?" "Gods, no." Tolly made a warning gesture. "I don't even like the stuff. I thought that maybe when Grandad retires from the road, I'd take up being a traveling merchant. Odds and ends, from one place to another." "That's what I do," said Clara absently, thinking of the canal. "It's not a bad life."
Istvhan's eyes widened, and she hastily amended.
"Used to do, before I joined the, order." "Of course being a Mother Superior must be much different," said Tolly. "Much, yes.
Clara prayed there would be no follow-up questions. Tolly was a sweet young woman, but she was no fool. Fortunately, Tolly had other concerns. "You must let me pick your brain sometime, about your routes and what you sold. I've been keeping track of lightweight goods that would be worth transporting, but I've only been able to cover the towns we stop at and the travelers' rests." She frowned. "I've also thought about purchasing one of those instead, but it's a gamble. You have to find one that's inexpensive enough to buy, but which gets enough wagon traffic to be worthwhile. Still, it would mean I could stay with Grandad, since he'll never admit he's getting too old to travel."
"Certainly safer for a young woman than traveling alone," said Istvhan.
Tolly gave him a saucy look over her shoulder. "Who says I'll be alone?"
Clara laughed. From the stage, Doc Mason announced the powers of balm of ages to soothe colicky babies and toothache.
"That's my cue,"
said Tolly. She started toward the wagon. She got about 5 steps, and then her path was blocked by an enormous man with shoulders like a blacksmith. Tolly sidestepped smoothly around him, and he wobbled a bit. "Eh? Hey!" Both Istvhan and Clara tensed up, but Tolly was clearly no stranger to this sort of thing. She was already moving into the crowd. The man swung around, saw Istvhan, and his eyes focused. "You!" "Who, me?" said Istvhan. "You were the one up on stage," he advanced. "I was, yes." "Think you're strong, do you?" said the man. Clara guessed he was probably drunk. He was talking just a hair too loudly, though he hadn't begun to slur any of his words.
"Drunk enough to be brave, not drunk enough to be slow, damn it."
She began to drift toward the pair. Perhaps she could invent an errand for Istvhan and get him out of the way before the drunk got belligerent. "No more so than any other man," said Istvhan, which was both a lie and probably too many words all in a row for the other man to follow. "Yeah?" There was a young woman with him, patting his arm furiously and murmuring that they should go. He ignored her. "Yeah?" he said again. "You know how it is," said Istvhan hardly. "Look at you, my friend, you're clearly strong as an ox yourself." She thought for a minute that he might have managed to deflect the other man's ire, but it wasn't enough. "That's right," said the man. "I'm the big man around here, and don't forget it." He swung. Clara started forward, ready to grab the fellow by the collar and drag him back. But Istvhan was faster. He caught the man's wrist and pulled forward, one foot tucking neatly around the man's shin, and dropped him face down into the dirt. His female companion squeaked in horror. "Careful, man," said Istvhan in a loud, hearty voice. "The footing here makes fools of us all, eh?" He reached down and pulled the stunned man to his feet, slapping him on the back. "Nearly fell myself. I think the mules have been leaving calling cards." The man blinked at Istvhan. Clara could almost see the words trying to penetrate through his drink-addled brain. "That's the problem when you're as big as we are," said Istvhan. Sympathy dripped off his words, and he enunciated "we" so clearly that they could probably hear it clear to the wagon. "A lot farther for men like us to fall, eh?" Us got the same treatment. "Oh, aye," said the man, clearly confused as to what was going on. "Are you his lady? Lucky man, yes." Istvhan smoothly handed the drunk off to the young woman, who had gone bright crimson with embarrassment. No, sir, give the young lady a chance to look you over." He nudged the drunk in the ribs in a friendly fashion. "I know it'd take a lot more to put a man like you down, but the ladies do love to fuss." And just like that, it was over. The man was tugged into the crowd, muddy and mumbling. Istvhan beamed and waved, while Doc Mason carried on his stream of patter. Tolly caught Istvhan's arm. "Are you hurt?" she whispered. "Not in the slightest."
"He was huge. I was afraid he was going to murder you."
"Now that hurts me," said Istvhan, putting a hand over his heart. "So little faith."
No, of course I knew you could deal with him, but—"
"Balm of ages," said Doc Mason from the stage, with great emphasis. "Yes, truly the most amazing and timely of herbs for so many conditions."
"Oh, no."
Tolly hiked her skirts and ran for the wagon.
"That was very well done," said Clara softly, coming up beside Istvhan. "I was going to make up an excuse to drag you away."
"The day I cannot handle one drunken lout, Domina, is the day that my brothers put me on my pyre."
"Some drunken louts handle easier than others."
"That sounds like a euphemism, and I like it." He wiggled his eyebrows at her. She elbowed him.
"You talk that way to your mother superior?"
"I hear the Order of St. Galen doesn't stand on ceremony."
Tolly began closing up the wagon, which folded together with remarkable speed.
Doc Mason stood on the back step, still selling tonic and keeping up a steady stream of patter. Clara wanted to help, but Tolly clearly knew exactly what she was doing. She kept an eye on the crowd as well, which was not dissipating, even as the line of customers grew shorter.
"How do you suppose he ends this?"
Clara asked. "No idea, but I'm guessing he's got a plan. He's far too polished to leave it to chance." Istvhan was correct. "And now we must take leave of you all," said Doc Mason to the crowd, as the last customer stepped back, clutching their bottle. "It pains me to leave you, but other towns must learn of Doc Mason's herbal tonic. Lad, lass, step up if you will."
"Did he just call me a lass?"
asked Clara in an undertone. "You're more of a lass than I'm a lad. I'm 40.
I'm 36.
See? I win." Istvhan stepped up on the back of the wagon and stretched down a hand for Clara. She stepped up beside him, taking the outrider's position at the back. Tolly cracked the whip smartly, and the mules leapt forward at a good trot, despite the gloom. They must have been used to this kind of late-evening journey. Doc Mason, on the driving block beside Tolly, waved extravagantly to the crowd. "Be well, my friends, be well and healthy. Tell your friends." He continued waving until they rounded a corner and were out of sight. Chapter 24. Tolly dropped the mules to a plodding walk after about 10 minutes, and Istvhan and Clara climbed down to walk beside them.
"Do you always make such a dramatic exit?" asked Clara.
"I must, Domina, or else they will be at our doorstep all evening. I am an old man and need my sleep."
"There's a traveler's rest up ahead," said Tolly. "We never go too far after a show. It's not as good as an inn, but it's cheaper."
The rest was substantially better than many places that Clara had camped. It clearly served as a frequent stop on the road for traders. For a few coins, there was firewood and fodder for the mules. Doc Mason haggled with the attendant in a desultory fashion, and then pulled his wagon into position. "Not much custom right now," he said, climbing off the wagon, "or I'd have tried to get him down farther. The off-season's always hard." Istvhan set to work building up a fire, while Clara pulled the blankets out of the wagon. Doc Mason ate a few bites of food, but waved off Tolly's offer of more. "No, my dear, I'm fine. It's the very small crowds and the very large ones that take it out of me. That was a fine size, and reasonably well behaved." "Reasonably," said Istvhan, a bit dryly. "No fruit, anyway. And you put a stop to that one fellow, my boy. I'm glad of it. Bad for business when fights break out."
That man had clearly taken a bit more drink than was good for him.
"He was huge," said Tolly. "I only saw him out of the corner of my eye. And you actually fought him?"
"No, I tried very hard not to fight him. It was my fault to begin with," said Istvhan. "Big men get used to being the biggest, and they see anyone larger as a threat."
"Fault's a strong word," said Clara.
He grinned at her. "Yes, Domina, but notice he didn't swing at you." She snorted. Tolly's eyes went round.
"Who would try to hit a nun?" "More people than I'd like," said Clara. "Also, I doubt he could focus on a holy symbol at that point."
"Which is why you have a bodyguard," said Istvhan easily. He grimaced down at his tabard. "Unfortunately, I was telling the truth about the mule droppings. I think he wiped about half of them off on me."
"I'll wash it for you," volunteered Tolly.
"Never fear, I'll wash my own," said Istvhan. "I'm capable of it when I'm not head-to-toe mud."
"I don't mind."
"I would feel guilty asking you to do it again." Istvhan picked up his stained tunic and rummaged in his pack for soap. "Shout if you need me for anything." He headed toward a long line of willows and the sound of running water. Tolly watched him go, then climbed inside the wagon. "We rarely have any problems at Travelers' Rests," said Doc Mason. "Particularly not at this season." It wasn't freezing, but there was a definite bite to the air. Clara was glad that they had extra blankets. "And now," said Doc Mason, picking up one of the remaining bottles, "I shall do as I promised and down a bottle in front of you. Would you care to join me, Domina? I hate to drink alone." She laughed.
"So long as you drink first."
He pulled the cork and drank down a long draught, then smacked his lips.
"You're good at that,"
said Clara. "Drinking? Mastered it in my youth."
"No, it's selling tonic to strangers."
"You flatter me, Domina."
"I do nothing of the sort. There's as much skill in holding a crowd rapt as in mixing herbs, and you know it."
Doc Mason chuckled, then sobered. "I was an herbalist's apprentice once," he said. "But I couldn't handle all the death and the wounds and seeing people at their lowest ebb. Took the heart out of me. I prefer to leave them laughing and happy. Then I drive away, and in my head they are always just as I left them. It's a coward's way, perhaps, but it's what I do." He passed the bottle to Clara, and she took a sip, wiping her mouth. It tasted herbal and sweet on the tongue, and burned all the way down.
"Gah,"
she said, wiping her mouth.
"You're not undercharging for the alcohol, anyway."
Doc Mason laughed. "It's dreadful stuff," he agreed. "You won't go blind, that's all I can promise. I work with 4 or 5 distillers, and they're all good quality, but whenever a batch comes out wrong, they set it aside for me." He took another slug of it himself. "I won't say it grows on you, but throw in enough honey and herbs and you won't care. And if it tasted good, no one would believe it was medicinal." Clara snorted.
"You're not wrong there."
"And what about you?" asked Doc Mason. He turned a thoughtful eye on her. "You aren't really a Mother Superior, are you?" Clara froze, bottle halfway to her lips. "I've no doubt you're really a nun," he hastened to assure her. "You pray when no one's looking, and you bless your food and the first drink of water. More than that, you carry yourself like you expect that a god would listen to you."
"I didn't think that I was that arrogant," muttered Clara, downing a rather larger sip of herbal medicine than was wise.
She coughed. "No, and that's the trick. You don't carry yourself like you expect to be obeyed. An abbess would. You don't expect other people to listen to you, just a god. And you do the god the favor of listening in return."
"Just a nun, I'm afraid," she admitted. "Though we were truly attacked by bandits on the road. Mother Superior was Istvhan's idea, so that no one questioned why I'd have a personal guard."
Is he really your bodyguard, then?" She grimaced.
"He seems to think he is."
"Ah." Doc Mason sat back, looking both regretful and amused. "More's the pity, I suppose."
"Eh?"
"If I don't miss my guess, that's my granddaughter going down to the stream, probably with lust in her heart." He nodded toward the line of willows, and Clara caught a glimpse of Tolly vanishing into the trees. "A genuine bodyguard, she might have a chance. But a man who follows you and takes your safety to his heart? No, I'm afraid she's going to be disappointed."
Clara cocked an eyebrow. "You don't seem particularly concerned about your granddaughter,
Canoodling," Doc Mason grinned. "She's a grown woman, and she knows her own mind. And Istvhan's a good man and would break her heart as gently as possible. That's all you can hope for with youngsters."
"There might still be canoodling," said Clara. "He can't have me."
"Because you're a nun?"
"What? No, Oh, God damn it. Why didn't I just say we were a celibate order?" She wiped her mouth. "Too much herbal medicine, that's probably it." "It wouldn't work out," she muttered.
"I highly doubt he knows that," said Doc Mason.
"Well, he ought to," said Clara crossly. "And Tolly's a fine woman. He ought to be honored to have a chance at canoodling with her."
Doc Mason coughed, took another slug off the bottle, then corked it. "Ah, yes. Well, I'm going to bed. Those shows are rough at my age, and my voice will take a day to recover at least."
"I'm sorry we didn't tell you the whole truth," said Clara. "And still aren't, for that matter. Though at least this wasn't a lie. Nobody ever asks if you're all the way human."
"I know. The lie's been twitching at you like a fly on a mule. I could see it every time I said the words Mother Superior." He patted Clara's arm. "I figured I'd chase off the fly. Sleep well, Domina."
"You as well, Doctor."
She poked the fire until it was safe to leave, then rolled herself into her blankets under the wagon. Neither Tolly nor Istvhan had returned from the river. Some dark emotion gnawed at her gut, and she dragged it up ruthlessly into the light.
"Jealousy? Is that it? You have no right to be jealous, and you know it. He isn't yours. You have no claim."
No, it wasn't jealousy, it was envy. She exhaled and stared at the underside of the wagon. Axles, boards, iron mechanisms that probably did something important. All of them quite innocuous, painted orange by the dim light from the coals. Not a particularly useful thing to stare at, when you were trying not to think about the fact that you envied a girl half your size and only a little more than half your age.
"I had a good life, until the raiders took it. I had sisters and a home. I traveled, and my work interested me. I was healthy, and my body did what I asked. I had lovers when I wanted them. I had no cause to envy anyone."
Even if those lovers would not remain if they knew the truth. Even if the only time one had learned the truth, the man had recoiled in horror and fled her as if she were a devil. The young man with the poet's eyes, the one who talked about building a life together. 4 months of ridiculous youthful passion, pursued mostly in winter while she waited for the canal to unfreeze. They'd found every sheltered place within a mile's walk of the convent, and made love there at least twice. She'd been young enough and fool enough to believe that maybe she could simply never go to the beast again, just abandon half herself for love. And then one day they'd run afoul of a wild hog and her half-grown brood, and she'd had to choose between letting them both die and waking the beast, which was no choice at all. Even a bear might balk at fighting off a family of angry boars, but the sow respected teeth and claws, and mass,
and fled into the woods. A moment later, so had he. "What are you?" he gasped, and she hadn't known how to answer, so she didn't say anything, just stood there in the ruin of her clothes, while he tore off as if the hounds of hell were after him. "Oof, I am clearly maudlin tonight. Too much herbal tonic." She didn't usually dwell on him. It had been half her lifetime ago, and while time didn't necessarily heal all wounds, it certainly blunted the pain enough to get on with things. What the hell was his last name? Started with a K, didn't it? Or a D? You learned better and you got on with things. You learned that you were what you were, and tried to be the best version of that person, because you were never going to be anybody else. And you stopped envying other people because everyone had problems you didn't know about. Except apparently tonight, when she was envying Tolly because she could have a tall, good-natured paladin, and Clara couldn't. But I would not be other than as I am. I like being who I am. It's the rest of the world that I would like to change. The stream was not quite as cold as snow melt, but it had its origin in the mountains, and it certainly wasn't warm. Fortunately, it was also shallow. Istvhan found a convenient rock and set to work scrubbing and smacking his tunic against it, while keeping a wary eye out for unexpected sinkholes. He enjoyed hot water enormously, but deep water, particularly deep cold water, made him very uneasy. If he couldn't put his feet on the bottom and breathe comfortably, there was too damn much of it. It came of being raised in a desert, most likely, although I was never afraid of it until that one river crossing. The battle tide that rose in the Saint of Steel's Chosen made them supernaturally skilled fighters, but it had its blind spots. It was not omniscient. Witness its total bafflement in the face of Clara's shapeshift. And during one particular battle, it had driven him forward, he and his comrades, in pursuit of enemies crossing a ford. Clever bastards knew exactly what they were doing, too. That was their plan all along, pull us across where they knew the terrain and we didn't. The gravel crossing was carefully constructed. Half the paladins were charging across it when the trapped side gave way, dropping them into fast water. A few managed to get their footing or were grabbed by their comrades, but 4 were swept away. The other 3 drowned. Istvhan, through pure luck, smashed into a boulder small enough to grab. He broke 2 ribs and cracked another one, but he clung to that rock for nearly an hour, until Stephen came out of the battle tide long enough to look for survivors. Probably the god had helped. In that hour, Istvhan had gotten so cold that he was almost warm again. To breathe, he had to haul himself upward, out of the water, long enough to get his face clear, then sink back down. The stone was too slick to stay upright, and his ribs ached when he breathed. But the god in his head ordered him to hold on, and so he held fast. And they very nearly had to break my arms to get me to let go of that damn rock, too. If I could have, I'd have named it and carried it around with me. He smacked his tunic against a rock to which he felt far less emotional attachment, then paused. Someone was coming through the trees. They were not moving like they were trying to be stealthy. Tolly called, "How is it going?" He relaxed. Tolly was unlikely to try to drown him. "It's mostly out," he said, picking up the soap and scrubbing again. "Fortunately, I don't wear white." "You might look good in white." "Like a knight in shining armor?" he snorted. "I was never knighted, not landed, not rich. And the people I know who wear white usually have access to a laundry staff." Paladins of the dreaming god wore white tabards. You could really start to resent them if they didn't go around radiating goodness and decency like some kind of furnace. Tolly was silent for a moment. He could hear her moving closer, hear the sounds of small stones turning under her feet. "Grandad likes you," she said, quite close now. "I like him too," said Istvhan, who had a pretty good idea where this was going and was hoping that he was wrong. If that wasn't a stand-in for, "I like you, I'll eat this tunic." Mind you, I was a little uncertain at first, since the world's full of charlatans and snake oil peddlers, but I'm glad I was wrong. Tolly nodded. In the moonlight, she looked young and graceful, beautiful and young. Saint's teeth, everyone gets younger every year, I think, except me. "It must be lonely, being a bodyguard," she said, turning toward him. Istvhan, who was capable of recognizing a hint when it bashed him in the head, bent over his tunic on the rock and scrubbed harder. "Not really," he said, careful not to look at her. "You're never alone. You're always around someone else. By definition, really."
"Not being alone isn't the same as not being lonely," Tolly said.
He'd risked a glance up. She'd taken a step closer. She was slim and dark-eyed and reminded him of a gazelle. Just as long as she doesn't suddenly turn into one, I don't think my heart can take any more were-women this week. Not without some warning. She smiled at him and drew her fingertip down the line of her throat. Saint's blood, I suppose this is about to be awkward. He had absolutely no desire to offend Tolly. He liked her. He just wasn't the least bit interested. She wasn't quite young enough to be his daughter, but he definitely had nieces her age, and while there were plenty of men who wanted young women in their beds, he wasn't one of them. It goes along fine for a bit, and then, just when you're feeling like a particularly virile stallion of a man, they say something about what year they were born, or mention some ancient history that you actually lived through, and suddenly you feel your bones turn to dust, and your hip spontaneously breaks in 3 places. Istvhan had had a fling with a much younger woman once. A week later he'd found a stark white hair on his groin, and had never been able to shake the feeling that the saint had been punishing him. Tolly unbound her hair and let it fall over her shoulders. Had Istvhan not just been thinking about stray white hairs, the thought of all that blonde hair draped across his chest, which had been decidedly salt and pepper since he turned 40 last year, would not have been quite so unsettling. "Tolly," he began, "there is never an easy way out of this situation. You reject her before she's committed to seducing you, and you look like an arrogant ass. She comes out and propositions you, and she feels rejected. Damn, damn, damn." Well, he was a paladin, which meant erring on the side of being an arrogant ass in most circumstances. And at least this way she feels like you're a fool, not that she's not worthy. "You are a lovely young woman," he said, "and if I were not bound to someone else's service, I suspect that I would be thinking very ignoble thoughts right now."
"How ignoble?"
"Oh, fairly ignoble, but alas, it can't be. I'm sorry. There's an oath." She frowned.
"You took an oath?"
"Yes. The men of my order don't, act on ignoble thoughts."
"What order?"
"The Order of St. Galen." He apologized to his friend in his head. Galen had acted on any number of ignoble thoughts, as Istvhan knew from years of living down the hall from him. She took a step closer, chewing on her lower lip. Istvhan lowered his head and beat the hell out of his tunic on the rock.
"What? Never?"
"No." He thought about trying to make up some complicated theological reasons, but the simple lies were best. Of course, there goes any chance of trying to seduce Clara before we get to Moorstone. Great. Well done, sir. It was probably for the best. You certainly couldn't do your best work in the bedchamber, when the bedchamber consisted of the space under a wagon, with occasional mule sounds. It was just that when they slept so close, and he could feel the heat of her skin, and thought about sliding a little closer and warming his hands against that heat.
"I'm sorry to hear that," said Tolly.
Istvhan heaved a sigh. "Yeah," he said. "Me too." Clara had just about convinced herself that the reason she was still awake was because the ground was hard when she heard footsteps. A moment later, Istvhan dropped down beside her and began pulling his blankets into position.
"What are you doing here?"
she said, startled. There hadn't been enough time for Istvhan and Tolly to do anything. Well, not anything worth doing, anyway. She had thought better of Istvhan. "I'm going to sleep," he said. He sounded puzzled. "Do you want me to take the other side?"
"Why aren't you with Tolly?"
She could only see the bottom half of his face. The wagon wheels cast spokes of shadow across the rest. "I managed to convince her that the sacred bodyguards of St. Galen are sworn to celibacy. Don't laugh."
"You what?"
"Look, it was the best I could come up with on the spur of the moment. It was that or, look behind you, a rabid unicorn, and running away." Relief warred with... Was it anger? It certainly felt like anger. Why would she be angry?
"I'm angry because I wanted him to go off with Tolly so that I could prove that I was okay, and it didn't mean anything to me, that I wasn't jealous, that I was happy that Istvhan had found a nice human woman to dally with, and instead the damnable noble bastard went and was damnably noble. Why didn't you just... For some reason, the only word that she could think of was canoodling, and it didn't seem at all like the right word. "She's very nice."
"She could be my daughter," said Istvhan, stretching out next to her.
"She could not."
"I'd have had to be fairly precocious, but it's theoretically possible."
"Yes, but—"
This was not the conversation she'd meant to have.
"She's a lovely girl."
"Oh, very."
"You don't have to not...
Hell with it.
You don't have to not canoodle because of me."
"Canoodle?" He sat up so fast he nearly cracked his skull on an axle and ducked down, swearing. "Canoodle? I have never canoodled in my life."
"You don't expect me to believe that."
"You had better. When I do it, it is not canoodling."
"Same thing."
"Madam," said Istvhan, his voice dropping nearly an octave, "I have made love. I have had sex. I have bedded, rutted, fucked, and on one occasion, with enthusiastic consent and a great deal of oil, I have sodomized. But I have never, not once, canoodled." Clara's mouth hung open, but she did not seem to have anything useful to say. "Now," said Istvhan, still in a deep, savage whisper, "if you are done trying to whore me out to our host's granddaughter, I am going to sleep, virtuously alone." Clara was not sure it counted as alone when she was less than 2 feet away, but this did not seem like the time to bring it up.
"Well, good night then,"
she said, mostly so that he wouldn't realize he'd struck her speechless. "And to you, Domina," he said, all smooth politeness. She rolled over. So did he. They both stared into the dark, but neither one of them was sleeping. Chapter 25. Istvhan spent the morning feeling alternately surly and guilty. Surly because Clara had been throwing him at Tolly, and what did she think he was anyway? He had standards. Tolly was a sweet girl, but Istvhan was old enough to be her father, allowing for the precociousness and so forth.
and it's not like I just jump on any woman that comes down the road, damn it." Then guilt kicked in. Of course she'd think that. You went from being pleasant to a nun, to bending her over the wagon and putting your tongue halfway down her throat out of nowhere. Surliness jumped in immediately. Did she think that didn't mean anything? Was it that lousy? She kissed back, damn it. And then guilt was back. Sure, and then you stabbed her. So why are you surprised she's trying to throw you at any other woman in the vicinity to keep you at arm's length? A third thought tried to intrude. She also turned into a bear and bit a man's head in half? Surly and guilty turned on the newcomer and pummeled it into non-existence. This did not make for a pleasant morning. He grunted a lot. "Sore head?" asked Doc Mason. "I've got a tonic that helps with that." Istvhan snorted, which was as close as he could get to a laugh at the moment. "Does it cure that as well?" "Oh, yes. Amazing the number of things it cures. Hangovers, scurvy, broken hearts." Istvhan side-eyed him over that last one. Doc Mason side-eyed him right back. Since Tolly was sitting on the wagon seat driving the mules, he couldn't very well ask the doctor what he meant by that. "Another 2 days to Moorstone," said Doc Mason, waving his arm at the road ahead. "Unless I've mixed the road up again." Istvhan grunted again. "No, you're right," said Tolly. She sounded subdued this morning, which put guilt back into ascendancy. They paused at an inn to water the mules and pick up a midday meal. Istvhan went to find Clara and handed her one of the heavily spiced sausages that constituted a local delicacy. "Thank you," she said, in the carefully neutral tone of someone who doesn't know who, if anyone, is angry, and whether or not they deserve to be. "Another show tomorrow evening," Doc Mason said, gesticulating with his sausage. "A town called... oh, blast." "Boris." Right. We came through 3 or 4 years ago. Lovely place. Then we'll go down the road a bit more and stop for the night, and we'll be at Moorstone by noon the next day." He tapped his nose. "I'd love to have you on stage again, young man, if you're willing. The story about your sickly youth sells tonic hand over fist." "Yes, of course," said Istvhan, determined not to grunt any more. "Act civilized. They've been very kind to you, and it'd make the trip a lot easier." Then Clara tapped him on the shoulder, and he heard himself grunt again. Damn it. She drew him back toward the stables, well out of earshot. "Captain Istvhan," she said, all cool formality, "I wish to apologize." Captain. They were back to Captain again. "Fine." "Domina Clara," he said, matching her coolness. "No apology is necessary." She inclined her head a fraction, acknowledging either his words or his tone. He wasn't sure which. "I feel that it is," she said. "Your private life is none of my affair, and it was wrong of me to act as if it was." She was meeting his eyes, and he could not read a damn thing in hers, as unreadable as amber. "I apologize for having acted as if you owed me an explanation in any way." The word sank into Istvhan's gut, and he looked away. "Your private life is none of my affair." No, of course it wasn't, because she wasn't involved, was she? And she made damn clear that she didn't want to be involved either. What did you expect? You stab her, you force her to drag you along with her, you grab for her like an untried boy with his first woman, and then recoil like that boy at his first battle when she kills a man, and now you have the gall to feel rejected? Saints' balls. She's been friendly because she's a decent woman, that's all. And maybe you could have been friends, if you didn't keep making a hash of things. Surliness pointed out that she'd also made a bit of a hash of things. Guilt countered that she'd apologized for it like an adult. Istvhan tried to seize control of the mental situation. "Domida." Clara raised her eyebrows.
I should apologize to you as well," he said. "I have not handled anything as well as I should have."
"Well," she said, thawing a bit, "it's been a pretty long week for both of us."
"Not as long as the month you had before that."
"And that wasn't as long as, well, however long ago your God died. We really don't need to play Who's More Miserable, do we?"
No, he rubbed his forehead. Clara, I'm pretty sure we were well on our way to being friends. Weren't we? Was I wrong?"
The edge of a smile touched her face. "I thought we were, yeah."
"Do you think we can still manage that, if I avoid stabbing you again?"
The smile grew. "I honestly don't care about the stabbing."
"I care. You can't just go around stabbing people and expecting them to get over it."
"But I did get over it."
"But you shouldn't have. I mean, I'm glad you did. But you shouldn't just forgive people for stabbing you just like that."
She rolled her eyes. "Do you want me to stab you? Would that make you feel less guilty?"
"It might, yes."
Clara sighed. "No stabbing," she said. "I've a philosophical objection."
"Nuns are sadists," he muttered. "I always knew it."
"And paladins are martyrs. What would you do if you accidentally stabbed one of your brothers?"
"Oh, it's less of a problem. I choked one into unconsciousness once when the tide rose and he didn't snap out of it. He broke Galen's arm. Galen smashed up his ribs. We're all good friends and would die for each other."
Clara stared at him for a long moment, then gazed up at heaven as if seeking strength. "Do you see what I'm up against, St. Ursa?" she asked the sky. "Are you hearing this?"
"It's different," muttered Istvhan.
"Because you're men?"
"No, of course not. I'd choke Wren or Judith, too. We're comrades in arms." "It doesn't count."
She folded her arms and looked down her nose at him. "Because I'm a nun?"
Istvhan felt suddenly pinned to the roadway.
He said, staring at his feet. "Sorry, I don't believe I caught that."
"I said, maybe a little." He held up his hands defensively. "But not really, mostly because, well, we spar all the time. We're always hitting each other with sticks. You don't keep track."
Clara rubbed her hands over her face and turned away. "Wait here," she said over her shoulder.
Istvhan waited, unsure what was happening next, but quite sure that he had put his foot in it yet again. "I used to be good with women. I really did. I remember it distinctly." A young stable boy came out of the stables and cocked an eye at Istvhan.
"You waiting on a horse, sir?"
"No, a nun," said Istvhan. The boy looked at him as if he'd lost his mind and retreated into the stables. Istvhan contemplated the life choices that had brought him to this moment, and whether he could have turned aside at any point. He had just concluded that everything had started to go wrong about the time when he learned to walk, when Clara reappeared. She was carrying 2 long staves, the sort that usually had a hoe or a pitchfork attached to the end. She tossed him one.
"We're getting ready to leave," she said. "Carry this."
Istvhan swung it experimentally. "Is there some reason you're giving me a large stick?"
"Yes, I'm going to hit you with the one I'm carrying, and you're going to try to stop me."
"I see."
He followed Clara to the wagon. Doc Mason climbed up on the seat and waved grandly to the few people in the street.
"Doc Mason's herbal medicine," he called. "Tell your friends."
Once they were well away, Clara fell back behind the wagon. The mules were not putting on any particular turn of speed this afternoon, which meant they could keep up easily. "All right, you want to spar? Let's do it."
Said Istvhan. There did not seem to be a polite way to say that, whatever his flaws, Istvhan was a trained warrior who had spent much of his life dedicated to combat, and Clara, whatever her virtues, was not. "I, don't want to hurt you." She whacked him in the shins. He yelped. "I didn't mean,"
She went for his shins again, and this time he danced backward out of the way. Clara followed, jabbing her stave at his feet, and he had to either retreat into the ditch or block. He blocked. Clara's style was all strength and no finesse. I suppose when you're a bear you don't really need to learn finesse. She was ungodly strong, though. He had to set his feet to keep from being shoved backward by her blows. And when was the last time that happened? Probably scrapping with one of the dreaming god's people. They're all over-muscled like that. The stave was too short to use as a proper quarterstaff, and too long to serve as a practice sword. His old sword-master would have groaned to see how he was gripping it, but she would also have been the first to admit that you worked with what you had. He made a tentative jab in Clara's direction, and she smacked it aside with enough force to make his palm sting. It is possible the lady has some aggression to work out. The black tide whispered to him that all he had to do was wait for her to lunge, step aside and crack her across the back of the skull, and it would be over. He ignored it. Clara spent about 5 minutes chasing him back and forth across the road and blocking his occasional swings. "You're toying with me," she said, panting. "Don't think I don't realize that." "Not as much as I thought I would be," he said. He was also panting. He could have ended it at any time, but blocking those hammer-like blows was taking a toll. He could see how she'd cut such a swath through the bandits. "If you ever felt like dedicating your life to the blade, I could make a terrifying warrior of you." "Not much point, is there?" she managed to grin, albeit with a lot of teeth. "Can just change." He swung at her and she blocked. But this time he pressed the advantage, throwing her relentlessly backward. He knew far more about leverage than she did, and step by step she backpedaled, until she was driven against the back of the wagon. Istvhan saw the moment when she realized what was happening, but it was too late. Her back was already against the wagon's back step. He forced both staves up until their faces were only inches apart. "What if you were inside the wagon?" he said. "We're in a tight space. Could you change then?" "No." Her face was flushed, and there was sweat slicking her forehead. The rise and fall of her chest was driving him mad. Was this what she would look like if he bedded her? The same fierce grin of physical exertion, the flushed skin, the gasp of her breath in his ear. Would she moan or would she growl when he thrust into her? It occurred to him that the wagon had stopped moving, but he couldn't think why that was significant, not when Clara was looking at him with her eyes full of fire and frustration, and her body was so close that he could feel the heat rolling off her skin. Her lips parted, and his eyes locked on the movement. "I guess," she whispered, "I'd have to improvise." She dropped her shoulder and let one end of her stave fall. Suddenly deprived of resistance, he stumbled forward against her. For one glorious moment, his body was pressed full length against hers, his leg between her thighs, and then she half-turned and dropped the stave completely and slammed her fist into his face. Woof! He stumbled backward. Through his fingers he could see that she looked appalled. "I really expected you to block that." "I didn't." "I noticed." "Fine, we've both hit each other. Are you happy now?" she yelled, putting her hands on her hips. "I kind of am, actually," he yelled back, rubbing his jaw. Doc Mason cleared his throat. The two of them spun around, drawing together instinctively, like children caught misbehaving. "Obviously, this is none of my business," said the doctor, looking from one to the other. "But if this is some kind of, sophisticated canoodling, I'd appreciate it if you could do it out of earshot. I'm uncomfortable witnessing other people's love lives." "No one is canoodling," said Clara with great emphasis. "Not my business," said Doc Mason hastily. No, we were just, sparring."
Is that a reasonable explanation? Because we were, at least until I started thinking about other things we could be doing instead. Doc Mason hooked his thumbs in his belt and rocked back on his heels.
Looks like you got the worst of it, lad.
Yes, well, nuns, you know how they are.
Oh, aye, I do indeed.
Clara threw her hands in the air and stalked